The 80-20 Principle, The Secret to Achieving More with Less by Richard Koch. Preface to the second edition. I wrote this book in South Africa in 1996 and came to London in the so-called summer of 1990, Seven, to launch it. I remember traipsing from radio station to television station, usually tuned that my slot had been pulled at the last minute. When I did get on the air, nobody seemed very interested in the endings of an obscure Italian economist in the dying years of the 19th century. I would like to say that, without missing a beat, I mentioned the Inuits of St. Paul and the Gospel writers in doing the heavy lifting for the ideas of one Jesus of Nazareth, who would otherwise have been unknown. I would like to say that, but in fact I was lost for words. I returned to Cape Town, thoroughly dejected. And then, a minor miracle. The British publisher who had commissioned the work, a man well known for looking on the gloomy side, faxed me. Remember faxes? To say that despite the fiasco, the book was selling very well. In fact, the book has sold more than 700,000 copies worldwide and been translated into 24 languages. More than a century since, Vilfredo Pareto noted the consistently lopsided relationship between inputs and outputs. And a decade since this book reinterpreted Pareto's principle, I think we can now say that the principle has stood the test of time. There has been massive feedback, mainly positive, from readers and reviewers. Throughout the world, a large number of individuals, perhaps hundreds of thousands, have found the principle useful at work and in their careers, and increasingly in the whole of their lives. The 80-20 principle has two almost opposite appeals. On the one hand, it is a statistical observation, a proven pattern. Solid, quantitative, reliable, hard. It pleases those who want to get more out of life, to get ahead of the crowd, to increase prots or decrease EORT or costs in the pursuit of gain, to dramatically raise efficiency, deem it as output divided by input. If we can spot the few cases where the results relative to EORT are so much greater than usual, we can become so much more efficient in whatever task we want to accomplish. The principle allows us to enhance our achievement while escaping the tyranny of overwork. On the other hand, the principle has a totally different side. Soft, mystical, eerie, almost magic in the way that the same pattern of numbers crops up everywhere, and related not to science at all, but to everything that makes our lives worthwhile. The sense that we are connected to each other and to the universe by a mysterious law, which we can tap into and which can change our lives, generates a sense of wonder and awe. Looking back, I think what was different about my book was that it extended the domain of the principle. It had previously been well known in the business arena to increase efficiency. As far as I know, it had never previously been deployed to enhance the quality and depth of our whole lives. It's only in retrospect that I have fully realized the dual nature of the principle, the curious but perfect tension between its two sides, hard efficiency and soft life enhancement. As I explore in the new chapter of the book, this tension represents the yin and yang of the principle, the dialectic, where efficiency and life-enhancing uses of it are complementary opposites. Efficiency clears the space for life enhancement, while life enhancement requires us to be clear about the few things that are really important in our work, relationships, and all the other activities we do in our lives. Of course, not everyone accepted my reinterpretation of Pareto's principle. I was surprised at how controversial the book became. While it had its eager supporters and a huge number of quiet people who wrote to me saying the book had changed both their professional life and their life as a whole, there were many people who disliked the extension of the principle to the softer side of life and said so with great clarity and eloquence. The opposition took me aback, but then I came to welcome the contrary voices. They have made me think about the principle more deeply and, as I hope is demonstrated in the Nail chapter, reach a greater understanding of its dual nature. What is new about this edition? To start with, less is more. I have cut out the original Nail chapter, Progress Regained. This was a frankly unsuccessful attempt to apply the 80-20 principle to society and politics. One whereas every other part of the book generated both positive and negative comments, this chapter seems to have fallen entirely on stony ground. The only piece I have retained is the conclusion, which is an appeal to individuals to take action. I have replaced it with an entirely new chapter, the 2 dimensions of the principle. This covers the highlights generated by a decade of reviews, conversations, letters, and emails, and applies and categorizes the best criticisms of the principle. Before giving my response, I believe this takes us to a new level of awareness and understanding of the power of the principle. It remains for me to thank everyone who has contributed to the great 80-20 debate. Long may it continue, and thank you all so much. I may have touched your lives, but you have certainly touched mine, and I am most grateful. Richard Koch, Internet. Estefana, Spain, February 2007. Acknowledgements. This has been the most painful and well-researched book I have ever written. There is a certain irony here, since the 80-20 principle tells us that I could have obtained a book 80% as good in 20% of the time. This would certainly have been my inclination, and only the reader can tell whether the extra eort has been worthwhile. I think it has, but I have lost all objectivity. The eort involved has been much more collective than for any of my previous books. Don't believe the false modesty of those who write generously that their books have been team eorts. In the end, only an author or authors can write a book. But I want to thank some individuals without whom this book would either not have existed or would have been vastly inferior. First is Mark Allen, then at Pittman Publishing, and now my partner in Capstone Publishing, who had the idea of the book. Second is Nicholas Braley, who has put so much intelligent eort into this book that I sincerely hope it pays over him. According to the von Manstein principle, see Chapter 13. People like Nicholas who are smart and industrious will not be as successful as those who are smart and lazy. To become a real star, Nicholas must work a great deal less. I have a theory that if he published half the number of books and put all his eort into these, he'd make even more money. I hope my next book will not be one to get the axe. I am very grateful for his persistence on this book. Sally Lansdale Young has been the third person collaborating to get the structure and text right. She is clearly a gifted publisher in her own right. Next, my researcher on the book, Nick Oosterlink, did a terrific job of reconstructing the history of the 80-20 principle from 1897 to 1997 to 1997. He has now disappeared from my radar screen, but if he would like to get in touch, I would be delighted to dispense some champagne his way. I should also thank not only Mr. Pareto for originating the 80-20 principle, but also Mr. Duran, Mr. Ziff, Mr. Krugman, and the unsung heroes at IBM in the 1960s for elaborating it, and also the hundreds of people from all walks of life and disciplines who have written magazine articles about the 80-20 principle, many of whom I have quoted extensively as evidence of the way in which the principle can be used. I have made every eort to acknowledge these people in the references. But if there are any omissions, please accept my apologies and let me know so that correction can be made in any future editions. I am particularly grateful to David Parker, lecturer in managerial economics and business strategy at the University of Birmingham Business School, whose work on the application of chaos theory to business strategy is full of brilliant insights, many of which I have appropriated. Finally, every true believer needs his trusted skeptics. Patrick, Weaver, and Lee Dempsey have filled this role admirably, and it is much appreciated. Part 1. Overture Chapter 1. Welcome to the 80-20 principle. Welcome to the 80-20 principle. For a very long time, the Pareto law, the 80-20 principle, has lumbered the economic scene like an erratic block on the landscape. An empirical law which nobody can explain. Joseph Stenlone. The 80-20 principle can and should be used by every intelligent person in their daily life, by every organization, and by every social grouping and form of society. It can help individuals and groups achieve much more with much less eort. The 80-20 principle can raise personal activeness and happiness. It can multiply the profitability of corporations and the activeness of any organization. It even holds the key to raising the quality and quantity of public services while cutting their cost. This book, The First Ever on the 80-20 Principle 2, is written from a burning conviction, validated in personal and business experience, that this principle is one of the best ways of dealing with and transcending the pressures of modern life. What is the 80-20 principle? The 80-20 principle asserts that a minority of causes, inputs, or usually lead to a majority of the results, outputs, or rewards. Taken literally, this means that, for example, 80% of what you achieve in your job comes from 20% of the time spent. Thus, for all practical purposes, 4/10 of the eort, a dominant part of it, is largely irrelevant. This is contrary to what people normally expect. So the 80-20 principle states that there is an inbuilt imbalance between causes and results, inputs and outputs, and eort and reward. A good benchmark for this imbalance is provided by the 80-20 relationship. A typical pattern will show that 80% of outputs result from 20% of inputs, that 80% of consequences owe from 20% of causes, or that 80% of results come from 20% of your. Figure 1 shows these typical patterns. In business, many examples of the 80-20 principle have been validated. 20% of products usually account for about 80% of dollar sales value, so do 20% of customers. 20% of products or customers usually also account for about 80% of an organization's pros. In society, 20% of criminals account for 80% of the value of all crime. 20% of motorists cause 80% of accidents. 20% of those who marry comprise 80% of the divorce statistics. Those who consistently remarry and redivorce distort the statistics and give a lopsidedly pessimistic impression of the extent of marital fidelity. 20% of children attain 80% of educational qualifications available. In the home, 20% of your carpets are likely to get 80% of the wear. 20% of your clothes will be worn 80% of the time. And if you have an intruder alarm, 80% of the false alarms will be set up by 20% of the possible causes. The internal combustion engine is a great tribute to the 80-20 principle. 80% of the energy is wasted in combustion and only 20% gets to the wheels. This 20% of the input generates 100% of the output. 3. Figure 1, the 80-20 principle. Pareto's discovery. Systematic and predictable lack of balance. The pattern underlying the 80-20 principle was discovered in 1897, about 100 years ago, by Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto (Pare, 1848-1923. His discovery has since been called many names, including the Pareto principle, the Pareto law, the 80-20 rule, the principle of least effort, and the principle of least effort, and the principle of imbalance. Throughout this book, we will call it the 80-20 principle. By a subterranean process of influence on many important achievers, especially business people, computer enthusiasts, and quality engineers, the 80-20 principle has helped to shape the modern world. Yet it has remained one of the great secrets of our time, and even the select band of cognoscenti who know and use the 80-20 principle only exploit a tiny proportion of its power. So what did Vilfredo Pareto discover? He happened to be looking at patterns of wealth and income in 19th century England. He found that most income and wealth went to a minority of the people in his samples. Perhaps there was nothing very surprising in this, but he also discovered two other facts that he thought highly significant. One was that there was a consistent mathematical relationship between the proportion of people as a percentage of the total relevant population and the amount of income or wealth that this group enjoyed. For to simplify, if 20% of the population enjoyed 80% of the wealth, 5, then you could reliably predict that 10% would have, say, 65% of the wealth and 5% would have 50%. The key point is not the percentages, but the fact that the distribution of wealth across the population was predictably unbalanced. Pareto's other ending, one that really excited him, was that this pattern of imbalance was repeated consistently whenever he looked at data referring to different time periods or different countries. Whether he looked at England in earlier times or whatever data were available from other countries in his own time or earlier, he found the same pattern repeating itself over and over again with mathematical precision. Was this a freak coincidence or something that had great importance for economics and society? Would it work if applied to sets of data relating to things other than wealth or income? Pareto was a terrific innovator because before him, no one had looked at two related sets of data. In this case, the distribution of incomes or wealth compared to the number of income earners or property owners, and compared percentages between the two sets of data. Nowadays, this method is commonplace and has led to major breakthroughs in business and economics. Sadly, although Pareto realized the importance and wide range of his discovery, he was very bad at explaining it. He moved on to a series of fascinating but rambling sociological theories, centering on the role of elites, which were hijacked at the end of his life by Mussolini's fascists. The significance of the 80-20 principle lay dormant for a generation. While a few economists, especially in the US, realized its importance, it was not until after the Second World War that two parallel yet completely different pioneers began to make waves with the 80-20 principle. 1949. Zipf's principle of least effort. One of these pioneers was the Harvard professor of philology, George K. Ziff. In 1949, Ziff discovered the principle of least effort, which was actually a rediscovery and elaboration of Pareto's principle. Ziff's principle said that resources, people, goods, time, skills, or anything else that is productive tended to arrange themselves so as to minimize work, so that approximately 20-30% of any resource accounted for 70-80% of the activity related to that resource. 7. Professor Ziff used population statistics, books, philology, and industrial behavior to show the consistent recurrence of this unbalanced pattern. For example, he analyzed all the Philadelphia marriage licenses granted in 1931 in a 20-block area, demonstrating that 70% of the marriages occurred between people who lived within 30% of the distance. Incidentally, Ziff also provided a scientific justification for the messy desk by justifying clutter with another law. Frequency of use draws near to us things that are frequently used. Intelligent secretaries have long known that lays in frequent use should not be led. 1950. 1. Juran's rule of the vital few and the rise of Japan. The other pioneer of the 80-20 principle was the great quality guru, Romanian-born U.S. engineer Joseph Moses Juran, born 1904. The man behind the quality revolution of 1950-90. He made what he alternately called the Pareto principle and the rule of the vital few, virtually synonymous with the search for high product quality. In 1924, Juran joined Western Electric, the manufacturing division of Bell Telephone System, starting as a corporate industrial engineer and later setting up as one of the world's worst quality consultants. His great idea was to use the 80-20 principle together with other statistical methods to root out quality faults and improve the reliability and value of industrial and consumer goods. Juran's path-breaking quality control handbook was published in 1951 and extolled the 80-20 principle in very broad terms. The economist Pareto found that wealth was non-uniformly distributed in the same way as Juran's observations about quality losses. Many other instances can be found. The distribution of crime amongst criminals, the distribution of accidents among hazardous processes, etc. Pareto's principle of unequal distribution applied to distribution of wealth and to distribution of quality losses. 8. No major U.S. industrialist was interested in Juran's theories. In 1953, he was invited to Japan to lecture and met a receptive audience. He stayed on to work with several Japanese corporates, transforming the value and quality of their consumer goods. It was only once the Japanese threat to U.S. industry had become apparent, after 1970, that Juran was taken seriously in the West. He moved back to do for U.S. industry what he had done for the Japanese. The 80-20 principle was at the heart of this global quality revolution. From the 1960s to the 1990s, progress from using the 80-20 principle. IBM was one of the earliest and most successful corporations to spot and use the 80-20 principle, which helps to explain why most computer systems specialists trained in the 1960s and 1970s are familiar with the idea. In 1963, IBM discovered that about 80% of a computer's time is spent executing about 20% of the operating code. The company immediately rewrote its operating software to make the most used 20% very accessible and user-friendly, thus making IBM computers more efficient and faster than competitors' machines for the majority of applications. Those who developed the personal computer and its software in the next generation, such as Apple, Lotus, and Microsoft, applied the 80-20 principle with even more gusto to make their machines cheaper and easier to use for a new generation of customers, including the now celebrated dummies, who would previously have given computers a very wide berth. Winner take all. A century after Pareto, the implications of the 80-20 principle have surfaced in a recent controversy over the astronomical and ever-rising incomes going to superstars and those very few people at the top of a growing number of professions. Film director Steven Spielberg earned $165 million in 1994. Joseph J. Miao, the most highly paid trial lawyer, was paid $90 million. Merely competent film directors or lawyers, of course, earn a tiny fraction of these sums. The 20th century has seen massive awards to level incomes, but inequality removed in one sphere keeps popping up in another. In the United States from 1973 to 1995, average real incomes rose by 36%, yet the comparable GOR for non-supervisory workers fell by 14%. During the 1980s, all of the gains went to the top 20% of earners, and a mind-boggling 64% of the total increase went to the top 1%. The ownership of shares in the United States is also heavily concentrated within a small minority of households. 5% of U.S. households own about 75% of the household sector's equity. A similar equity may be seen in the role of the dollar. Almost 50% of world trade is invoiced in dollars, far above America's 13% share of world exports. And while the dollar share of foreign exchange reserves is 64%, the ratio of American GDP to global output is just over 20%. The 80-20 principle will always reassert itself unless conscious, consistent, and massive efforts are made and sustained to overcome it. Why the 80-20 principle is so important? The reason that the 80-20 principle is so valuable is that it is counterintuitive. We tend to expect that all causes will have roughly the same significance, that all customers are equally valuable, that every bit of business, every product, and every dollar of sales revenue is as good as any other, that all employees in a particular category have roughly equivalent value, that each day or week or year we spend has the same significance, that all our friends have roughly equal value to us, that all inquiries or phone calls should be treated in the same way, that one university is as good as another, that all problems have a large number of causes so that it is not worth isolating a few key causes, that all opportunities are of roughly equal value so that we treat them all equally. We tend to assume that 50% of causes or inputs will account for 50% of results or outputs. There seems to be a natural, almost democratic expectation that causes and results are generally equally balanced. And of course, sometimes they are. But this 50-50 fallacy is one of the most inaccurate and harmful, as well as the most deeply rooted of our mental maps. The 80-20 principle asserts that when two sets of data relating to causes and results can be examined and analyzed, the most likely result is that there will be a pattern of imbalance. The imbalance may be 65-35, 70-30, 75-25, 80-20, 95, or 99, 90.1, or any set of numbers in between. However, the two numbers in the comparison don't have to add up to 100. See this page. The 80-20 principle also asserts that when we know the true relationship, we are likely to be surprised at how unbalanced it is. Whatever the actual level of imbalance, it is likely to exceed our prior estimate. Executives may suspect that some customers and some products are more profitable than others, but when the extent of the difference is proved, they are likely to be surprised and sometimes dumbfounded. Teachers may know that the majority of their disciplinary troubles or most truancy arises from a minority of pupils. But if records are analyzed, the extent of the imbalance will probably be larger than expected. We may feel that some of our time is more valuable than the rest. But if we measure inputs and outputs, the disparity can still stun us. Why should you care about the 80-20 principle? Whether you realize it or not, the principle applies to your life, to your social world, and to the place where you work. Understanding the 80-20 principle gives you great insight into what is really happening in the world around you. The overriding message of this book is that our daily lives can be greatly improved by using the 80-20 principle. Each individual can be more active and happier. Each profit-seeking corporation can become very much more profitable. Each non-pro organization can also deliver much more useful outputs. Every government can ensure that its citizens benefit much more from its existence. For everyone and every institution, it is possible to obtain much more that is of value and avoid what has negative value, with much less input of effort, expense, or investment. At the heart of this progress is a process of substitution. Resources that have weak X in any particular use are not used, or are used sparingly. Resources that have powerful X are used as much as possible. Every resource is ideally used where it has the greatest value. Wherever possible, weak resources are developed so that they can mimic the behavior of the stronger resources. Business and markets have used this process to great effect for hundreds of years. The French economist J.D. Say coined the word entrepreneur around 1800, saying that the entrepreneur shifts economic resources out of an area of lower productivity into an area of higher productivity and yield. But one fascinating implication of the 80-20 principle is how far businesses and markets still are from producing optimal solutions. For example, the 80-20 principle asserts that 20% of products or customers or employees are really responsible for about 80% of profit. If this is true, and detailed investigations usually confirm that some such very unbalanced pattern exists, the state of affairs implied is very far from being efficient or optimal. The implication is that 80% of products or customers or employees are only contributing 20% of profits, that there is great waste, that the most powerful resources of the company are being held back by a majority of much less effective resources, that profits could be multiplied if more of the best sort of products could be sold, employees hired, or customers attracted, or convinced to buy more from the arm. In this kind of situation, one might well ask, why continue to make the 80% of products that only generate 20% of products that only generate 20% of profit? Companies rarely ask these questions, perhaps because to answer them would mean very radical action. To stop doing 4/5 of what you are doing is not a trivial change. What J.B. Say called the work of entrepreneurs, modern financiers call arbitrage. International financial markets are very quick to correct anomalies in valuation, for example, between exchange rates. But business organizations and individuals are generally very poor at this sort of entrepreneurship or arbitrage, at shifting resources from where they have weak results to where they have powerful results, or at cutting low value resources and buying more high value resources and buying more high value resources. Most of the time, we do not realize the extent to which some resources, but only a small minority, are super productive. What Joseph Juran called the vital few, while the majority, the trivial many, inhibit little productivity or else actually have negative value. If we did realize the difference between the vital few and the trivial many in all aspects of our lives, and if we did something about it, we could multiply anything that we value. The 80-20 principle in chaos theory. Probability theory tells us that it is virtually impossible for all the applications of the 80-20 principle to occur randomly, as a freak of chance. We can only explain the principle by positing some deeper meaning or cause that lurks behind it. Pareto himself grappled with this issue, trying to apply a consistent methodology to the study of society. He searched for theories that picture facts of experience and observation, for regular patterns, social laws, or uniformities that explain the behavior of individuals and society. Pareto's sociology failed to in a persuasive key. He died long before the emergence of chaos theory, which has great parallels with the 80-20 principle and helps to explain it. The last third of the 20th century has seen a revolution in the way that scientists think about the universe, overturning the prevailing wisdom of the past 350 years. That prevailing wisdom was a machine-based and rational view, which itself was a great advance on the mystical and random view of the world held in the Middle Ages. The machine-based view converted God from being an irrational and unpredictable force into a more user-friendly clockmaker engineer. The view of the world held from the 17th century and still prevalent today, except in advanced scientific circles, was immensely comforting and useful. All phenomena were reduced to regular, predictable, linear relationships. For example, a causes B causes C and ASC key cause D. This worldview enabled any individual part of the universe, the operation of the human heart, for example, or of any individual market, to be analyzed separately because the whole was the sum of the parts and vice versa. But in the second half of the 20th century, it seems much more accurate to view the world as an evolving organism where the whole system is more than the sum of its parts, and where relationships between the parts are non-linear. Causes are difficult to pin down. There are complex interdependencies between causes, and causes and X are blurred. The snag with linear thinking is that it doesn't always work. It is an oversimplification of reality. Equilibrium is illusory or eating. The universe is wonky. Yet chaos theory, despite its name, does not say that everything is a hopeless and incomprehensible mess. Rather, there is a self-organizing logic lurking behind the disorder, a predictable non-linearity, something which economist Paul Krugman has called spooky, eerie, and terrifyingly exact. 9. The logic is more difficult to describe than to detect and is not totally dissimilar to the recurrence of a theme in a piece of music. Certain characteristic patterns recur, but with innate and unpredictable variety. Chaos theory and the 80-20 principle illuminate each other. What have chaos theory and related scientific concepts got to do with the 80-20 principle? Although no one else appears to have made the link, I think the answer is a great deal. The principle of imbalance. The common thread between chaos theory and the 80-20 principle is the issue of balance, or more precisely, imbalance. Both chaos theory and the 80-20 principle assert, with a great deal of empirical backing, that the universe is unbalanced. They both say that the world is not linear. Cause and effect are rarely linked in an equal way. Both also place great store by self-organization. Some forces are always more forceful than others and will try to grab more than their fair share of resources. Chaos theory helps to explain why and how this imbalance happens by tracing a number of developments over time. The universe is not a straight line. The universe is not a straight line. The 80-20 principle, like chaos theory, is based around the idea of non-linearity. A great deal of what happens is unimportant and can be disregarded. Yet there are always a few forces that have an influence way beyond their numbers. These are the forces that must be identified and watched. If they are forces for good, we should multiply them. If they are forces we don't like, we need to think very carefully about how to neutralize them. The 80-20 principle supplies a very powerful empirical test of nonlinearity in any system. We can ask, do 20% of causes lead to 80% of results? Is 80% of any phenomenon associated with only 20% of a related phenomenon? This is a useful method to ush out nonlinearity, but it is even more useful because it directs us to identifying the unusually powerful forces at work. Feedback loops distort and disturb balance. The 80-20 principle is also consistent with and can be explained by reference to the feedback loops identified by chaos theory, whereby small initial influences can become greatly multiplied and produce highly unexpected results, which nevertheless can be explained in retrospect. In the absence of feedback loops, the natural distribution of phenomena would be 50-50. Inputs of a given frequency would lead to commensurate results. It is only because of positive and negative feedback loops that causes do not have equal results. Yet it also seems to be true that powerful positive feedback loops only act a small minority of the inputs. This helps to explain why those small minority of inputs can exert so much influence. We can see positive feedback loops operating in many areas, explaining how it is that we typically end up with 80-20 rather than 50-50 relationships between populations. For example, the rich get richer, not just or mainly because of superior abilities, but because riches beget riches. A similar phenomenon exists with gold in a pond. Even if you start with gold almost exactly the same size, those that are slightly bigger become very much bigger, because even with only slight initial advantages and stronger propulsion and larger mouths, they are able to capture and gobble up disproportionate amounts of food. The tipping point. Related to the idea of feedback loops is the concept of the tipping point. Up to a certain point, a new force, whether it is a new product, a disease, a new rock group, or a new social habit such as jogging or rollerblading, means it difficult to make headway. A great deal of effort generates little by way of results. At this point, many pioneers give up. But if the new force persists and can cross a certain invisible line, a small amount of additional effort can reap huge returns. This invisible line is the tipping point. The concept comes from the principles of epidemic theory. The tipping point is the point at which an ordinary and stable phenomenon, a low-level outbreak, can turn into a public health crisis, and because of the number of people who are infected and can therefore infect others. And since the behavior of epidemics is nonlinear and they don't behave in the way we expect, small changes, like bringing new infections down to 30,000 from 40,000, it have huge effects. It all depends when and how the changes are made. 11. First come, best served. Chaos theory advocates sensitive dependence on initial conditions. What happens rest, even something ostensibly trivial, can have a disproportionate effect. This resonates with and helps to explain the 80-20 principle. The latter states that a minority of causes exert a majority of effects. One limitation of the 80-20 principle taken in isolation is that it always represents a snapshot of what is true now, or more precisely, in the very recent past when the snapshot was taken. This is where chaos theory's doctrine of sensitive dependence on initial conditions is helpful. A small lead early on can turn into a larger lead or a dominant position later on until equilibrium is disturbed and another small force then exerts a disproportionate influence. ARM that, in the early stages of a market, provides a product that is 10% better than its rivals may end up with a 100 or 200% greater market share, even if the rivals later provide a better product. In the early days of motoring, if 51% of drivers or countries decide to drive on the right rather than the left side of the road, this will tend to become the norm for nearly 100% of road users. In the early days of using a circular clock, if 51% of clocks go what we now call clockwise rather than counterclockwise, this convention will become dominant, although clocks could just as logically have moved to the left. In fact, the clock over Florence Cathedral moves counterclockwise and shows 24 hours. 13 soon after 1442, when the cathedral was built, the authorities and clockmakers standardized on a 12-hour clockwise clock, because the majority of clocks had those features. Yet, if 51% of clocks had ever been like the clock over Florence Cathedral, we would now be reading a 24-hour clock backwards. These observations regarding sensitive dependence on initial conditions do not exactly illustrate the 80-20 principle. The examples given involve change over time, whereas the 80-20 principle involves a static breakdown of causes at any one time. Yet there is an important link between the two. Both phenomena help to show how the universe abhors balance. In the former case, we see a natural away from a 50-50 split of competing phenomena. A 51-49 split is inherently unstable and tends to gravitate towards a 95-5, 99-1, or even 100, a split. Equality ends in dominance. That is one of the messages of chaos theory. The 80-20 principle's message is direct yet complementary. It tells us that at any one point, a majority of any phenomenon will be explained or caused by a minority of the actors participating in the phenomena. 80% of the results come from 20% of the causes. A few things are important. Most are not. The 80-20 principle sorts good movies from bad. One of the most dramatic examples of the 80-20 principle at work is with movies. Two economists have just made a study of the revenues and lifespans of 300 movies released over an 18-month period. 14 they found that 4 movies, just 1.3% of the total, earned 80% of box office revenues. The other 296 movies, or 98.7%, earned only 20% of the gross. So, movies, which are a good example of unrestricted markets at work, produce virtually an 80-1 rule, a very clear demonstration of the principle of imbalance. Even more intriguing is why. It transpires that moviegoers behave just like gas particles in random motion. As identified by chaos theory, gas particles, ping-pong balls, or moviegoers all behave at random, but produce a predictably unbalanced result. Word of mouth from reviews and the first audiences determines whether the second set of audiences will be large or small, which determines the next set, and so on. Movies like Independence Day or Mission Impossible continue to play to packed houses, while other star-studded and expensive movies like Waterworld or Daylight very quickly play to smaller and smaller houses, and then none at all. This is the 80-20 principle working with a vengeance. A guide to this guidebook, Chapter 2, explains how you can put the 80-20 principle into practice and explores the distinction between 80-20 analysis and 80-20 thinking, both of which are useful methods derived from the 80-20 thinking, both of which are useful methods derived from the 80-type. 80-20 analysis is a systematic, quantitative method of comparing causes and ICs. 80-20 thinking is a broader, less precise, and more intuitive procedure, comprising the mental models and habits that enable us to hypothesize what are the important causes of anything important in our lives, to identify these causes and to make sharp improvements in our position by redeploying our resources accordingly. Part 2. Corporate success needn't be a mystery summarizes the most powerful business uses of the 80-20 principle. These uses have been tried and tested and found to be of immense value, yet remain curiously unexploited by most of the business community. There is little in my summary that is original, but anyone seeking major product improvement, whether for a small or large business, should miss a very useful primer and the rarest ever to appear in a book. Part 3. Work less, earn and enjoy more shows how the 80-20 principle can be used to raise the level at which you are operating in both your work and personal life. This is a pioneering attempt to apply the 80-20 principle on a novel canvas. And the attempt, although I am sure it is imperfect and incomplete in many ways, does lead to some surprising insights. For example, 80% of the typical person's happiness or achievement in life occurs in a small proportion of that life. The peaks of great personal value can usually be greatly expanded. The common view is that we are short of time. My application of the 80-20 principle suggests the reverse, that we are actually awash with time and prorogate in its abuse. Part 4. Crescendo. Progress Regained draws the themes together and positions the 80-20 principle as the greatest secret engine of progress available to us all. It hints at the uses that could be made of the 80-20 principle for the public good, as well as for corporate wealth creation and personal advancement. Why the 80-20 principle brings good news. I want to end this introduction on a personal rather than a procedural note. I believe that the 80-20 principle is enormously hopeful. Certainly, the principle brings home what may be evident anyway, that there is a tragic amount of waste everywhere in the way that nature operates, in business, in society, and in our own lives. If the typical pattern is for 80% of results to come from 20% of inputs, it is necessarily typical too that 80%, the great majority, of inputs are having only a marginal 20% impact. The paradox is that such waste can be wonderful news if we can use the 80-20 principle creatively, not just to identify and castigate low productivity, but to do something positive about it. There is enormous scope for improvement by rearranging and redirecting both nature and our own lives. Improving on nature, refusing to accept the status quo, is the route of all progress. Evolutionary, scientific, social, and personal. George Bernard Shaw put it well. The reasonable man adapts himself to the world. The unreasonable one persists in trying to adapt the world to himself. Therefore, all progress depends on the unreasonable man. 15. The implication of the 80-20 principle is that output can be not just increased, but multiplied. If we can make the low productivity inputs nearly as productive as the high productivity inputs. Successful experiments with the 80-20 principle in the business arena suggest that, with creativity and determination, this leap in value can usually be made. There are two routes to achieving this. One is to reallocate the resources from unproductive to productive uses. The secret of all entrepreneurs down the ages. Find a round hole for a round peg, a square hole for a square peg, and a perfect for any shape in between. Experience suggests that every resource has its ideal arena, where the resource can be tens or hundreds of times more effective than in most other arenas. The other route to progress, the method of scientists, doctors, preachers, computer systems designers, educationalists, and trainers, is to find ways to make the unproductive resources more effective, even in their existing applications, to make the weak resources behave as though they were their more productive cousins, to mimic, if necessary by intricate rote, learning procedures, the highly productive resources. The few things that work fantastically well should be identified, cultivated, nurtured, and multiplied. At the same time, the waste, the majority of things that will always prove to be of low value to man and beast, should be abandoned or severely cut back. As I have been writing this book and observed thousands of examples of the 80-20 principle, I have had my faith reinforced. Faith in progress, in great leaps forward, and in mankind's ability, individually and collectively, to improve the hand that nature has dealt. Joseph Ford comments, God plays dice with the universe, but they're loaded dice, and the main objective is to find out by what rules they were loaded and how we can use them for our own ends. 16. The 80-20 principle can help us achieve precisely that. Chapter 2. How to think 80-20. Chapter 1. Explain the concept behind the 80-20 principle. This chapter will discuss how the 80-20 principle works in practice and what it can do for you. 2 applications of the principle. 80-20. Analysis and 80-20 thinking provide a practical philosophy which will help you understand and improve your life. Definition of the 80-20 principle. The 80-20 principle states that there is an inbuilt imbalance between causes and results, inputs and outputs, and reward and reward. Typically, causes, inputs, or reward divide into 2 categories. The majority that have little impact, a small minority that have little impact, a small minority that have a major dominant impact. Typically also, results, outputs, or rewards are derived from a small proportion of the causes, inputs, or reward aimed at producing the results, outputs, or rewards. The relationship between causes, inputs, or eorts on the one hand, and results, outputs, or rewards on the other, is therefore typically unbalanced. When this imbalance can be measured arithmetically, a good benchmark for the imbalance is the 80-20 relationship. 80% of results, outputs, or rewards are derived from only 20% of the causes, inputs, or eorts. About 80% of the world's energy is consumed by 15% of the world's population, for example. 1. 80% of the world's wealth is possessed by 25% of the world's people. 2. In healthcare, 20% of your population base and 20% of its disease elements will consume 80% of your resources. 3. Figures 2 and 3 show this 80-20 pattern. Let us imagine that a company has 100 products and has found out that the most protable 20 products account for 80% of all prots. In Figure 2, the bar on the left comprises the 100 products, each occupying an equal hundredth of the space. In the equal hundredth of the space, in the B equal hundredth of the space. In bar on the right are the total prots of the company from the 100 products. Imagine that the prots from the one most protable product are leveled in from the top of the right-hand bar downwards. Let us say that the most protable product makes 20% of total prots. Figure 2 therefore shows that one product, or 1% of the products, occupying 100th of the space on the left, makes 20% of the prots. The shaded areas represent this relationship. Figure 2 shows a 21 pattern. If we continue counting the next most protable product and so on down the bar until we have the prots from the top 20 products, we can then shade in the right hand bar according to how much of the total prot these top 20 products make. We show this in Figure 3, where we see, in our fictitious example, that these 20 products, 20% of the number of products, comprise 80% of the total prots in the shaded area. Conversely, in the white area, we can see the IP side of this relationship. 80% of the products only make, in total, 20% of the prots. The 80-20 numbers are only a benchmark, and the real relationship may be more or less unbalanced than 80-20. The 80-20 principle asserts, however, that in most cases the relationship is much more likely to be closer to 80-20 than to 50-50. If all of the products in our example made the same prot, then the relationship would be as shown in Figure 4. The curious but crucial point is that when such investigations are conducted, Figure 3 turns out to be a much more typical pattern than Figure 4. Nearly always, a small proportion of total products produces a large proportion of prots. Figure 3, a typical 80-20 pattern. Figure 4, an unusual 50-50 pattern. Of course, the exact relationship may not be 80-20. 80-20 is both a convenient metaphor and a useful hypothesis, but it is not the only pattern. Sometimes 80% of the prots come from 30% of the products. Sometimes 80% of the products. Sometimes 80% of the prots come from 15% or even 10% of the prot. The numbers compared do not have to add up to 100, but the picture usually looks unbalanced, much more like Figure 3 than Figure 4. It is perhaps unfortunate that the numbers 80 and 20 add up to 100. This makes the result look elegant, as indeed would a result of 50-50, 70-30, 99-1, or many other combinations. And it is certainly memorable, but it makes many people think that we are dealing with just one set of data, 100%. This is not so. If 80% of people are right-handed and 20% are left-handed, this is not an 80-20 observation. To apply the 80-20 principle, you have to have two sets of data, both adding up to 100% and one, measuring a variable quantity owned, exhibited, or caused by the people or things making up the other 100%. What the 80-20 principle can do for you. Every person I have known who has taken the 80-20 principle seriously has emerged with useful and in some cases life-changing insights. You have to work out your own uses for the principle. They will be there if you look creatively. Part 3, Chapters 9 to 15 will guide you on your odyssey, but I can illustrate with some examples from my own life how the 80-20 principle has helped me. When I was a raw student at Oxford, my tutor told me never to go to lectures. Books can be read far faster, he explained, but never read a book from cover to cover, except for pleasure, when you are working and out what the book is saying much faster than you would by reading it through. Read the conclusion, then the introduction, then the conclusion again, then dip lightly into any interesting bit. What he was really saying was that 80% of the value of a book can be found in 20% or fewer of its pages and absorbed in 20% of the time most people would take to read it through. I took to this study method and extended it. At Oxford, there is no system of continuous assessment, and the class of degree earned depends entirely on NALs, the examinations taken at the end of the course. I discovered from the form book, that is, by analyzing past examination papers, that at least 80%, sometimes 100%, of an examination could be well answered with knowledge from 20% or fewer of the subjects that the exam was meant to cover. The examiners could therefore be much better impressed by a student who knew an awful lot about relatively little, rather than a fair amount about a great deal. This insight enabled me to study very efficiently. Somehow, without working very hard, I ended up with a congratulatory first-class degree. I used to think this proved that Oxford dons were gullible. I now prefer to think, perhaps improbably, that they were teaching us how the world worked. I went to work for Shell, serving my time at a dreadful oil refinery. This may have been good for my soul, but I rapidly realized that the best paying jobs for young and inexperienced people, such as I, lay in management consultancy. So I went to Philadelphia and picked up an effortless MBA from Wharton, scorning the boot camp style so-called learning experience from Harvard. I joined a leading U.S. consultancy that on day one paid me 4 times what Shell had paid me when I left. No doubt 80% of the money to be had by people of my tender age was concentrated in 20% of the job. Since there were too many colleagues in the consultancy who were smarter than me, I moved to another UBA's strategy boutique. I identified it because it was growing faster than the arm I had joined, yet had a much smaller proportion of really smart people. Who you work for is more important than what you do. Here I stumbled across many paradoxes of the 80-20 principle. 80% of the growth in the strategy consultancy industry, then as now, growing like gangbusters, was being appropriated by arms that then had, in total, fewer than 20% of the industry's professional staff. 80% of rapid promotions were also available in just a handful of arms. Believe me, talent had very little to do with it. When I left the rest strategy arm and joined the second, I raised the average level of intelligence in both. Yet the puzzling thing was that my new colleagues were more active than my old ones. Why? They didn't work any harder, but they followed the 80-20 principle in 2 key ways. First, they realized that for most firms, 80% of pros come from 20% of clients. In the consulting industry, that means 2 things: large clients and long-term clients. Large clients give large assignments, which means you can use a higher proportion of lower-cost, younger consultants. Long-term client relationships create trust and raise the cost of the client of switching to another consulting realm. Long-term clients tend not to be price-sensitive. In most consulting realms, the real excitement comes from winning new clients. In my new realm, the real heroes were those who worked on the largest existing clients for the longest possible time. They did this by cultivating the top bosses of those client corporations. The second key insight the consulting realm had was that in any client, 80% of the results available would owe from concentrating on the 20% of most important issues. These were not necessarily the most interesting ones from a curious consultant's viewpoint. But whereas our competitors would look superficially at a whole range of issues and then leave them for the client to act, or not, on the recommendations, we kept plugging away at the most important issues until we had bludgeoned the client into successful action. The client's prots often soared as a result, as did our consulting budgets. Are you working to make others rich, or is it the reverse? I soon became convinced that, for both consultants and their clients, reward and reward were at best only loosely linked. It was better to be in the right place than to be smart and work hard. It was best to be cunning and focus on results rather than inputs. Acting on a few key insights produced the goods. Being intelligent and hardworking did not. Sadly, for many years, guilt and conformity to peer group pressure kept me from fully acting on this lesson. I worked far too hard. By this time, the consulting firm had several hundred professionals stay and about 30 people, including myself, who were called partners. But 80% of the prots went to one man, the founder, even though numerically he constituted less than 4% of the partnership and a fraction of 1% of the consulting force. Instead of continuing to enrich the founder, 2 other junior partners and I spun out to set up our own arm doing exactly the same thing. We in turn grew to have hundreds of consultants. Before long, although the three of us, on any measure, did less than 20% of the arm's valuable work, we enjoyed over 80% of the prods. This, too, caused me guilt. After 6 years, I quit, selling my shares to the other partners. At this time, we had doubled our revenues and prods every year, and I was able to secure a good price for my share. Shortly after, the recession of 1990 hit the consulting industry. Although I will counsel you later to give up guilt, I was lucky with my guilt. Even those who follow the 80-20 principle need a bit of luck, and I have always enjoyed far more than my share. Wealth from investment can dwarf wealth from working. With 20% of the money received, I made a large investment in the shares of one corporation, Filofax. Investment advisors were horrid. At the time, I owned about 20 shares in quoted public companies. But this one stock, 5% of the number of shares I owned, accounted for about 80% of my portfolio. Fortunately, the proportion proceeded to grow still further, as over the next 3 years, Filofax shares multiplied several times in value. When I sold some shares in 1995, it was at nearly 18 times the price I had paid for my rest stake. I made 2 other large investments, one in a startup restaurant called Belgo and the other in MZI, a hotel company that at the time owned no hotels. Together, these 3 investments at cost comprised about 20% of my net worth. But they have accounted for more than 80% of my subsequent investment gains and now comprise over 80% of a much larger net worth. As Chapter 14 will show, 80% of the increase in wealth from most long-term portfolios comes from fewer than 20% of the investments. It is crucial to pick this 20% well and then concentrate as much investment as possible into. Conventional wisdom is not to put all your eggs in one basket. 80-20 wisdom is to choose a basket carefully, load all your eggs into it, and then watch it like a hawk. How to use the 80-20 principle. There are 2 ways to use the 80-20 principle, as shown in Figure Chapter 5. Traditionally, the 80-20 principle has required 80-20 analysis, a quantitative method to establish the precise relationship between causes, input, and results, output. This method uses the possible existence of the 80-20 relationship as a hypothesis and then gathers the facts so that the true relationship is revealed. This is an empirical procedure which may lead to any result ranging from 50-50 to 99.9's 0.1. If the result does demonstrate a marked imbalance between inputs and outputs, say a 65-35 relationship or an even more unbalanced one, then normally action is taken as a result. See below. A new and complementary way to use the 80-20 principle is what I call 80-20 thinking. This requires deep thought about any issue that is important to you and asks you to make a judgment on whether the 80-20 principle is working in that area. You can then act on the insight. 80-20 thinking does not require you to collect data or actually test the hypothesis. Consequently, 80-20 thinking may on occasion mislead you. It is dangerous to assume, for example, that you already know what the 20% is if you identify a relationship. But I will argue that 80-20 thinking is much less likely to mislead you than is conventional thinking. 80-20 thinking is much more accessible and faster than 80-20 analysis, although the latter may be preferred when the issue is extremely important and you make it difficult to be candid about an estimate. Figure 5 2 ways to use the 80-20 principle. We look first at 80-20 analysis and then at 80-20 thinking. 80-20 analysis 80-20 analysis 80-20 analysis examines the relationship between 2 sets of comparable data. One set of data is always a universe of people or objects, usually a large number of 100 or more. They can be turned into a percentage. The other set of data relates to some interesting characteristic of the people or objects that can be measured and also turned into a percentage. For example, we might decide to look at a group of 100 friends, all of whom are at least occasional beer drinkers, and compare how much beer they drank last week. So far, this method of analysis is common to many statistical techniques. What makes 80-20 analysis unique is that the measurement ranks the second set of data in descending order of importance and makes comparisons between percentages in the 2 sets of data. In our example, then, we will ask all our 100 friends how many glasses of beer they drank last week and array the answers in a table in descending order. Figure 6 shows the top 20 and bottom 20 from the table. 80-20 analysis can compare percentages from the 2 sets of data, the friends and the amount of beer drunk. In this case, we can say that 70% of the beer was drunk by just 20% of the friends. This would therefore give us a 70-20 relationship. Figure 7 introduces an 80-20 frequency distribution chart, or 80-20 chart for short, to summarize the data visually. Why is this called 80-20 analysis? When comparing these relationships, the most frequent observation made long ago, probably in the 1950s, was that 80% of the quantity being measured came from 20% of the people or object. 80-20 has become shorthand for this type of unbalanced relationship, whether or not the precise result is 80-20. Statistically, an exact 80-20 relationship is unlikely. It is the convention of 80-20 that is the top 20% of causes that decided, not the bottom. 80-20 analysis is my name for the way that the 80-20 principle has generally been used to date. That is, in a quantitative and empirical way to measure possible relationships between inputs and outputs. Figure 6, the 80-20 principle applied to beer drinkers. Figure 7, 80-20 frequency distribution chart of beer drinkers. We could equally well observe from the data on our beer drinking friends that the bottom 20% of people only consumed 30 glasses, or 3% of the total. It would also be perfectly legitimate to call this a 3-20 relationship, although this is rarely done. The emphasis is nearly always on the heavy users or causes. If a brewery was conducting a promotion or wanted to and out what beer drinkers thought about their range of beers, it would be most useful to go to the top 20. We might also want to know what percentage of our friends combined to account for 80% of total beer consumption. In this case, inspection of the part of the table not displayed, the middle part, would show that Mike G., the 28th biggest drinker with 10 glasses, took the cumulative total to 800 glasses. We could express this relationship, therefore, as 80-28. 80% of total beer was drunk by just 28% of our friends. It should be clear from this example that 80-20 analysis may result in any set of endings. Clearly, individual endings are more interesting and potentially more useful where there is an imbalance. If, for example, we had found that all of our friends had drunk exactly 8 glasses each, the brewery would not have been very interested in using our group for a promotion or research. In this case, we would have had a 20-20 relationship. 20% of beer was drunk by the top 20% of friends. Or an 80-80 relationship. 80% of beer was drunk by 80% of friends. Bar charts show 80-20 relationships best. An 80-20 analysis is best displayed pictorially by looking at 2 bars, as is particularly appropriate for our example. Figures 2, 4 above or bar charts. The rest bar in Figure 8 contains our 100 beer drinking friends, each laying 1% of the space, starting with the biggest beer drinker at the top and ending with the smallest beer drinkers at the bottom. The second bar contains the total amount of beer drunk by each and all of our friends. At any point, we can see for a given percentage of our friends how much beer they accounted for. Figure 8, beer drinking ratios. Figure 9, beer drinking ratios. Figure 8 shows what we discovered from the table and could also see from Figure 7. The top 20% of beer drinkers accounted for 70% of the beer drinkers accounted for 70% of the beer drinkers. The simple bars in Figure 8 take the data from Figure 7 and display them from top to bottom, instead of from left to right. It doesn't matter which display you prefer. If we wanted to illustrate what percentage of our friends drank 80% of the beer, we would draw the bar chart slightly differently, as in Figure 9, to show the 80-28 relationship. 28% of our friends drank 80% of the beer. What is 80-20 analysis used for? Generally, to change the relationship it describes or to make better use of it. One use is to concentrate on the key causes of the relationship, the 20% of inputs that lead to 80% or whatever the precise number is of the outputs. If the top 20% of beer drinkers account for 70% of beer consumed, this is the group that a brewery should concentrate on reaching in order to attract as high a share as possible of the business from the 20%, and possibly also to increase their beer consumption still further. For all practical purposes, the brewery may decide to ignore the 80% of beer drinkers who only consume 30% of the beer. This simplifies the task immensely. Similarly, a RAM that ends that 80% of its prots come from 20% of its customers should use this information to concentrate on keeping that 20% happy and increasing the business carried out with them. This is much easier, as well as more rewarding, than paying equal attention to the whole customer group. Or if the ARM ends that 80% of its prots come from 20% of its products, it should put most of its efforts behind selling more of those products. The same idea applies to non-business applications of 80-20 analysis. If you analyze the enjoyment you derive from all your leisure activities and found that 80% of the enjoyment derived from 20% of the activities, which currently took only 20% of your leisure time, it would make sense to increase the time allocation from 20 to at least 80%. Take transport as another example. 80% of trace jams occur on 20% of roads. If you drive on the same route to work each day, you will know that roughly 80% of delays usually occur at 20% of the intersections. A sensible reaction would be for TRAS authorities to pay particular attention to track phasing on those 20% of jam, creating intersections. While the expense of such phasing might be too much for 100% of junctions 100% of the time, it would be money well spent in the key 20% of locations for 20% of the day. The second main use of 80-20 analysis is to do something about the underperforming 80% of inputs that contribute only 20% of the output. Perhaps the occasional beer drinkers can be persuaded to drink more, for example, by providing a blander product. Perhaps you could work out ways to get greater enjoyment out of the underperforming leisure activities. In education, interactive teaching systems now replicate the technique used by college professors where questions are addressed randomly to any student in order to combat the 80-20 rule, where 80% of classroom participation comes from 20% of the trainee. In U.S. shopping malls, it has been found that women, some 50% of the population, account for 70% of the dollar value of all purchases. 4. One way to increase the 30% of sales to men might be to build stores specifically designed for them. Although this second application of 80-20 analysis is sometimes very useful and has been put to great use in industry in improving the productivity of underperforming factories, it is generally harder work and less rewarding than the rest use. Don't apply 80-20 analysis in a linear way. In discussing the uses of 80-20 analysis, we must also address its potential abuses. Like any simple and active tool, 80-20 analysis can also be misunderstood, misapplied, and instead of being the means to an unusual insight, serve as the justification for conventional thuggery. 80-20 analysis applied inappropriately and in a linear way can also lead the innocent astray. You need constantly to be vigilant against false logic. Let me illustrate this with an example from my own new profession, the book trade. It is easy to demonstrate that in most times and places, about 20% of book titles comprise about 80% of books sold. For those who are steeped in the 80-20 principle, this is not surprising. It might seem a short hop to the conclusion that bookshops should cut the range of books they stock, or indeed, that they should concentrate largely or exclusively on bestsellers. Yet what is interesting is that in most cases, instead of sending prots up, restricting range has sent prots down. This does not invalidate the 80-20 principle for two reasons. The key consideration is not the distribution of books sold, but what customers want. If customers go to the trouble of visiting a bookstore, they want a reasonable range of books, as opposed to a kiosk or supermarket where they don't expect range. Bookstores should concentrate on the 20% of customers who account for 80% of their prots and out what those 20% of customers want. The other reason is that what matters even when considering books as opposed to customers is not the distribution of sales, the 20% of books that represent 80% of sales, but the distribution of prots, the 20% of titles that generate 80% of prot. Very often, these are not the so-called bestsellers, books written by well-known authors. In fact, a study in the United States revealed that bestsellers represent about 5% of total sales. 5. The true bestsellers are often those books that never make it into the charts, but sell a reliable quantity year in and year out, often at high margins. As the same U.S. research comments, core inventory represents those books that sell season in and season out. They are the 80 in the 80-20 rule, often accounting for the lion's share of sales in a particular subject. This illustration is salutary. It does not invalidate 80-20 analysis at all, since the key questions should always be which customers and products generate 80% of prots. But it does show the danger of not thinking clearly enough about how the analysis is applied. When using the 80-20 principle, be selective and be contrarian. Don't be seduced into thinking that the variable that everyone else is looking at, in this case, the books on the latest bestseller list, is what really matters. This is linear thinking. The most valuable insight from 80-20 analysis will always come from examining nonlinear relationships that others are neglecting. In addition, because 80-20 analysis is based on a freeze frame of the situation at a particular point, rather than incorporating changes over time, you must be aware that if you inadvertently freeze the wrong or an incomplete picture, you will get an inaccurate view. 80-20 thinking and why it is necessary 80-20 analysis is extremely useful. But most people are not natural analysts, and even analysts cannot stop to investigate the data every time they have to make a decision. It would bring life to a shuddering halt. Most important decisions have never been made by analysis, and never will be, however clever our computers become. Therefore, if we want the 80-20 principle to be a guide in our daily lives, we need something less analytical and more instantly available than 80-20 analysis. We need 80-20 thinking. 80-20 thinking is my phrase for the application of the 80-20 principle to daily life for non-quantitative applications of the principle. As with 80-20 analysis, we start with a hypothesis about a possible imbalance between inputs and outputs. But instead of collecting data and analyzing them, we estimate them. 80-20 thinking requires, and with practice enables, us to spot the few really important things that are happening and ignore the mass of unimportant things. It teaches us to see the wood for the trees. 80-20 thinking is too valuable to be conned to causes where data and analysis are perfect. For every ounce of insight generated quantitatively, there must be many pounds of insight arrived at intuitively and impressionistic. This is why 80-20 thinking, although helped by data, must not be constrained by it. To engage in 80-20 thinking, we must constantly ask ourselves, what is the 20% that is leading to 80%? We must never assume that we automatically know what the answer is, but take some time to think creatively about it. What are the vital few inputs or causes as opposed to the trivial many? Where is the haunting melody being drowned out by the background noise? 80-20 thinking is then used in the same way as the results from 80-20 analysis, to change behavior and normally to concentrate on the most important 20%. You know that 80-20 thinking is working when it multiplies effectiveness. Action resulting from 80-20 thinking should lead us to get much more from much less. When we are using the 80-20 principle, we do not assume that its results are good or bad, or that the powerful forces we observe are necessarily good. We decide whether they are good from our own perspective, and either determine to give the minority of powerful forces a further shove in the right direction or work out how to frustrate their operation. The 80-20 principle turns conventional wisdom upside down. Application of the 80-20 principle implies that we should do the following. Celebrate exceptional productivity rather than raise average EORDs. Look for the shortcut rather than run the full course exercise. Control over our lives with the least possible EORD. Be selective, not exhaustive. Strive for excellence in few things rather than good performance in many. Delegate or outsource as much as possible in our daily lives and be encouraged rather than penalized by tax systems to do this. Use gardeners, car mechanics, decorators, and other specialists to the maximum instead of doing the work ourselves. Choose our careers and employers with extraordinary care, and if possible, employ others rather than being employed ourselves. Only do the thing we are best at doing and enjoy most. Look beneath the normal texture of life to uncover ironies and oddities in every important sphere. Work out where 20% of EORD can lead to 80% of returns. Calm down. Work less and target a limited number of very valuable goals where the 80-20 principle will work for us rather than pursuing every available opportunity. Make the most of those few lucky streaks in our life where we are at our creative peak and the stars line up to guarantee success. There are no boundaries to the 80-20 principle. No sphere of activity is immune from the influence of the 80-20 principle. Like the 6 wise, blind Indian men who tried to discern the shape of an elephant, most users of the 80-20 principle only know a fraction of its scope and power. Becoming an 80-20 thinker requires active participation and creativity on your part. If you want to benefit from 80-20 thinking, you have to do it. Now is a good time to start. If you want to begin with applications for your organization, go straight on to part 2, which documents most of the important business applications of the 80-20 principle. If you are more immediately interested in using the principle to make major improvements in your life, skip to part 3, a novel attempt to relate the 80-20 principle to the fabric of our daily lives. Part 2. Corporate Success Needn't Be a Mystery. Chapter 3. The Underground Cult. Now we see in a mirror dimly, but then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall understand fully. 1 Corinthians 13:12. It is difficult to gauge the extent to which the 80-20 principle is already known in business. This is almost certainly the Earth's book on the subject. Yet in my research, I was easily able to end several hundred articles referring to the use of 80-20 in all kinds of businesses all over the world. Many successful firms and individuals swear by the use of the 80-20 principle, and most holders of MBAs have heard of it. Yet considering that the 80-20 principle has affected the lives of hundreds of millions of people, even though they may be unaware of it, it remains strangely uncelebrated. It is time to put this right. The first 80-20 wave. The Quality Revolution. The Quality Revolution, which took place between 1950 and 1990, transformed the quality and value of branded consumer goods and other manufacturers. The quality movement has been a crusade to obtain consistently higher quality at lower cost by the application of statistical and behavioral techniques. The objective, now almost reached with many products, is to obtain a zero rate of product defects. It is possible to argue that the quality movement has been the most significant driver of higher living standards throughout the world since 1950. The movement has an intriguing history. Its two great messiahs, Joseph Juran, born 1904, and W. Edwards Deming, born 1900, were both Americans, although Juran was born in Romania. Respectively, an electrical engineer and a statistician, they developed their ideas in parallel after the Second World War, but found it impossible to interest any major U.S. corporation in the quest for extraordinary quality. Juran published the first edition of his Quality Control Handbook, the Bible of the Quality Movement, in 1951, but it received a very reception. The only serious interest came from Japan, and both Juran and Deming moved there in the early 1950s. Their pioneering work took an economy known at the time for shoddy imitations and transformed it into a powerhouse of high quality and productivity. It was only when Japanese goods such as motorcycles and photocopiers began to invade the U.S. market that most American and other Western corporations began to take the quality movement seriously. From 1970, and especially after 1980, Juran, Deming, and their disciples undertook an equally successful transformation of Western quality standards, leading to huge improvements in the level and consistency of quality, dramatic reductions in fault rates, and large falls in manufacturing costs. The 80-20 principle was one of the key building blocks of the quality movement. Joseph Juran was the most enthusiastic messiah of the principle, although he called it the Pareto principle or the rule of the vital few. In the rest edition of the Quality Control Handbook, Juran commented that losses, that is, manufactured goods that have to be rejected because of poor quality, do not arise from a large number of causes. Rather, the losses are always maldistributed in such a way that a small percentage of the quality characteristics always contributes a high percentage of the quality loss. The footnote to the text commented that the economist Pareto found that wealth was non-uniformly distributed in the same way. Many other instances can be found. The distribution of crime amongst criminals, the distribution of accidents among hazardous processes, etc. Pareto's principle of unequal distribution applied to distribution of wealth and to distribution of wealth and to distribution of quality losses. 1. Juran applied the 80-20 principle to statistical quality control. The approach is to identify the problems causing lack of quality and to rank them from the most important, the 20% of defects causing 80% of quality problems, to the least important. Both Juran and Deming came to use the phrase 80-20 increasingly, encouraging diagnosis of the few defects causing most of the problems. Once the vital few sources of quality product have been identified, EORD is focused on dealing with these issues rather than trying to tackle all the problems at once. As the quality movement has progressed from an emphasis on quality control through to the view that quality must be built into products in the first place by all operators, and to total quality management and increasingly sophisticated use of software, the emphasis on 80-20 techniques has grown so that today almost all quality practitioners are familiar with 80-20. Some recent references illustrate the ways in which the 80-20 principle is now being used. In a recent article in the National Productivity Review, Ronald J. Ricardo asks, which gaps adversely act your most strategic consumers? As with many other quality problems, Pareto's law prevails here too. If you remedy the most critical 20% of your quality gaps, you will realize 80% of the business. This first 80% typically includes your breakthrough improvements. 2. Another writer, focusing on corporate turnarounds, comments, for every step in your business process, ask yourself if it adds value or provides essential support. If it does neither, it's waste. Cut it. If this is the 80-20 rule revisited, you can eliminate 80% of the waste by spending only 20% of what it would cost you to get rid of 100% of the waste. Go for the quick gain now. 3. The 80-20 principle was also used by Ford Electronics Manufacturing Corporation in a quality program that won the Shingo Prize. Just-in-time programs have been applied using the 80-20 rule. 80% of the value is spread over 20% of the volume, and top dollar usages are analyzed constantly. Labor and overhead performance were replaced by manufacturing cycle time analysis by product line, reducing product cycle time by 95%. 4. New software incorporating the 80-20 principle is being used to raise quality. With the ABC data analyzer, the data is entered or imported into the spreadsheet area, where you highlight it and click on your choice of 6 graph types: histograms, control charts, run charts, scatter diagrams, pie charts, and Pareto charts. The Pareto chart incorporates the 80-20 rule, which might show, for instance, that out of 1,000 customer complaints, roughly 800 can be eliminated by correcting only 20% of the causes. 5. The 80-20 principle is also being increasingly applied to product design and development. For example, a review of the use that the Pentagon has made of total quality management explains that decisions made early in the development process X the majority of lifecycle costs. The 80-20 rule describes this outcome since 80% of the lifecycle costs are usually locked in after only 20% of the development time 6. The impact of the quality revolution on customer satisfaction and value, and on the competitive positions of individual arms and indeed of whole nations, has been little noted but is truly massive. The 80-20 principle was clearly one of the vital few inputs to the quality revolution. But the underground influence of the 80-20 principle does not stop there. It also played a key role in a second revolution that combined with the first to create today's global consumer society. The second 80-20 wave, the information revolution. The information revolution that began in the 1960s has already transformed work habits and the essence of large tracts of business. It is just beginning to do more than this, to help change the nature of the organizations that are today's dominant force in society. The 80-20 principle was, is, and will be a key accessory of the information revolution, helping to direct its force intelligently. Perhaps because they were close to the quality movement, the computing and software professionals behind the information revolution were generally familiar with the 80-20 principle and used it extensively. To judge by the number of computing and software articles that refer to the 80-20 principle, most hardware and software developers understand and use it in their daily work. The information revolution has been most effective when using the 80-20 principle's concepts of selectivity and simplicity. As 2 separate project directors testify, think small. Don't plan to the nth degree on the rest day. The return on investment usually follows the 80-20 rule. 80% of the beignets will be found in the simplest 20% of the system, and the nail 20% of the beignets will come from the most complex 80% of the system. 7. Apple used the 80-20 principle in developing the Apple Newton message pad, an electronic personal organizer. The Newton engineers took advantage of a slightly modified version of 80-20. They found that 1% of a person's vocabulary was sufficient to do 50% of the things you want to do with a small handheld computer. 8. Increasingly, software is substituting for hardware using the 80-20 principle. An example is the RISC software invented in 1994. RISC is based on a variation of the 80-20 rule. This rule assumes that most software spends 80% of its time executing only 20% of the available instructions. RISC processors optimize the performance of that 20% and keep chip size and cost down by eliminating the other 80%. RISC does in software what CISC, the previously dominant system, does in Silicon 9. Those who apply software know that, even though it is incredibly efficient, usage follows 80-20 patterns. As one developer states, the business world has long abided by the 80-20 rule. It's especially true for software, where 80% of a product's uses take advantage of only 20% of its capability. That means that most of us pay for what we don't want or need. Software developers now seem to understand this, and many are betting that modular applications will solve the problem. Design of software is crucial so that the most used functions are the easiest to use. The same approach is being used for new database services. How do WordPerfect and other software developers it? First, they identify what customers want most of the time and how they want to do it. The old 80-20 rule. People use 20% of a program's functions 80% of the time. Good software developers make use functions as simple and automatic and inevitable as possible. Translating such an approach to today's database services would mean looking at key customer use all the time. How many times do customers call search service support desks to ask which lead to pick or where a lead can be found? Good design could eliminate such calls. 11. Wherever one turns, give innovations in information, in data storage, retrieval, and processing. Focus heavily on the 20% or fewer of key needs. The information revolution has a long way to run. The information revolution is the most subversive force business has ever known. Already the phenomenon of information power to the people has given knowledge and authority to frontline workers and technicians, destroying the power and often the jobs of middle management who were previously protected by proprietary knowledge. The information revolution has also decentralized corporations physically. The phone, the fax, the CE, the modem, and the increasing miniaturization and mobility of these technologies have already begun to destroy the power of corporate palaces and those who sit or increasingly sat in them. Ultimately, the information revolution will help to destroy the profession of management itself, thus enabling much greater direct value creation by doers and corporations for their key customers. 12. The value of automated information is increasing exponentially, much faster than we can use. The key to using this power actively, now and in the future, lies in selectivity. In applying the 80-20 principle, Peter Drucker points the way. A database, no matter how copious, is not information. It is information's orgy. The information a business most depends on is available, if at all, only in a primitive and disorganized form, for what a business needs the most for its decisions, especially its strategic ones, are data about what goes on outside of it. It is only outside the business where there are results, opportunities, and threats. 13. Drucker argues that we need new ways of measuring wealth creation. Ian Godin and I call these new tools automated performance measures. We're teasing they're just beginning to be created by some corporation. But well over 80%, probably around 99%, of the information revolution's resources are still being applied to counting better what we used to count, paving over the cowpaths, rather than creating and simplifying measures of genuine corporate wealth creation. The tiny proportion of EORD that uses the information revolution to create a dire-rent sort of corporation will have an explosive impact. The 80-20 principle is still the best kept business secret. Considering the importance of the 80-20 principle and the extent to which it is known by managers, it remains extremely discreet. Even the 80-20 term itself caught on very slowly and without any visible landmarks. Given the piecemeal use and gradual spread of the 80-20 principle, it remains underexploited even by those who recognize the idea. It is extremely versatile. It can be probatably applied to any industry and any organization, any function within an organization, and any individual job. The 80-20 principle can help the chief executive, line managers, functional specialists, and any knowledge worker down to the lowest level or the newest trainee. And although its uses are manifold, there's an underlying unifying logic that explains why the 80-20 principle works and is so valuable. Why the 80-20 principle works in business. The 80-20 principle applied to business has one key theme: to generate the most money with the least expenditure of assets and EORD. The classical economists of the 19th and early 20th centuries developed a theory of economic equilibrium and of the arm that has dominated thinking ever since. The theory states that under perfect competition, RIMs do not make excess returns, and profitability is either zero or the normal. Cost of capital. the latter usually being denned by a modest interest charge. The theory is internally consistent and has the sole awe that it cannot be applied to real economic activity of any kind, and especially not to the operations of any individual RIM. The 80-20 theory of the arm. In contrast to the theory of perfect competition, the 80-20 theory of the arm is both variable and has in fact been varied many times, and helpful as a guide to action. The 80-20 theory of the arm goes like this. In any market, some suppliers will be much better than others at satisfying customer needs. These suppliers will obtain the highest price realizations and also the highest market share. In any market, some suppliers will be much better than others at minimizing expenditure relative to revenues. In other words, these suppliers will cost less than other suppliers for equivalent output and revenue, or alternatively, be able to generate equivalent output with lower expenditure. Some suppliers will generate much higher surpluses than others. I use the phrase surpluses rather than profits because the latter normally implies the profit available for shareholders. The concept of surplus implies the level of funds available for profits or reinvestment over and above what is needed normally to keep the wheels turning. Higher surpluses will result in one or more of the following. 1. Greater reinvestment in product and service to produce greater superiority and appeal to customers. 2. Investment in gaining market share through greater sales and marketing and takeovers of other arms. Higher returns to employees, which will tend to have the act of retaining and attracting the best people in the market, and attracting the best people in the market, and therefore higher returns to shareholders, which will tend to raise share prices and lower the cost of capital, facilitating investment and takeovers. Over time, 80% of the market will tend to be supplied by 20% or fewer of the suppliers, who will normally also be more profitable. At this point, it is possible that the market structure may reach an equilibrium, although it will be a very different kind of equilibrium from that beloved of the economists' perfect competition model. In the 80-20 equilibrium, a few suppliers, the largest will owe customers better value for money and have higher profits than smaller rivals. This is frequently observed in real life, despite being impossible according to the theory of perfect competition. We may term our more realistic theory the 80-20 law of competition, but the real world does not generally rest long in a tranquil equilibrium. Sooner or later, usually sooner, there are always changes to market structure caused by competitors' innovations. Both existing suppliers and new suppliers will seek to innovate and obtain a high share of a small but defensible part of each market. A market segment. Segmentation of this kind is possible by providing a more specialized product or service ideally suited to particular types of customer. Over time, markets will tend to comprise more market segments. Within each of these segments, the 80-20 law of competition will operate. The leaders in each specialist segment may either be firms operating largely or exclusively in that segment or industry generalists. But their success will be dependent, in each segment, on obtaining the greatest revenue with the lowest expenditure of EU. In each segment, some arms will be much better than others at doing this and will tend to accumulate segment market share as a result. Any large RM will operate in a large number of segments, that is, in a large number of customer product combinations where a direct formula is required to maximize revenue relative to EU or where direct competitors are met. In some of these segments, the individual large RM will generate large surpluses and in other segments, much lower surpluses, or even to sites. It will tend to be true, therefore, that 80% of surpluses or profits are generated by 20% of segments, and by 20% of customers, and by 20% of products. The most pro-table segments will tend to, but will not always, be where the arm enjoys the highest market shares, and where the arm has the most loyal customers. Loyalty being denned by being long-standing and least likely to defect to competitors. Within any ERM, as with all entities dependent on nature and human endeavor, there is likely to be an inequality between inputs and outputs, an imbalance between art and reward. Externally, this is reacted in the fact that some markets, products, and customers are much more profitable than others. Internally, the same principle is reacted by the fact that some resources, be they people, factories, machines, or permutations of these, will produce very much more value relative to their cost than will other resources. If we were able to measure it, as we can with some jobs, such as those of salespeople, we would know that some people generate a very large surplus. Their attributable share of revenue is very much greater than their full cost, whereas many people generate a small surplus or a deficit. Firms that generate the largest surpluses also tend to have the highest average surplus per employee. But in all arms, the true surplus generated by each employee tends to be very unequal. 80% of the surplus is usually generated by 20% of employees. 80 at the lowest level of aggregation of resources within the E-arm, for example. An individual employee, 80% of the value created is likely to be generated in a small part, approximately 20% of the time when, through a combination of circumstances including personal characteristics and the exact nature of the task, the employee is operating at several times his or her normal level of activeness. The principles of unequal effort and return therefore operate at all levels of business, markets, market segments, products, customers, departments, and employees. It is this lack of balance, rather than a notional equilibrium, that characterizes all economic activity. Apparently, small differences create large consequences. A product has to be only 10% better value than that of a competing product to generate a sales difference of 50% and a profit difference of 100%. 3 action implications. One implication of the 80-20 theory of arms is that successful arms operate in markets where it is possible for that arm to generate the highest revenues with the least effort. This will be true both absolutely, that is, relative to monetary profits, and relatively, that is, in relation to competition. ARM cannot be judged successful unless it has a high absolute surplus, in traditional terms, a high return on investment, and also a higher surplus than its competitors, higher margins. A second practical implication for all arms is that it is always possible to raise the economic surplus, usually by a large degree, by focusing only on those market and customer segments where the largest surpluses are currently being generated. This will always imply redeployment of resources into the most surplus generating segments and will normally also imply a reduction in the total level of resource and expenditure, in plain words, fewer employees and other costs. Firms rarely reach the highest level of surplus that they could attain or anywhere near it, both because managers are often not aware of the potential for surplus and because they often prefer to run large RARMs rather than exceptionally profitable ones. A third corollary is that it is possible for every corporation to raise the level of surplus by reducing the inequality of output and reward within the ARM. This can be done by identifying the parts of the ARM, people, factories, sales OCs, overhead units, countries that generate the highest surpluses and reinforcing these, giving them more power and resources, and conversely, identifying the resources generating low or negative surpluses, facilitating dramatic improvements, and if these are not forthcoming, stopping the expenditure on these resources. These principles constitute a useful 80-20 theory of the ARM, but they must not be interpreted too rigidly or deterministically. The principles work because they are a reaction of relationships in nature, which are an intricate mixture of order and disorder, of regularity and irregularity. Look for irregular insights from the 80-20 principle. It is important to try to grasp the fluidity and force-driving 80-20 relationships. Unless you appreciate this, you'll interpret the 80-20 principle too rigidly and fail to exploit its full potential. The world is full of small causes that, when combined, can have momentous consequences. Think of a saucepan of milk that when heated above a certain temperature suddenly changes form, swelling up and bubbling over. One moment you have a nice, orderly pan of hot milk. The next moment you can either have a wonderful cappuccino or, if you are a second too late, a mess on top of your stove. Things take a little more time in business, but one year you can have an excellent and very pro-table IBM dominating the computer industry. And, before long, a combination of small causes results in a blinded monolith staggering to avoid destruction. Creative systems operate away from equilibrium. Cause and effect input and output operate in a non-linear way. You do not usually get back what you put in. You may sometimes get very much less and sometimes get very much more. Major alterations in a business system can owe from apparently insignificant causes. At any one time, people of equal intelligence, skill, and dedication can produce quite unequal results as a result of small structural differences. Events cannot be predicted, although predictable patterns tend to recur. Identify lucky streaks. Control is therefore impossible. But it is possible to influence events, and perhaps even more important, it is possible to detect irregularities and benefit from them. The art of using the 80-20 principle is to identify which way the grain of reality is currently running and to exploit that as much as possible. Imagine you are in a crazy casino, full of unbalanced roulette wheels. All numbers pay odds of 35-1, but individual numbers come up more or less frequently at diarrhea tables. At one, number V comes up one time in 20. At another table, it only comes up one time in 50. If you back the right number at the right table, you can make a fortune. If you stubbornly keep backing number V at a table where it comes up one time in 50, your money will all disappear, regardless of how high your starting bank. If you can identify where your arm is getting back more than it is putting in, you can up the stakes and make a killing. Similarly, if you can work out where your arm is getting back much less than it is investing, you can cut your losses. In this context, the where can be anything. It can be a product, a market, a customer or type of customer, a technology, a channel of distribution, a department or division, a country, a type of transaction or an employee, type of employee or team. The game is to spot the few places where you are making great surpluses and to maximize them, and to identify the places where you are losing and get out. We have been trained to think in terms of cause and effect, of regular relationships, of average levels of return, of perfect competition, and of predictable outcomes. This is not the real world. The real world comprises a mass of nuances, where cause and effect are blurred, and where complex feedback loops distort inputs, where equilibrium is eating and often illusory, where there are patterns of repeated but irregular performance, where ROMs never compete head-to-head and prosper by differentiation, and where a few favored souls are able to corner the market for high returns. Viewed in this light, large firms are incredibly complex and constantly changing coalitions of forces, some of which are going with the grain of nature and making a fortune, while others are going against the grain and stacking up huge losses. All this is obscured by our inability to disentangle reality and by the calming, averaging, and highly distorting eyes of accounting systems. The 80-20 principle is rampant but largely unobserved. What we are generally allowed to see in business is the net effect of what happens, which is by no means the whole picture. Beneath the surface, there are warring positive and negative inputs that combine to produce the effect we can observe above the surface. The 80-20 principle is most useful when we can identify all the forces beneath the surface so that we can stop the negative influences and give maximum power to the most productive forces. How companies can use the 80-20 principle to raise profits. Enough of history, philosophy, and theory. We now switch gears to the intensely practical. Any individual business can gain immensely through practical application of the 80-20 principle. It is time to show you how. Chapters 4 to 7 cover the most important ways to raise profits via the 80-20 principle. Chapter 8 closes part 2 with hints on how to embed 80-20 thinking into your business life so that you can gain an unfair advantage over colleagues and competitors alike. We start in the next chapter with the most important use of the 80-20 principle in any firm, to isolate where you are really making the profits and, just as important, where you are really losing money. Every business person thinks they know this already, and nearly all are wrong. If they had the right picture, their whole business would be transformed. Chapter 4. Why your strategy is wrong. Unless you have used the 80-20 principle to redirect your strategy, you can be pretty sure that the strategy is badly odd. Almost certainly, you don't have an accurate picture of where you make and lose the most money. It is almost inevitable that you are doing too many things for too many people. Business strategy should not be a grand and sweeping overview. It should be more like an underview, a peek beneath the covers to look in great detail at what is going on. To arrive at a useful business strategy, you need to look carefully at the different chunks of your business, particularly at their profitability and cash generation. Unless your arm is very small and simple, it is almost certainly true that you make at least 80% of your profits in cash in 20% of your activity, and in 20% of your activity, and in 20% of your revenue. The trick is to work out which 20%. Where are you making the most money? Identify which parts of the business are making very high returns, which are just about washing their faces, and which are disasters. To do this, we will conduct an 80-20 analysis of profits by different categories of business, by product or product group type, by customer or customer group type, by customer group type, by any other split which appears to be relevant for your business for which you have data. For example, by geographical area or distribution channel, by competitive segment. Start with products. Your business will almost certainly have information by product or product group. For each, look at the sales over the last period, month, quarter, or year. Decide which is most reliable, and work out the profitability after allocating all costs. How easy or difficult this will be depends on the state of your management information. What you need may all be readily available, but if not, you will have to build it up yourself. You are bound to have sales by product or product line and almost certainly the gross margin, sales less cost of sale. You will also know the total costs for the whole business, all the overhead costs. What you then have to do is to allocate all the overhead costs to each product group on some reasonable basis. The crudest way is to allocate costs on a percentage of turnover. A moment's thought, however, should convince you that this will not be very accurate. Some products take a great deal of salespeople's time relative to their value, for example, and others take very little. Some are heavily advertised and others not at all. Some require a lot of fussing around in manufacturing, whereas others are straightforward. Take each category of overhead cost and allocate it to each product group. Do this for all the costs. Then look at the results. Typically, some products representing a minority of turnover are very profitable. Most products are modestly or marginally profitable, and some are really making large losses once you allocate all the costs. Figure 10 shows the numbers for a recent study I conducted of an electronic instrumentation group. Figure 11 gives the same data visually. Look at this if you prefer pictures to numbers. Figure 10 Electronic Instruments INS. Sales and PROTS table by product group. We can see from the two gears that product group accounts for only 3% of sales, but for 10% of PROTS. Product groups A, E, B, and C account for 20% of sales, but for 53% of PROTS. This becomes very clear if we compile an 80-20 table or an 80-20 chart, as in figures 12 and 13 respectively. We have not yet found the 20% of sales that account for 80% of PROTS, but we are on our way. If not 80-20, then 67-30. 30% of product sales account for almost 67% of PROTS. Already you may be thinking about what can be done to raise the sales of product groups A, B, and C. For example, you might want to reallocate all sales from the other 80% of business, telling salespeople to concentrate on doubling the sales of products I, B, and C and not to worry about the rest. If they succeeded in doing this, sales would only go up by 20%. But PROTS would rise more than 50%. You might also already be thinking about cutting costs or raising prices in product groups D, A, and F, or about radical retrenchment or total exit from product groups G and H. Figure 11 Electronic Instruments INS. Sales and PROTS chart by product group. Figure 12 Electronic Instruments INS. 80-20 table. What about customer profitability? After products, go on to look at customers. Repeat the analysis, but look at total purchases by each customer or customer group. Some customers pay high prices but have a high cost to serve. These are often smaller customers. The very big customers may be easy to deal with and take large volumes of the same product, but screw you down on price. Sometimes these differences balance out, but often they do not. For the group we are calling Electronic Instruments INS. The results are shown in figures 14 and 15. Figure 13 Electronic Instruments INS 80-20 chart. Figure 14 Electronic Instruments INS. Sales and PROTS table by customer group. A word of explanation about the customer groups. Type of customers are small, direct accounts paying very high prices and giving very fat gross margin. They're quite expensive to service, but the margins more than compensate for this. Type B customers are distributors who tend to place large orders and have very low costs to serve. Yet for one reason or another, it is acceptable to pay fairly high prices, mainly because the electronic components bought are a tiny fraction of their total product cost. Type C customers are export accounts paying high prices. The snag with them, however, is that they are very expensive to service. Type D customers are large manufacturers who bargain very hard on price and also demand a great deal of technical support and many specials. Figures 16 and 17 show the 80-20 table and 80-20 chart respectively for the customer groups. Figure 15 Electronic Instruments INS. Sales and PROTS chart by customer group. Figure 16 electronic instruments. 80-20 table by customer type. These gears reveal a 59-15 rule and an 88-25 rule. The most profitable customer category accounts for 15% of revenues, but 59% of PROTS, and the most profitable 25% of customers yields 88% of customers yields 88% of PROT. This is partly because the most pro-table customers tend to take the most profitable products, but also because they pay more in relation to their cost to service. The analysis led to a successful campaign to win more A and B's customers, the small direct customers, and the distributors. Even taking account of the cost of the campaign, the result was very profitable. Prices for C customers, the export accounts, were selectively raised in ways found to lower the cost of servicing some of them, particularly by greater use of telephone rather than face-to-face selling. The D customers, large manufacturers, were dealt with individually. 9 of these accounted for 97% of D sales. In some cases, technical development services were charged for separately. In others, prices were raised, and 3 accounts were tactically lost to the company's most hated competitor after a bidding war. The managers really wanted the competitor to enjoy these losses. Figure 17 electronic instruments and 80-20 chart by customer type. 80-20 analysis applied to a consultancy firm. After products and customers, take any other split of business that appears especially relevant to your business. There was no special analysis in the case of the instrumentation company, but to illustrate the point, consider the simple split of sales and PROTS for a strategy consultancy shown in figures 18 and 19. Figure 18 Strategy Consulting Anchor. Table of profitability of large versus small clients. These gears exhibit a 56-21 rule. Large projects constitute only 21% of turnover, but give 56% of PROTS. Another analysis, shown in figures 20 and 21, splits the business into old clients, more than 3 years old, new clients, less than 6 months old, and those in between. Figure 19 Strategy Consulting In. Chart of profitability of large versus small clients. These gears tell us that 26% of the business, old clients, made up 84% of the PROTS, an 84-26 rule. The message here was to strive above all to keep and expand long-serving clients, who were the least price-sensitive and who could be served most cheaply. New clients who do not turn into long-serving clients were recognized as being loss makers, leading to a much more selective approach to pitching for business. Pitches were only made where it was believed the company concerned would turn into a long-term client. Figure 20 Strategy Consulting In. Table of profitability of old versus new clients. Figure 21 Strategy Consulting in C. Chart of profitability of old versus new clients. Figures 22 and 23 summarize a third analysis for the consultants, which divided projects into work on mergers and acquisitions, Mattei, strategic analysis, and operational project. This split demonstrated an 87-22 rule. The Mattei work was wildly pro-table, giving 87% of PROTS for 22% of revenues. EORTs were redoubled to sell more Maya work. Figure 22 Strategy Consulting Inchi. Table of profitability by project type. Operational projects for old clients, when analyzed separately, turned out at about break even, while large losses were made on operational projects for new clients. This led to a decision not to undertake the latter, while old clients were either charged much more for this kind of project or encouraged to farm them out to specialist operational consultancies. Figure 23 Strategy Consulting INSI. Chart of possibility by project type. Segmentation is the key to understanding and driving up profitability. The best way to examine the profitability of your business is to break it down into competitive segments. While analyses by product, customer, or any other relevant split are usually very valuable, the greatest insights come from a combination of customers and products into dollops of business deemed with reference to your most important competitors. Although this is not as difficult as it may sound, very few organizations break up their business in this way, so a short exposition is necessary. What is a competitive segment? A competitive segment is a part of your business where you face a direct competitor or direct competitive dynamics. Take any part of your business that comes to mind. A product, a customer, a product line sold to a customer type, or any other split that may be important to you. For example, consultants may think of meta work. Now ask yourself two simple questions. Do you face a direct main competitor in this part of your business compared to the rest of it? If the answer is yes, then that part of the business is a separate competitive segment, or simply segment for short. If you are up against a specialist competitor, your profitability will depend on the interaction of your product and service against theirs. Which do consumers prefer? And what is your total cost to deliver the product or service relative to your competitors? Your profitability will be as much determined by your competitor as by anything else. It is therefore sensible to think of this area of your business separately to determine a strategy for it that will beat or collude with your competitor. It is certainly sensible to look at its profitability separately too. You may have a surprise, but even if the part of your business you're looking at has the same competitor as another part of your business, for example, your main competitor in product A is the same as in product B, then you need to ask another question. Do you and your competitor have the same ratio of sales or market share in the two areas? Or are they relatively stronger in one area and you're relatively stronger in another? For example, if you have 20% market share in product A and the largest competitor has 40%, they are twice as big as you. Is it the same ratio in product B? Are they twice as big as you there? If you have 15% market share in product B, but your competitor only has 10%, then there is a direct relative competitive position in the two products. There will be real reasons for this. Consumers may prefer your brand in product B, but your competitors in product A. Possibly the competitor doesn't care much about what happens in product B. Perhaps you're efficient and price competitive in product B, whereas the reverse is true in product A. At this stage, you don't need to know the reasons. All you need to do is observe that although you face the same competitor, the balance of advantage is direct in the two areas. They are therefore separate segments and will probably exhibit different profitability. Thinking about competitors puts you straight onto the key business splits. Instead of starting with a conventional business definition, such as a product or the output from different parts of your organization, thinking about competitive segments lobs you straight at the most important way to split and think about your business. At the instrumentation company referred to earlier, managers just could not agree among themselves how to analyze the business. Some thought that products were the key dimension. The view of others was that the most important split was whether the customers were in the pipeline business, broadly oil companies, or in continuous process industries, such as food manufacturers. A third faction held that the U.S. business was very different from the export business. Since they started from different assumptions, all of which were to some degree valid, it was very difficult to make progress, either in organizing the business or in communicating with each other. Dividing the business into competitive segments demolished these arguments. The rule is simple. If you don't face direct competitors or direct relative competitive positions, it's not a separate segment. We quickly arrived at a rather inelegant but very clear set of segments that everyone could understand. For a start, it was clear that the competitors were very direct in most, but not all, products. Where the competitors were the same, with similar relative competitive positions, we lumped the products together. In most other cases, we kept the products apart. Then we asked whether the competitive positions were direct for pipeline customers as distinct from process customers. In all but one product, the answer was no. But in that one product, liquid density machines, the largest competitors were direct. We therefore settled for two segments here, liquid density pipeline and liquid density process. Finally, we asked whether the competitors or competitive positions were direct in each segment in the United States and in international business. In most cases, the answer was yes. If the international business was significant enough, we asked the same question for direct countries. Was it the same competitor in Great Britain as in France or Asia? Where the competitors were direct, we subdivided the business into separate segments. We ended up with a patchwork quilt of 15 large segments. Very small ones we reaggregated to avoid unnecessary work, usually deemed by product and geographic region, but in one case by product and customer type. This was liquid density, where the segments were liquid density pipeline worldwide and liquid density process worldwide. Each segment had a direct competitor or direct competitive positions. We then analyzed the split of sales and profits for each of the segments, and this is shown in figures 24 and 25. Figure 24 electronic instruments ends. Table of profitability by segment. Figure 25 electronic instruments increase. Chart of possibility by segment. To highlight the imbalance between the split of revenues and pros, we can again construct either an 80-20 table, figure 26, or an 80-26, or an 80-20 chart, figure 27. We can see from these gears that the top 6 segments comprise only 26.3% of total sales, but 82.9% of profits. So here we have an 83-26 rule. What did electronic instruments do to boost profit? Figures 26 and 27 focused attention on 3 types of business. The most profitable quarter of the business, segments 1-6, was classified initially as top priority of businesses, to be grown most aggressively. More than 80% of profits came from these segments, yet they were receiving only an average amount of management time in line with their turnover. A decision was made to raise the amount of time spent on these businesses to 2/3 of the total. The sales force focused on trying to sell more of these products, both to existing customers and to new ones. It was realized that the group could afford to offer extra services or to cut prices slightly and still enjoy very good return. Figure 26 electronic instruments, INT. 80-20 table of sales and profits by segment. The second set of businesses comprised segments 7-12. In total, these made up 57% of total sales and 49% of total profits. In other words, slightly below, average slightly below, average profitability. These segments were classified as B priority, although clearly some segments in this category, such as 7 and 8, were more interesting than others, such as 11 and 12. The priority to be accorded to these segments also depended on the answers to the 2 questions posed at the start of the chapter. That is, on whether each segment was a good market to be in and on how well the company was positioned in each segment. The answers to these questions are described in the now part of this chapter. At this stage, a decision was made to cut the amount of management time spent on the B segments from around 60% to about half this level. Prices on some of the less pro-table segments were also raised. The third category, designated X priority, comprised the loss-making segments 13-15. A decision on what to do about these segments was deferred. As for the B category, until after analysis of market attractiveness and the strength of the company's position in each market. Figure 27 electronic instruments INT. 80-20 chart of profitability by segment. Provisionally, however, it was possible to reset priorities as laid out in Figure 28. Figure 28, electronic instruments NC, result of 80-20 analyses. Before reaching null decisions on any segment, however, the instrumentation group's top management examined the 2 other questions, besides profitability, that are key to strategy. Is the segment an attractive market to be in? How well is the arm positioned in each segment? Figure 29 shows the null strategy conclusions for Electronic Instruments Inc. Figure 29 Electronic Instruments Inc. Strategic diagnosis. What actions followed this diagnosis? All of the AI product segments were also attractive markets. They were growing, had high barriers to entry for new competitors, had more demand than capacity, faced no threat from competing technologies, and had high bargaining power as both customers and component suppliers. As a result, nearly all the competitors in these markets made good money. My client was also well positioned in each segment, meaning that it had a high market share and was one of the top 3 suppliers. Its technology was above average and its cost position better than average, that is, lower cost, compared to its competitors. Since these were also the most profitable segments, the analysis conrammed the implications of the 80-20 product comparison. Segments 1-6 therefore remained as segments, and EORT was concentrated on keeping all existing business and gaining market share in these segments by increasing sales to current customers and converting new ones. The strategy could now be ran for some of the other segments in the B's category. Segment 9 was interesting. Profitability was moderate, but this was not because the market was unattractive. On the contrary, it was highly attractive, with most of the other players making very good profit. But my client had a low market share and a high cost position in this segment, largely because they were using old technology. To update the technology would have taken a terac ort and would have been very expensive. A decision was made, therefore, to harvest the segment, which meant cutting the EORT going to protect the business and raising prices. This was expected to lead to a loss in sales, but for a time, to higher profits. In fact, cutting the EORT and raising prices did raise margins, but led to very little loss of sales in the short term. It turned out that the customers were mainly locked into the old technology themselves and had little choice of alternative suppliers until they switched over to the new technology. For my client, profitability rose from 12.9% to over 20%, although it was recognized that this might be a temporary development. Segments 10 and 11 were ones where the instrumentation group had leading market shares, but they were structurally unattractive markets. Market size was declining. There was overcapacity, and the customers held all the cards and could negotiate very keen prices. Despite the fact that it was a market leader, my client decided to de-emphasize these segments and all new investment was canceled. Although for dire reasons, the same decision applied to segment 12. The market was even more unattractive, and the E-arm had only a moderate market share. All new marketing programs, as well as investments, were sidelined. What about the X category, the loss makers? Here it was found that 2 of the 3 segments, 14 and 15, were large but deeply unattractive markets, in which the arm was in any case only a marginal player. A decision was made to leave both segments, in one case by selling part of a factory to a competitor. The price realized was very low, but at least there was some cash beneath and some jobs were preserved in addition to the losses being stopped. In the other case, operations had to be closed altogether. Segment 13, also in the X group, experienced a dire fate. Although the group lost money in this business, it was a structurally attractive market, growing at 10% per annum and with most competitors making high returns. In fact, although the group was making a loss after allocating all costs, the gross margin in the segment was quite high. Its problem was that it had only entered the market the previous year and was having to make heavy investments in technology and sales reorg. But it was gaining market share and, if it kept up its rate of progress, could hope to become one of the largest suppliers within 3 years. At that stage, with higher sales to spread the costs, it could expect to make high returns. It decided to put even more reorg into segment 13 so that the group could become a scale player, that is, operate at the minimum size necessary to be profitable, as soon as possible. Don't take 80-20 analysis to simplistic conclusions. Segment 13 in the above example helps to illustrate the point that 80-20 analysis of PROTS does not give us all the right answers. The analysis is bound to be a snapshot at a point in time and cannot, to start with, provide a picture of the trend or of forces that could change profitability. Profitability analysis of the 80-20 type is a necessary but not a sufficient condition of good strategy. On the other hand, it is undoubtedly true that the best way to start making money is to stop losing money. Note that, with the exception of segment 13, the simple 80-20 PROT analysis would have given more or less the right result in 14 out of the 15 segments, comprising over 90% of revenues. This does not mean that strategic analysis should stop with 80-20 analysis, but that it should start with it. For the full answer, you must look at segment market attractiveness and at how well the arm is positioned in each segment. The actions taken by the instrumentation group are summarized in Figure 30. Figure 30 Electronic Instruments and actions taken after all 80-20 analyses. 80-20 as a guide to the future, developing your firm into a different animal. This concludes our strategic review of existing business segments, where it is advisable to start with 80-20 PROT analyses. As we have seen, these analyses are indispensable in arriving at segment strategy, but we have still not by any means exhausted the use of the 80-20 principle in strategy. The principle is also of enormous value in identifying the next leaps forward for your business. We tend to assume that our organizations and our industries are doing pretty much the best they can. We tend to think that our business world is highly competitive and has reached some sort of equilibrium or endgame. Nothing could be further from the truth. It would be far better to start from the proposition that your industry is all screwed up and could be structured much more actively to provide what customers want. And as far as your organization is concerned, your ambition could be to transform it within the next decade so that in 10 years' time your people will look back, shake their heads ruefully, and say to each other, "I can't believe we used to do things that way. We must have been crazy." Innovation is the name of the game. It is absolutely crucial to future competitive advantage. We tend to think that innovation is difficult, but with creative use of the 80-20 principle, innovation can be both easy and fun. Consider, for example, the following ideas. 80% of the products made by all industries are made by 20% of industries. Make a list of the most profitable industries that you are aware of. such as pharmaceuticals or consulting, and ask why your industry can't be more like these. 80% of the products made in any industry are made by 20% of RAMs. If you aren't one of these, what are they doing right that you're not? 80% of value perceived by customers relates to 20% of what an organization does. What is that 20% in your case? What is stopping you doing more of it? What is preventing you from making an even more extreme version of that 20%? 80% of what an industry does yields no more than 20% of the benet to its customers. What is that 80%? Why not abolish it? For instance, if you are a banker, why do you have branches? If you provide services, why not organize their provision via the telephone and the personal computer? Where might less be better, as with self-service? Could the customer be engaged in providing some of the services? 80% of the benet from any product or service can be provided at 20% of the cost. Many consumers would buy a stripped-down, very cheap product. Is anyone providing it in your industry? 80% of any industry's products come from 20% of its customers? Do you have a disproportionate share of these? If not, what would you need to do to get it? Why do you need people? Some examples of industry transformations may help. My grandmother used to run a corner grocery store. She received orders, would pick them out, and then I or some more reliable boy would deliver them on a bike. Then a supermarket opened in the town. It engaged its customers in picking their own groceries and carting them back home. In return, the supermarket offered a wider range, lower prices, and a car park. Soon, my grandmother's customers were flocking to the supermarket. Some industries, such as petrol retailing, cottoned on to self-service quickly. Others, such as furniture retailing and banking, thought it was not for them. Every few years, a new competitor, such as IKEA in furniture, proves that there is new life in the very old idea of self-service. Discounting is also a perennial transformation strategy. Or less choice, fewer frills, less service, and much cheaper prices. 80% of sales are concentrated in 20% of products. Just stock these. Another place I used to work, a wine merchant stocked 30 different types of claret. Who needed that amount of choice? The firm was taken over by a discount chain, and now a wine warehouse has opened up down the road. Who would have thought 50 years ago that people would have wanted fast food outlets? And today, who realizes that accessible mega restaurants, the sort that offer a limited and predictable menu in glitzy surroundings at reasonable prices, but insist that you give back the table after 90 minutes, constitute a death warrant for traditional owner restaurants? Why do we insist on using people to do things that machines can do much more cheaply? When will airlines start to use robots to serve you? Most people prefer humans, but machines are more reliable and much cheaper. Machines may give 80% of the benet at 20% of the cost. In some cases, as with cash machines, automatic teller machines, also known as holes in the wall, they provide a much better service, much faster, and at a fraction of the cost. In the next century, only old fogies like me will prefer to deal with humans, and even I will have my doubts. Are carpets obsolete? I want to leave you to your own imagination. Just one nailed example where use of the 80-20 principle has transformed a company's fortunes and could conceivably change a whole industry. Consider the Interface Corporation of Georgia, now an $800 million carpet supplier. It used to sell carpets. Now it leases them, installing carpet tiles rather than whole carpets. Interface realized that 20% of any carpet receives 80% of the wear. Normally, a carpet is replaced when most of it is still perfectly good. Under Interface's leasing scheme, carpets are regularly inspected and any worn or damaged carpet tile is replaced. This lowers costs for both Interface and the customer. A trivial 80-20 observation has transformed one company and could lead to widespread future changes in the industry. Conclusion: the 80-20 principle suggests that your strategy is wrong. If you make most of your money out of a small part of your activity, you should turn your company upside down and concentrate your efforts on multiplying this small part. Yet this is only part of the answer. Behind the need for focus lurks an even more powerful truth about business, and it is to this theme that we turn next. Chapter 5. Simple is beautiful. My effort is in the direction of simplicity. People in general have so little and it costs so much to buy even the barest necessities, let alone the luxuries to which I think everyone is entitled, because nearly everything we make is much more complex than it needs to be. Our clothing, our food, our household furnishings, All could be much simpler than they now are and at the same time be better looking. Henry Ford don't. We saw in the previous chapter that nearly all businesses have within them chunks of business with widely varying profitability. The 80-20 principle suggests something quite outrageous as a working hypothesis. That one. 1/5 of a typical company's revenues account for 4/5 of its profits and cash. Conversely, 4/5 of the average company's revenues account for only 1/5 of profits and cash. This is a bizarre hypothesis. If we assume that one such business has sales of $100 million and total profits of $5 million, for the 80-20 principle to be correct, $20 million of sales has to produce $4 million of profits, a return on sales of 20%, while $80 million of sales has to produce just $2 million of profits, a return on sales of just 1.25%. This means that the top fifth of business is 16 times more profitable than the rest of the business. What is extraordinary is that when it is tested, the hypothesis generally turns out to be correct, or not very far wide of the mark. How can this be true? It is intuitively obvious that some business chunks may be considerably more profitable than others, but 16 times better. It almost beggars belief. And routinely, executives who commission product line profitability exercises often do refuse to believe the results when first presented with them. Even when they have checked the assumptions and varied them, they still end up baited. The next stage is often for managers to refuse to get rid of the 80% of business that is unprofitable, on the apparently reasonable grounds that the 80% makes a very large contribution to overheads. Removing the 80%, they say, would clearly decrease profits because you simply couldn't remove 80% of your overhead in any sensible time frame. When faced with these objections, corporate analysts or consultants generally give way to the manager. Only the most horribly unprofitable business is removed, and only minor efforts are made to increase the extremely profitable business. Yet all this is a dreadful compromise, based on a misunderstanding. Few people stop to ask why the unprofitable business is so bad. Even fewer stop to think whether you could, in practice, as well as in theory, have a business solely composed of the most profitable chunks and get rid of 80% of the overhead. The truth is that the unprofitable business is so unprofitable because it requires the overheads and because having so many different chunks of business makes the organization horrendously complicated. It is equally true that the very profitable business does not require the overheads, or only a very small portion of them. You could have a business solely composed of the profitable business, and it could make the same absolute returns, provided that you organize things differently. And why is this so? The reason is the same. It is that simple is beautiful. Business people seem to love complexity. No sooner is a simple business successful than its managers pour vast amounts of energy into making it very much more complicated. But business returns abhor complexity. As the business becomes more complex, its returns fall dramatically. This is not just because more marginal business is being taken. It is also because the act of making a business more complex depresses returns more actively than any other means known to humanity. It follows that the process can be reversed. A complex business can be made more simple and returns can soar. All it takes is an understanding of the costs of complexity or the value of simplicity, and courage to remove at least 4/5 of lethal managerial overhead. Simple is beautiful. Complex is ugly. Those of us who believe in the 80-20 principle will never succeed in transforming industry until we can demonstrate that simple is beautiful and why. Unless people understand this, they will never be willing to give up 80% of their current business and overhead. So we need to go back to basics and revise the common view of the roots of business success. To do so, we must get involved in a current controversy over whether size in business is a help or a hindrance. By resolving this dispute, we will also be able to show why simple is beautiful. Something very interesting and unprecedented is happening to our industrial structure. Since the Industrial Revolution, companies have become both bigger and more diverse. Until the end of the 19th century, nearly all companies were national or subnational, having the vast bulk of their revenues conned to their home country, and nearly all were in just one line of business. The 20th century has seen a series of transformations, changing the nature both of business and of our daily lives. First, thanks largely to Henry Ford's sensationally successful quest to democratize the automobile. There was the burgeoning power of the assembly line, multiplying the revenues of the average arm, creating mass-branded consumer goods for the worst time in history, slashing the real cost of those goods, and giving more and more power to the largest enterprises. Then there was the emergence of so-called multinational enterprises, which initially took the Americas and Europe, and later the whole world, as their canvas. Next came the conglomerates, a new breed of corporation that refused to confine itself to one line of business and rapidly spread its tentacles across many industrial sectors and a myriad of products. Then the invention and renownment of the hostile takeover, fueled equally by management ambition and the natural lubrication of leverage, gave further impetus to size. Finally, in the last 30 years of the century, the determination of industrial leaders, mainly from Japan, to seize global leadership in their priority markets and as much market share as feasible, provided the nail reinforcement to the cult of corporate size. For various reasons, therefore, the rest 75 years of the 20th century witnessed a progressive and apparently unstoppable expansion in the size of industrial enterprise, and, until recently, in the proportion of business activity taken by the largest rank. But in the past 2 decades, the latter trend has suddenly and dramatically gone into reverse. In 1979, the Fortune 500 largest U.S. firms accounted for nearly 60% of U.S. gross national product, but by the early 1990s, this had slumped to just 40%. Does this mean that small is beautiful? No, this is decidedly the wrong answer. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the belief long held by business leaders and strategists that scale and market share are valuable. Extra scale gives greater volume over which to spread excess costs, especially the overhead costs that make up the lion's share of all costs. Now that factories have been made so efficient, market share, too, helps to raise prices. The most popular arm that with the highest market share, the best reputation and brands, and the most loyal customers should command a price premium over lower share competitors. Yet why is it that larger arms are losing market share to smaller arms? And why does it happen that in practice, as opposed to theory, the advantages of scale and market share fail to translate into higher profitability? Why is it that arms often see their sales mushroom, yet their returns on sales and capital actually fall rather than rise as the theory would predict? The cost of complexity? The most important answer is the cost of complexity. The problem is not extra scale, but extra complexity. Additional scale without additional complexity will always give lower unit cost. To deliver to one customer more of one product or service, provided that it is exactly the same, will always raise returns. Yet additional scale is rarely just more of the same. Even if the customer is the same, the extra volume usually comes from adapting an existing product, providing a new product, and/or adding more service. This requires expensive overhead costs that are usually hidden, but always real. And if new customers are involved, it is far worse. There are high initial costs in recruiting customers, and they generally have direct needs to existing customers, causing even greater complexity and cost. Internal complexity has huge hidden costs. When new business is direct from existing business, even if it is only slightly direct, costs tend to go up, not just pro rata with the volume increase, but well ahead of it. This is because complexity slows down simple systems and requires the intervention of managers to deal with the new requirements. The cost of stopping and starting again, of communication and miscommunication between extra people, and above all, the cost of the gaps between people when partially completed work is set down to await someone else's intervention and later picked up and passed on into another gap. All these costs are horrendous and all the more insidious because they are largely invisible. If the communication needs to straddle different divisions, buildings, and countries, the result is even worse. How this works is shown in Figure 31. Competitor B is larger than competitor A, yet has higher costs. This is not because the scale curve, additional volume equals lower costs, doesn't work. Rather, it is because B's extra volume has been bought at the cost of higher complexity. The ICT of this is massive and much greater than the additional cost that is visible relative to E. The scale curve operates, but its benefits are overturned by the extra complexity. Figure 31. The cost of complexity. Simple is beautiful explains the 80-20 principle. Understanding the cost of complexity allows us to take a major leap forward in the debate about corporate size. It is not that small is beautiful. All other things being equal, big is beautiful. But all other things are not equal. Big is only ugly and expensive because it is complex. Big can be beautiful, but it is simple that is always beautiful. Even management scientists are belatedly realizing the value of simplicity. A recent careful study of 39 middle-sized German companies, led by Günter Rommel, found that only one characteristic differentiated the winners from the less successful firms: simplicity. The winners sold a narrower range of products to fewer customers and also had fewer suppliers. The study concludes that a simple organization was best at selling complicated products. This mental breakthrough helps to explain why and how the seemingly outrageous claims of the 80-20 principle applied to corporate pros can actually be true. A fifth of revenues can produce 4/4 of profit. The top 20% of revenues can be 16 times more profitable than the bottom 20%, or where the bottom 20% makes a loss, innately more profitable. Simple is beautiful explains a large part of why the 80-20 principle works. A simple and pure market share is much more valuable than has previously been recognized. The returns from pure scale have been obscured by the cost of complexity associated with impure scale. And direct chunks of business have usually had direct competitors and direct relative strength vis those competitors. Where a business is dominant in its narrowly deemed niche, it is likely to make several times the returns earned in niches where one faces a dominant competitor, the mirror image. Parts of the business that are mature and simple can be amazingly profitable at. Cutting the number of products, customers, and suppliers usually leads to higher profits, partly because you can have the luxury of just focusing on the most profitable activities and customers, but partly also because the costs of complexity, in the form of overheads and management, can be slashed. i.e. in direct products, arms often have differences in the extent to which they buy in goods and services from the outside. In the jargon, outsourcing is a terrific way to cut complexity and cost. The best approach is to decide which is the part of the value. Adding chain, rod manufacturing, distribution, selling, marketing, servicing, where your company has the greatest comparative advantage. And then ruthlessly outsource everything else. This can take out most of the costs of complexity and enable dramatic reductions in headcount, as well as speeding up the time it takes you to get a product to market. The result, much lower costs and often significantly higher prices too. It can enable you to do away with all central functions and costs. If you are just in one line of business, you don't need a head OK. Regional head OK, regional head OCs are functional oxys, and the abolition of the head OCs can have an electric eat-on prot. The key problem with head OCs is not their cost. It is the way they take away real responsibility and initiative from those who do the work and add the value to customers. For the rest time, corporations can center themselves around customer needs rather than around the management hierarchy. Before the head OK is abolished, direct chunks of business attract direct degrees of head OK cost and interference. The most profitable products and services are usually those that are left to get on with their own life without any help from the center. This is why when 80-20 profitability exercises have been carried out, executives are often staggered to learn that the most neglected areas are the most profitable. It is no accident. And one of the unfortunate byproducts of 80-20 analysis is sometimes that the most profitable areas get a lot more attention from managers at the top. As a result, they can begin to drop down the profitability league table. Finally, where a chunk of business is simple, the chances are that it is closer to the customer. There is less management to get in the way. Customers can be listened to and feel that they are important. People are willing to pay a lot more for this. For customers, the quest for self-importance is at least as important as the quest for value. Simplicity raises prices as well as lowering costs. Contribution to overhead, one of the lamest excuses for inaction. Frequently, managers faced with the results of 80-20 analysis protest that they cannot just focus on the most profitable segments. They point out that the less profitable segments, and even the loss-making segments, make a positive contribution to overheads. This is one of the lamest and most self-serving defense mechanisms ever contrived. If you focus on the most profitable segments, you can grow them surprisingly fast. nearly always at 20% a year and sometimes even faster. Remember that the initial position and customer franchise are strong, so it's a lot easier than growing the business overall. The need for overhead coverage from unprofitable segments can disappear pretty quickly. Yet the truth is that you don't need to wait. If your IO ends you, pluck it out. Just remove the O-ending overhead. If your will is strong, you can always do it. The less profitable segments can sometimes be sold with or without their overheads, and always be closed. Do not listen to accountants who bleat about exit costs. A lot of these are just numbers on a page with no cash cost. Even where there is a cash cost, there is normally a very quick payback, one that will be much quicker because of the value of simplicity than the bean counters will ever tell you. A third option, often the most profitable, is to harvest these segments, deliberately losing market share. You let go of the less profitable customers and products, cut most support and sales effort, raise prices, and allow sales to decline at 5-20% while you laugh all the way to the bank. Go for the most simple 20%. What is most simple and standardized is hugely more productive and cost-effective than what is complex. The simplest messages are the most appealing and universal to colleagues, consumers, and suppliers. The simplest structures and process O's are at once the most attractive and the lowest cost. Letting the customer access your business system, as with all forms of self-service, creates choice, economy, speed, and spend. Always try to identify the simplest 20% of any product range, process, marketing message, sales channel, product design, product manufacture, service delivery, or customer feedback mechanism. Cultivate the simplest 20%. Renee it until it is as simple as you can make it. Standardize delivery of a simple product or service on as universal and global a basis as possible. Pass up thrills, bells, and whistles. Make the simplest 20% as high quality and consistent as imaginable. Whenever something has become complex, simplify it. If you cannot, eliminate it. Reducing complexity at Corning. How can a business in trouble use the 80-20 principle to reduce complexity and raise profits? An excellent case study is provided by Corning, which produces ceramic substrates for automobile exhaust systems in Greenville, Ohio, and Kaiserslautern, Germany. 3. In 1992, the U.S. business was doing badly, and the next year the German market fell sharply. Instead of panicking, the Corning executives took a long, hard look at the profitability of all their products. As in almost every arm around the world, the Corning executives had used a standard cost approach to decide what to produce. But standard cost systems are one of the most important reasons the 80-20 principle has so much to add. Standard cost systems make it impossible to know true product profitability, largely because they do not differentiate between high and low volume product. When variable costs, such as overtime, training, equipment modifications, and downtime, were fully allocated at Corning, the results caused astonishment. Take two products made at Kaiserslautern. A high-volume, simple, symmetrically shaped ceramic substrate disguised here as the R10, and a much lower volume product, the R5, an odd-shaped substrate. The standard cost of the R5 was 20% more than that of the R10. But when the extra engineering and support to produce the R5 were fully costed, it turned out to have an incredible cost, around 500,000% greater than the R10. Yet on reaction, the data could be believed. The R10 virtually made itself. The R5 required expensive engineers to hover over it, nudging it to keep within specification. Therefore, if only R10s were made, far fewer engineers would be needed. And that is what happened. By eliminating low-volume, unprofitable products which contributed little to revenues and negative amounts of profit, engineering capacity was reduced by 25%. The 55 principle. The Corning analysis kept gravitating toward a very useful cousin of the 80-20 principle, the 55 principle. The 55 principle. The 55 principle asserts that typically 50% of a company's customers, products, components, and suppliers will add less than 5% to revenues and profit. Getting rid of the low volume and negative value, 50% of items, is the key to reducing complexity. The 55 principle worked at Corning. Out of 450 products produced at Greenville, half produced 96.3% of revenue. The other 50% yield just 3.7%. Depending on the period analyzed, the German plant showed that the low-volume 50% of products produced only 5% of sales. In both locations, the bottom 50% made losses. More is worse. The road to hell is paved with the pursuit of volume. Volume leads to marginal products, marginal customers, and greatly increased managerial complexity. Since complexity is both interesting and rewarding to managers, it is often tolerated or encouraged until it can no longer be aorted. At Corning, they had held up the plants with loss, making complicating business. The solution was to cut the number of products by more than half. Instead of dealing with 1,000 suppliers, purchases were consolidated through the 200 suppliers who comprise 95% of total supplies, a 95/5 principle. The organization was streamlined and attend. At the heart of the market meltdown, Corning turned away business. This might seem perverse, but it worked. A simpler, smaller operation rapidly restored PROTs. Less was more. Managers love complexity. At this point, it is worth asking, why do supposedly PROT-maximizing organizations become complex when this plainly destroys value? One important answer, alas, is that managers love complexity. Complexity is stimulating and intellectually challenging. It leavens boring routine, and it creates interesting jobs for managers. Some people believe that complexity obtrudes when no one is looking. No doubt, but complexity is also sponsored by managers, just as it sponsors them. Most organizations, even ostensibly commercial and capitalist ones, are conspiracies of management against the interests of customers, investors, and the outside world generally. Unless arms are facing an economic crisis, or have an unusual leader who favors investors and customers rather than his or her own managers, excess management activity is virtually guaranteed. It is in the interests of the managerial class in charge. Cost reduction through simplicity. There is thus a natural tendency for business, like life in general, to become overcomplex. All organizations, especially large and complex ones, are inherently inefficient and wasteful. They do not focus on what they should be doing. They should be adding value to their customers and potential customers. Any activity that does not fulfill this goal is unproductive. Yet most large organizations engage in prodigious amounts of expensive, unproductive activity. Every person and every organization is the product of a coalition, and the forces within the coalition are always at war. The war is between the trivial many and the vital few. The trivial many comprise the prevalent inertia and inactiveness. The vital few are the breakthrough streaks of effectiveness, brilliance, and good tech. Most activity results in little value and little change. A few powerful interventions have massive impact. The war is difficult to observe. It is the same person, the same unit, and the same organization that produces both a mass of weak or negative output and a smattering of highly valuable output. All we can discern is the overall result. We miss both the garbage and the gems. It follows that any organization always has great potential for cost reduction and for delivering better value to customers, by simplifying what it does and by eliminating low or negative value activities. Be mindful that EI waste thrives on complexity. Effectiveness requires simplicity. The massive activity will always be pointless, poorly conceived, badly directed, wastefully executed, and largely beside the point to customers. A small portion of activity will always be terribly active and valued by customers. It is probably not what you think it is. It is opaque and buried within a basket of less effective activity. All organizations are a mix of productive and unproductive forces, people, relationships, and assets. And assets of poor performance is always endemic, hiding behind and suckered by a smaller amount of excellent performance, and major improvements are always possible by doing things differently and by doing less. Always recall the 80-20 principle. If you study the output your arm generates, the chances are that a quarter to AF of the activity accounts for 3/4 or 4/5 of PROTs. Multiply that quarter or FF. Multiply the activeness of the rest or cut it out. Reducing costs using the 80-20 principle. All active techniques to reduce costs use 3 80-20 insights. Simplification through elimination of unprofitable activity. Focus on a few key drivers of improvements and comparison of performance. The last two deserve elaboration. Be selective. Do not tackle everything with equal effort. Cost reduction is an expensive business. Identify the areas, perhaps only 20% of the whole business, that have the greatest cost reduction potential. Concentrate 80% of your efforts here. You don't want to get too bogged down in microanalysis. It can help to apply the 80-20 rule. Ask yourself, what are the major time sinks that you can cut out? Where are the 80% of the time delays and costs in your current processes that you could target? And understand how you would attack those 5. To be successful, one has to measure what really counts. Most organizations to Pareto's rule. 80% of what is important is supported by 20% of the costs. For example, a study in Pasek Bell's Customer Payment Center found that 25% of the center's work was devoted to processing 0.1% of the payments. A third of the payments were processed twice and occasionally several times. In reducing cost or raising product and service quality, remember above all that equal cost does not lead to equal customer satisfaction. A few parts of cost are tremendously productive, but most cost has little or no relationship to what customers value. Identify, treasure, and multiply the few productive costs and get rid of the rest. Using 80-20 analysis to pinpoint improvement areas, 80-20 analysis can establish why particular problems arise and focus attention on the key areas for improvement. To take a simple example, let's imagine that you are running a book publishing RM and that your typesetting costs are 30% above budget. Your product manager tells you that there are 1001 reasons for the overrun. Sometimes the authors are late with the manuscript. Sometimes the proofreaders or index compilers take longer than planned. In many cases, the book is longer than planned. The charts and other GURs often need correction, and there are many other special causes. One thing you can do is to take a particular time period, say 3 months, and carefully monitor the causes of all the typesetting cost overruns. You should record the main reason for each overrun and also the natural cost penalty involved. Figure 32 displays the causes in a table, ranking the most frequent cause at the top and so on. Figure 32 causes a publisher's typesetting overruns. Figure 33 converts this information to an 80-20 chart. To construct this, make the causes bars in descending order of importance. Put the number of causes per bar on the left hand vertical axis and put the cumulative percentage of causes on the right-hand vertical axis on the right-hand vertical axis. This is easily done and the visual summary of the data is quite powerful. Figure 33 80-20 chart of causes of publishers' typesetting overruns. We can see from figure 33 that 3 of the 15 problems, exactly 20% because nearly 80% of the overruns, the cumulative line attends out quickly after the rest v causes, telling you that you are reaching the trivial mini causes. The major 3 causes all relate to authors. The publishing house could solve this problem by writing into authors' contracts a clause making them liable for any extra typesetting costs caused by their being late or making too many corrections. A minor change like this would eliminate over 80% of the problem. Sometimes it is more useful to draw an 80-20 chart on the basis of the natural impact of the problem, or opportunity, rather than the number of causes. The method is exactly the same. Compare performance. The 80-20 principle states that there always are a few high productivity areas and many low productivity ones. All of the most active cost reduction techniques of the past 30 years have used this insight, often with conscious acknowledgement to the 80-20 principle. To compare performance, the onus is placed on the majority of laggards to improve performance to the level of the best, sometimes taking the 90th percentile, sometimes the 75th, usually within this range, or else to retire gracefully from the L. This is not the place to give chapter and verse on cost reduction value, improvement techniques such as benchmarking, best demonstrated practice, or re-engineering. All of these are systematic expansions of the 80-20 principle, and all if, a big if, pursued relentlessly can raise value to customers by tremendous amounts. Too often, however, these techniques become the latest evanescent management fad or self-contained program. They stand a much greater chance of success if placed within the context of the very simple 80-20 principle that should drive all radical action. A minority of business activity is useful. The value delivered to customers is rarely measured and always unequal. Great leaps forward require measurement and comparison of the value delivered to customers and what they will pay for it. Conclusion: simplicity power. Because business is wasteful, and because complexity and waste feed on each other, a simple business will always be better than a complex business. Because scale is normally valuable for any given level of complexity, it is better to have a larger business. The large and simple business is the best. The way to create something great is to create something simple. Anyone who is serious about delivering better value to customers can easily do so by reducing complexity. Any large business is stewed full of passengers, unprotable products, processes, suppliers, customers, and, heaviest of all, managers. The passengers obstruct the evolution of commerce. Progress requires simplicity, and simplicity requires ruthlessness. This helps to explain why simple is as rare as it is beautiful. Chapter 6. Hooking the right customers. Those who analyze the reasons for their success know the 80-20 rule applies. 80% of their growth, profitability, and satisfaction comes from 20% of the clients. At a minimum, Hermeses should identify the top 20% to get a clear picture of desirable prospects for future growth. Vin Manak Talawon. The 80-20 principle is essential for doing the right kind of selling and marketing, and for relating this to any organization's overall strategy, including the whole process of producing and delivering goods and services. We will show how to use the 80-20 principle in this way. But wrist, we have an obligation to clear away a lot of pseudo-intellectual undergrowth about industrialization and marketing. For example, it is often said that we live in a post-industrial world, that errands should not be production-led, that they should be marketing-led and customer-centered. These are, at best, half-truths. A short historical excursion is necessary to explain why. In the beginning, most arms concentrated on their markets, their important customers, with little or no thought. Marketing as a separate function or activity was not necessary, yet the small business made sure that it looked after its customers. Then came the Industrial Revolution, which created big business, specialization, Adam Smith's pin factory, and eventually the production line. The natural tendency of big business was to subordinate customer needs to the exigencies of low-cost mass production. Henry Ford famously said that customers could have his Model T in any color, as long as it's black. Until the late 1950s, big business everywhere was overwhelmingly production-led. It is easy for the sophisticated marketeer or business person today to sneer at the primitiveness of the production-led approach. In fact, the Fordist approach was plainly the right one for its time. The mission to simplify goods and lower their cost while making them more attractive is the foundation for today's wealthy consumer society. Products from the low-cost factory progressively made goods in higher and higher categories available, or, in the ghastly phrase, affordable, to consumers previously excluded from the market. The creation of a mass market also created spending power that had not previously existed, leading to a virtuous circle of lower-cost production, higher consumption, greater employment, higher purchasing power, greater unit volumes, lower unit costs, higher consumption, and so on in a progressive, if not unbroken, upward spiral. Viewed in this light, Henry Ford was not a production-driven troglodyte. He was a creative genius who did signal service to ordinary citizens. In 1909, he said that his mission was to democratize the automobile. At the time, the goal was laughable. Only rich people had cars. But, of course, the mass-produced model, EAT, provided at a fraction of the cost of earlier cars, set the ball rolling. For good and ill, and on the whole much more good than ill, we enjoy the horn of plenty too provided by the Fordist world. Mass industrialization and innovation did not stop with automobiles. Many products, from refrigerators to the Sony Walkman or the CD-ROM, could not have been commissioned as a result of market research. Nobody in the 19th century would have wanted frozen food, because there were no freezers to keep it in. All the great breakthroughs from the invention of and the wheel onward have been triumphs of production, which then created their own market. And it is nonsense to say that we live in a post-industrial world. Services are now being industrialized in the same way that physical products were in the so-called industrial era. Retailing, agriculture, hour production, language, entertainment, teaching, cleaning, hotel provision, and even the art of restauranteering. All these used to be exclusively the province of individual service providers, non-industrializable and non-exportable. Now all these areas are being rapidly industrialized and in some cases globalized. 3. The 1960s rediscovered marketing and the 1990s rediscovered customers. The success of the production-driven approach, with the focus on making the product, expanding production, and driving down costs, eventually highlighted the approach's own deficiency. In the early 1960s, business school professors like Theodore Leavitt told managers to be marketing-led. His legendary Harvard Business Review article in 1960 called Marketing Myopia encouraged industry to be customer satisfying rather than goods producing. The new gospel was electric. Business people fell over themselves to win the hearts and minds of customers. A relatively new branch of business studies, market research, was vastly expanded in order to discover which new products customers wanted. Marketing became the hot topic at business schools, and marketing executives ousted those from production backgrounds as the new generation of CEOs. The mass market was dead. Product and customer segmentation became the watchwords of the wise. More recently, in the 1980s and 1990s, customer satisfaction, customer-centeredness, customer delight, and customer obsession have become the stated goals of most enlightened and successful corporations. The customer-led approach is both right and dangerous. It is absolutely right to be marketing-led and customer-centered, but it can also have dangerous and potentially lethal side effects. If the product range is extended into too many new areas, or if the obsession with customers leads to recruiting more and more marginal consumers, unit costs will rise and returns fall. With additional product range, overhead costs rise sharply as a result of the cost of complexity. Factory costs are now so low that they comprise only a small part of ARM's value added, typically less than 10% of a product selling price. The vast majority of ARM's costs lie outside the factory. These costs can be penal if the product range is too large. Similarly, chasing too many customers can escalate marketing and selling costs, lead to higher logistical costs, and very often, most dangerously of all, permanently lower prevailing selling prices, not just for the new customers, for the old ones too. The 80-20 principle is essential here. It can provide a synthesis of the production-led and marketing-led approaches so that you concentrate only on protable marketing and protable customer-centeredness, as opposed to the unprotable customer-centeredness very evident today. The 80-20 marketing gospel. The markets and customers on which any ARM should be centered must be the right ones, typically a small minority of those that the company currently owns. The conventional wisdom on being marketing-led and customer-centered is typically only 20% correct. There are 3 golden rules. EAET marketing, and the whole ARM should focus on providing a stunning product and service in 20% of the existing product line. That small part generating 80% of fully costed products. Marketing and the whole ARM should devote extraordinary endeavor toward delighting, keeping forever, and expanding the sales to the 20% of customers who provide 80% of the ARM's sales in our products. There is no real connect between production and marketing. You will only be successful in marketing if what you are marketing is diorant and, for your target customers, either unobtainable elsewhere or provided by you in a product service price package that is much better value than is obtainable elsewhere. These conditions are unlikely to apply in more than 20% of your current product line, and you are likely to obtain more than 80% of your true products from this 20%. And if these conditions apply in almost none of your product lines, your only hope is to innovate. At this stage, the creative marketeer must become product-led. All innovation is necessarily product-led. You cannot innovate without a new product or service. Be marketing-led in the few right products market segments. Products accounting for 20% of your revenues are likely to comprise 80% of your products once you take into account all the costs, including overheads, associated with each product. It is even more likely that 20% of your products account for 80% of your products. Bill Roch, the cosmetics buyer for Raleigh's, a retailer in Sacramento, California, said, 80% of your product comes from 20 of the products. The question for a retailer is, how much of the 80 can you afford to eliminate without the risk of losing stature in cosmetics? Ask the cosmetics franchisors and they say it'll hurt. Ask the retailers and they'll say you can cut some. 4. The logical thing to do is to expand the area devoted to the 20% of most pro-table and best-selling lipsticks and to delist some of the slowest-selling products. Major promotion can then be undertaken in store on the most pro-table 20% in cooperation with the suppliers of these top products. Note that there are always apparently good reasons trotted out as to why you need the unprotable 80% of products. In this case, the fear of losing stature by having a smaller product line. Excuses like this rest on the strange view that shoppers like to see a lot of products they have no intention of buying, which distracts attention from the product they like to buy. Whenever this has been put to the test, the answer in 99% of cases is that delisting marginal products boosts PROTs while not harming customer perceptions one iota. A company making automobile appearance products, waxes, polishes, and other car cleaning accessories marketed its products through car washes. In theory, this was logical since car wash owners would make incremental PROTs through each sale of appearance products simply by putting them on display in space that would otherwise serve no useful function. The idea was that they would give the products premium or space and make an EORT to sell them. But when the auto appearance product business was sold and new management conducted a comprehensive sales analysis, they found that the classic 80-20 rule applied. Meaning 80% of the company's revenues were generated at 20% of its retail sites. 5 when the new CEO turned up at 50 car washes generating minimal sales. He found his display hidden away in corners or other poor locations, allowing them to be mistreated and often badly understocked. The CEO harangued the owners of the car washes not selling many of his product. He told them to pull their socks up and manage their point of sale displays properly. This didn't work. Instead, he should have concentrated on the best 20% of car washes. What were they doing, right? Could they do more of it? What did they have in common? How could more such outlets be found? As the successful outlets were owned by large, professionally run chains, he should have cultivated these outlets rather than trying to improve the performance of the sole proprietor sites. Be customer-centered for the few right customers. Important as focus on the few best products is, it is much less important than focusing on the few best customers. Many successful marketing professionals have learned this lesson. A few cases may be cited. In telecoms, direct your attention where the real threat of competition exists. In most instances, the 80-20 rule still applies. 80 of the revenue comes from 20 of the customers. Know who the top revenue-producing customers are and make sure you meet their needs. 6. In contract management, remember the old 80-20 rule? Keep in closest contact with the 20% of your clients who give you 80% of your business. Every Sunday evening, go through contract management lesson, jot a note, send a card, or make a note to call anyone you haven't had contact with for too long. 7. Since 1994, American Express has conducted many campaigns to strengthen its franchise with the merchants and their customers who generate the highest volume of Amex sales. Carlos Vieira, Director of Sales for American Express in South Florida, explains, "It's the old 80-20 rule. The bulk of your business comes from 20% of your market. This campaign is more of a PR campaign to get people to dine out more." 8. Successful marketing is all about a focus on the relatively small number of customers who are the most active in consuming your product or service. A few customers buy a great deal while a great number buy very little. The latter can be ignored. It is the core customer group that matters, those that consume heavily and frequently. For example, M's Broadcasting, which owns WK and Works radio stations, has conducted successful marketing campaigns focused exclusively on its core audiences to increase the time they spend listening. Instead of spending 12 hours a week with their favorite radio station, they're now spending 25 hours a week with it. We focus on the 80-20 rule of consumption with all of our stations. We get every single one of the listeners in our target audience and milk every single quarter. How are we out? Of them, 9. Focusing on 20% of your customers is a great deal easier than focusing on 100% of them. Being customer-centered on all of your customers is pretty nigh impossible. But cherishing the core 20% is both feasible and highly rewarding. 4 steps to lock in your core customers. You cannot target the key 20% until you know who they are. Firms with a niche customer base can work this out individual customer by individual customer. Firms selling to tens of thousands or millions of consumers need to know who their key customers are. These might be channels of distribution and also the role of the heavy and frequent consumer. Second, you need to provide quite exceptional or even outrageous service to them. To create a super insurance agency of the future, advises consultant Dan Sullivan, you'd build 20 relationships and cover them like a run with service. Not regular service, not regular service, not good service. You'd anticipate their needs when you could, and you'd rush like a SWAT team when they asked you for anything else. And the real key is to provide surprising service above and beyond the call of duty and quite out of line with prevailing industry standards. This may have a short-term cost, but it will have a long-term reward. Third, target new products and services at the core 20% of customers, developing them solely for and with this group. In seeking to gain market share, try above all to sell more to your existing core customer. This is not generally a matter of sheer selling skills, nor is it largely a matter of selling more of existing products to them, although frequent. Buyer programs nearly always give a high return and raise both short and long-term profits. But much more important still is developing improvements to existing products or developing totally new products that are wanted by and, if possible, developed in liaison with your core customers. Innovation should be grounded in the relationship with this group. Finally, you should aim to keep your core customers forever. Your core customers are money in the bank. If any of them drops out, your profitability will soar. It follows that quite extraordinary efforts to keep your core customers that look as though they are depressing profitability are bound to enhance it substantially over any meaningful time period. Exceptional service may even help short-term profits by encouraging core customers to buy more. But profitability is only a scorecard providing an the fact measure of a business's health. The real measure of a healthy business lies in the strength, depth, and length of its relationship with its core customers. Customer loyalty is the basic fact that drives profitability in any case. If you start to lose core customers, the business is crumbling beneath your feet, whatever you do to dress up short-term earnings. If core customers are deserting, sell the business as fast as you can, or the management. Yourself if you are the boss, and take whatever drastic steps are necessary to win the core customers back, or at least stop the attrition. Conversely, if the core customers are happy, the long-term expansion of the business is assured. Serving the core 20% of customers must be a company-wide obsession. Only a focus on the key 20% of customers can make marketing a RARM central process. We started this section by looking at the shift from being production-led to being marketing-led. We then observed that the so-called excesses of the marketing approach were a result of focusing on 100% rather than 20% of customers. For the key 20% of customers, no excess can possibly be excessive enough. You can spend up to the limits of your cash and your energy and know that you will obtain an excellent return. Your organization cannot be centered on 100% of its customers. It can be centered on 20%, on 20%. To be centered on these is the main job of any marketing person. But this type of marketing is also the main job of everyone in the arm. The customer will see and judge by the efforts of everyone in their arm, seen and unseen. In this sense, the 80-20 principle breaks new ground. It is central to marketing. It makes marketing central to the arm, but it also makes marketing the job of everyone in any organization. And marketing, for all the organization's members, must mean providing ever higher levels of delight for the key 20% of its customers. Selling. Sales is marketing's close cousin, the frontline activity to communicate to and, at least as important, to listen to customers. 80-20 thinking, as we will see next, is just as crucial for sales as for marketing. The key to superior sales performance is to stop thinking averages and start thinking 80-20. Average sales performance is very misleading. Some salespeople earn over $100,000 per annum, while a large minority barely beat the minimum wage. Average performance means little to these people or to their employers. Take any sales force and perform an 80-20 analysis. It is odds-on that you will have an unbalanced relationship between sales and salespeople. Most studies, and that the top 20% of salespeople generate between 70 and 80% of sales. 11. For those who do not realize the prevalence of 80-20 relationships in life, this is a pretty remarkable result. But for anyone in business, it holds an important key to raising profits in short order. In the short term, profits are tied to sales more closely than to any other variable. Why does the 80-20 principle apply to sales, and what can we do about it? There are two sets of reasons why sales per salesperson vary so much. The rest set relates to pure sales force performance issues. The second to structural issues of customer focus. Salesperson performance. Salesperson performance. Suppose that your analysis duplicates one recent example and you know that 20% of your sales personnel are generating 73% of your sales. What should you do about it? One obvious but often neglected imperative is to hang on to the high performers. You shouldn't follow the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't exits. If it ain't broke, make damn sure it doesn't break. The next best thing to staying close to your customers is to stay close to the top salespeople. Keep them happy. This cannot be done solely with cash. Next, hire more of the same type of salesperson. This does not necessarily mean people with the same qualifications. Personality and attitude can be much more important. Put your sales superstars in a room together and work out what they have in common. Better still, ask them to help you hire more people like them. Third, try to identify when the top salespeople sell the most and what they did differently then. The 80-20 principle applies to time as well as to people. 80% of sales by each of your salespeople were probably generated in 20% of their work time. Try to identify so-called lucky streaks and why they happen. One commentator makes the point well. If you're in sales, think back to the best streak you ever had. What did you do differently that week? I don't know if ball players or salespeople are more superstitious, but the successful ones in each field tend to look at the conditions that were present when they were on a hot streak and try not to change them. Unlike a ball player, however, if you're in sales and you're on a hot streak, change your underwear. 12. Fourth, get everyone to adopt the methods that have the highest ratio of output to input. Sometimes it's advertising, sometimes personal sales visits, sometimes focused mail shots, sometimes it's making telephone calls. Do more of what makes best use of time and money. You could decide to analyze this, but it may be quicker and cheaper simply to observe how the top salespeople spend their time. Fifth, switch a successful team from one area with an unsuccessful team from another area. Do this as a genuine experiment. You will soon know whether the good team can beat the structural difficulties or vice versa. If the good team cracks the problem in the previously difficult area, but the other team is foundering, ask the former team what to do. The answer may lie in splitting the team so that some are left in each area. Recently, a client of mine had terrific success in international sales, but the domestic team was demotivated and losing market share. I suggested switching teams. The CEO demurred because the export team had language talents that would be wasted in domestic sales. Eventually, he agreed to release one of the international team, read the sales director of domestic, and put the young man from international in charge. Suddenly, the previously unstoppable loss of market share was reversed. Not all such stories will have a happy ending, but in sales it is generally true that nothing fails like failure and vice versa. Finally, what about Salesforce training? Is it worth investing in training the lower 80 of the sales force to enhance their performance levels? Or is it a waste of time because so many of them are destined to wash out, regardless of training? 13 is on any issue. Ask yourself what answer the 80-20 principle implies. My answer: only train those who you are reasonably sure plan to stick around with you for several years. Get those who are the best salespeople to train them, rewarding the sales superstars according to the subsequent performance of their trainee. Invest the most training in those who perform best after the rest series of training. Take the best 20% of the trainees and invest 80% of the training yard in them. Stop training the bottom 50% unless it is clear that you are obtaining a good payback, even on this yard. Many Salesforce performance differentials do derive from pure selling skill, but many do not. These structural factors can also be looked at in 80-20 terms. Selling is not just having good sales techniques. 80-20 analysis can identify structural reasons that reach far beyond individual competence. These structural factors are often much easier to address and even more rewarding than dealing with individual merit. A great deal often depends on the products being sold and the customers being served and the customers being served. Look at the sales force. For example, that 20% of our salespeople are generating 73% of our sales. We know that 16% of our products are accounting for 80% of sales. Also, 22% of our customers are producing 77% of our sales. Looking further at our sales force, we know that Black has 100 active accounts. 20 of these produce about 80% of Black sales. Green covers 100 counties, and we know that 80% of our customers are concentrated in only 24 counties. White sells 30 deodorant products. 6 account for 81% of our sales. 14. We have already highlighted the 80-20 principles application to products and customers in the section on marketing. Those in charge of sales forces should therefore focus every salesperson's efforts on the 20% of products that generate 80% of sales. Make sure that the most pro-table products attract 4 times the credit that an equivalent dollar of less pro-table products does. The sales force should be rewarded for selling the most profitable products, not the least profitable. Focus salespeople on the 20% of customers who generate 80% of sales and 80% of prots. Teach the sales force to rank their customers by sales and prots. Insist that they spend 80% of their time on the best 20% of customers, even if they have to neglect some of the less important customers. Spending more time with the minority of high-volume customers should result in higher sales to them. If opportunities to sell more existing products have been exhausted, the sales force should concentrate on providing superior service so that existing business will be protected, and on identifying new products that the core customers want. Organize the highest volume and prod accounts under one salesperson or team, regardless of geography. Have more national accounts and fewer regional ones. National accounts used to be conned to arms where one buyer had responsibility for purchasing all of one product, regardless of the location to which it went. Here it is, plainly sensible to have an important buyer marked by a senior national sales executive. But increasingly, large accounts should be treated as national accounts and served by a dedicated person or team, even where there are many local buying points. Rich Chiarello, Senior Vice President of U.S. Sales at Computer Associates International, comments, "Out of the top 20% of organizations, I'm going to get 80% of my revenue. I'm going to treat those companies as national accounts. I don't care if a rep eyes all over the country. He's going to own the account. And we're going to identify everyone in that organization and put a plan in place to sell them our product. Lower costs and use the telephone for less important accounts." A frequent complaint of sales forces is that downsizing or spending more time on large accounts can result in some sales territories having twice as many accounts as can reasonably be covered. One solution is to drop some accounts, but this should only be done as a last resort. A better solution very often is to centralize the 80% of smaller accounts and provide a telephone selling and ordering service. This can provide a more efficient service much more cheaply than is possible by face-to-face selling. Finally, get the sales force to revisit old customers who have provided good business in the past. This can mean knocking on old doors or calling old phone numbers. This is an amazingly successful sales technique, amazingly neglected. An old soda-sized customer is very likely to buy from you again. Bill Bain, the founder of strategic consultants, Bain's company, used to sell Bibles door to door in the Deep South. He tells of a lean spell, trudging from door to door and making no new sales before he had a blinding glimpse of the obvious. He went back to the last customer who had bought a Bible and sold her another one. Another man following the same technique is one of the top real estate brokers in the United States, Nicholas Barzan, A.A., Romanian immigrant. He wins over $1 million of personal commissions each year, and over a third of these come from repeat customers. Mr. Barzan literally knocks on old doors and asks the homeowners, who were clients of his, if they're ready to sell. Making use of these 80-20 structural nuances can turn mediocre salespeople into good ones and good ones and good ones into superstars. The impact of a better sales force on a ROM's bottom line is immediate. Even more important is the longer-term impact on market share and customer delight of a sales force pulsating with energy and confidence, determined to deliver the best to the core customer group, but still able to listen to what they really want. The vital few customers. Some customers are vital. Most are not. Some sales eords are wonderfully productive. Most are inascent. Some will lose you money. Channel marketing and sales eord, where you can owe a minority of potential customers something that is unique, better, or much better value than they can obtain elsewhere, provided that you can make higher profits in the process. Any successful enterprise draws its success from this simple and simplifying principle. Chapter 7. The top 10 business uses of the 80-20 principle. The versatility of the 80-20 principle is legion. It can be used in almost any area of function to direct strategic and financial improvement. Therefore, my top 10 applications of the 80-20 principle, shown in Figure 34, inevitably represent an arbitrary choice. In compiling the list, I took into account the extent to which, historically, the business world has already used the 80-20 principle, and also my own opinion of its potential and underexploited value. Previous chapters have already covered my top 6 uses: strategy in chapters 4 and 5, quality and information technology in chapter 3, cost reduction and service improvement in chapter 5, and marketing and sales in chapter 6. The current chapter provides a summary of the other 4 applications of the 80-20 principle in my hit parade. Figure 34. The top 10 business applications of the 80-20 principle: decision-making and analysis. Business requires decisions, frequent, fast, and often without much idea whether they are right or wrong. Since 1950, business has increasingly been blessed, or if you prefer plagued, by management scientists and analytical managers incubated in business schools, accounting rams, and consultancies, who can bring analysis usually linked to extensive and expensive data gathering to bear on any issue. Analysis has probably been the greatest U.S. growth industry of all in the past half-century, and analysis has been instrumental in some of the greatest U.S. triumphs, such as the moon landing and the incredible accuracy of bombing in the Gulf War. Anglo-Saxon big business has taken analysis too far. But analysis has had its darker side. The escalation of corporate stars that are only now being properly dismantled. The infatuation with the latest fads peddled by highly numeric consultants. The stock market's obsession with ever more sophisticated analysis of near-term earnings, despite the fact that these capture only a small part of what a company is really worth, and the withdrawal of intuitive condense from the forefront of so much of business. The latter has led not just to the pervasive reality behind the cliché of analysis paralysis, but also to a change for the worse in those who head the West's great corporations. Analysis has driven out vision, just as analysts have driven out visionaries from the CEO suite. In short, you can have too much of a good thing, and there is no doubt that the United States and Great Britain exhibit a strange misallocation of analysis. The private sector has far too much, and the public sector far too little. Our large corporations need much less, but much more useful analysis. The 80-20 principle is analytical, but puts analysis in its place. Remember the main tenets of the 80-20 principle, the doctrine of the vital few and the trivial many. There are only a few things that ever produce important results. Most eorts do not realize their intended results. What you see is generally not what you get. There are subterranean forces at work. It is usually too complicated and too wearisome to work out what is happening, and it is also unnecessary. All you need to know is whether something is working or not and change the mix until it is. Then keep the mix constant until it stops working. Most good events happen because of a small minority of highly productive forces. Most bad things happen because of a small minority of highly destructive forces. Most activity, en masse and individually, is a waste of time. It will not contribute materially to desired results. 5 rules for decision-making with the 80-20 principle. Rule 1 says that not many decisions are very important. Before deciding anything, picture yourself with 2 trays in front of you. Like the dreaded in and out trays on a desk, one marked important decisions and one unimportant decisions. Mentally sort the decisions, remembering that only 1 in 20 is likely to fall into the important decision box. Do not agonize over the unimportant decisions, and above all, don't conduct expensive and time-consuming analysis. If possible, delegate them all. If you can't, decide which decision has a probability of 51% of being correct. If you can't decide that quickly, toss a coin. Rule 2 arms that the most important decisions are often those made only by default, because turning points have come and gone without being recognized. For example, your chief moneymakers leave because you have not been close enough to them to notice their disaction or correct it. Or your competitors develop a new product, as competitors to IBM did with the PSE, that you think is wrongly conceived and will never catch on. Or you lose a leading market share position without realizing it, because the channels of distribution change. Or you invent a great new product and enjoy a modest success with it, but someone else comes along and makes billions out of a look-alike rolled out like crazy. Or the nerd working for you in ART-ups and founds Microsoft. When this happens, no amount of data gathering and analysis will help you realize the problem or opportunity. What you need are intuition and insight. To ask the right questions rather than getting the right answers to the wrong questions. The only way to stand a reasonable chance of noticing critical turning points is to stand above all your data and analysis for 1 day a month and ask questions like, what uncharted problems and opportunities that could potentially have tremendous consequences are mounting up without my noticing? What is working well when it shouldn't, or at least was not intended to? What are we unintentionally providing to customers that for some reason they seem to appreciate greatly? Is there something going badly astray where we think we know why, but where we might be totally wrong? I sense something important is always happening underneath the surface without anyone noticing it. What could it be this time? The third rule of 80-20 decision-making is for important decisions. Gather 80% of the data and perform 80% of the relevant analyses and the rest 20% of the time available. Then make a decision 100% of the time available. Then make a decision 100% of the time and act decisively as if you were 100% confident that the decision is right. If it helps you to remember, call this the 80-20-100-100 rule of decision-making. Fourth, if what you have decided isn't working, change your mind early rather than late. The market in its broadest sense, what works in practice, is a much more reliable indicator than tons of analysis. So don't be afraid to experiment and don't persevere with losing solutions. Do not to the market. Finally, when something is working well, double and redouble your bets. You may not know why it's working so well, but push as hard as you can while the forces of the universe are bending your way. Venture capitalists know this. Most of the investments in their portfolio fail to meet their expectations, but they are redeemed by a few superstar investments that succeed beyond everyone's wildest dreams. When a business keeps performing below its budgets, you may be sure you have a dog. When a business consistently outperforms expectations, there is at least a good chance that it can be multiplied by 10 or 100 times. In these circumstances, most people settle for modest growth. Those who seize the day become seriously rich. Inventory management, we saw in Chapter 5. That simplicity requires few products. Managing stock is another key discipline owing from the 80-20 principle. Good stock keeping following the 80-20 principle is vital to profits and cash. It is also an excellent check on whether a business is pursuing simplicity or complexity. Nearly all businesses have far too much stock, partly because they have too many products and partly because they have too many variants of each product. Stock is measured in stock, keeping units, SKUs, with 1 unit for each variant. Stock almost invariably follows some sort of 80-20 distribution. That is, around 80% of stock only accounts for 20% of volume or revenues. This means that slow-moving stock is very expensive and cash-guzzling to keep and probably involves product that is inherently unprofitable in any case. I can cite 2 recent examples of stock review. In one of them, upon analyzing the data, Pareto's 80-20 rule held close to true. 20% of the SKUs picked represented 75% of the daily volume. These picks were primarily full cases and typically required multiple cases per SKU. The remaining 80% of the SKUs represented only 25% of the daily volume. These picks amounted to only a few pieces per SKU per day one. The 20% was very profitable and the 80% unprofitable, and the 80%. Another case comes from a warehouse introducing an electronic system. Before doing so, it decided to see if it had the right stock in the rest place. A preliminary study showed that the 80-20 rule didn't, rather than 20% of the SKUs accounting for 80% of warehouse activity. Only 0.5%, just 144 SKUs, account for 70% of the activity. 2. Again, while I know nothing at all about the product, it is a safe bet that the top 0.5% of SKUs by volume are a great deal more profitable than the other 99. 5%. An example which is very important to me because correcting it made me a lot of money is that of Filofax. My partner at the time, Robin Field, takes up the story. While Filofax design and features had remained static in the late 1980s, the product line width had expanded beyond all control. The same basic binder was available in a bewildering variety of sizes and a huge assortment of, mainly exotic, skin. Name a creature and Filofax would have ordered several thousand binders made of its hide and proudly placed them in its catalog and in stock. I don't know what a kurung is, but I inherited an awful lot of its skin in 1990. Similarly, name a subject. Bridge, chess, photography, birdwatching, windsurfing, and Filofax would have commissioned several specialist inserts, had tens of thousands of them printed and put them in inventory. The result was, of course, not only a huge overhang of worthless stock, not only an administrative burden of vast complexity, but total confusion among our retailers. 3. Although good stock management is vital, there are only 4 key points to it. The most strategic point, cut down radically on your unprofitable product, has already been covered in Chapter 3. For any given number of products, you should cut down on the number of variants, starting with the slowest movers. Simply cut them out of the product range, as Filofax did. Do not listen to anyone who tells you that the slow movers are really needed. If this was so, they'd move much faster. Try to export the problem and cost of inventory management to other parts of the value-added chain, to your suppliers or to your customers. The ideal solution is for your stock never to come near your facility. With modern information technology, this is increasingly possible and can raise service standards while simultaneously cutting costs. Finally, if you must hold a certain amount of stock, there are many tactical ways to use the 80-20 principle to cut costs and speed up picking and packing. The 80-20 rule is reliable in many applications, meaning that about 80% of the activity involves only about 20% of the inventory. The areas divided by size and weight can now also be divided by size and weight, can now also be divided by part number into areas of high or low activity. In general, fast-moving items should be located as close to the shoulder-hip zone as possible to minimize operator movement and reduce fatigue. 4. Inventory management in the future. Despite its historical overtones of the brown coat and the dusty store, inventory management is a fast-moving and exciting area. Virtual inventory with online order processing is becoming widespread, lowering costs, but also improving service to distributors and customers. Innovators such as Baxter International's hospital supply business are having great success with customer intimate inventory systems. In all cases, progress is being driven by focus. Focus on the most important customers. Focus on a simple product line, simply tracked and simply delivered. The 80-20 principle is also alive and well in another increasingly important component of corporate value creation: project management. Project management. Management structures are being exposed as inadequate and worse. They usually destroy more value than they add. One way of destroying or circumventing structures so as to create value for valuable customers is the project. Many of the most energetic people in business, from chief executives down, do not really have a job. Rather, they pursue a number of projects. Project management is an odd task. On the one hand, a project involves a team. It is a cooperative and not a hierarchical arrangement. But on the other hand, the team members usually do not know fully what to do, because the project requires innovation and ad hoc arrangements. The art of the project manager is to focus all team members on the few things that really matter. Simplify the objective. First, simplify the task. A project is not a project. Almost invariably, a project is several projects. There may be a central theme in the project and a series of satellite concerns. Alternatively, there may be 3 or 4 themes wrapped up in the same project. Think of any project with which you are familiar, and you will see the point. Projects obey the law of organizational complexity. The greater the number of a project's aims, the effort to accomplish the project satisfactorily increases, not in proportion, but geometrically. 80% of the value of any project will come from 20% of its activities, and the other 80% will arise because of needless complexity. Therefore, do not start your project until you have stripped it down to one simple aim. Jettison the baggage. Impose an impossible timescale. This will ensure that the project team does only the really high-value tasks. Faced with an impossible timescale, project members will identify and implement the 20% of the requirement that delivers 80% of the benet. Again, it is the inclusion of the nice to have features that turn potentially sound projects into looming catastrophes. 5. Impose stretch targets. Desperate situations inspire creative solutions. Ask for a prototype in 4 weeks. Demand a live pilot in 3 months. This will force the development team to apply the 80-20 rule and really make it work. Take calculated risks. 6. Plan before you act. The shorter the time allowed for a project, the greater proportion of time that should be allowed for its detailed planning and thinking through. When I was a partner at Management Consultants Baines Company, we proved conclusively that the best managed projects we undertook, those that had the highest client and consultant satisfaction, the least wasted time, and the highest margins, were those where there was the greatest ratio of planning time to execution time. In the planning phase, write down all the critical issues that you're trying to resolve. If there are more than 7 of these, bump at the least important. Construct hypotheses on what the answers are, even if these are pure guesswork, but take your best guesses. Work out what information needs to be gathered or processes need to be completed to resolve whether you are right or not with your guesses. Decide who is to do what and when. Replan after short intervals based on your new knowledge and any divergences from your previous guesses. Design before you implement, particularly if the project involves designing a product or service. Ensure you have the best possible answer in the design phase before you start implementation. Another 80-20 rule says that 20% of the problems with any design project cause 80% of the costs or overruns, and that 80% of these critical problems arise in the design phase and are hugely expensive to correct later, requiring massive rework, massive rework, and in some cases retooling. Negotiation. Negotiation completes my top 10 applications of the 80-20 principle in business. Not surprisingly, negotiation has been much studied. The 80-20 principle adds just 2 points, but they can be crucial. Few points in a negotiation really matter. 20% or fewer of the points at issue will comprise over 80% of the value of the disputed territory. You may think this will be obvious to both sides, but people like to win points, even completely unimportant ones. Similarly, they respond to concessions, even trivial ones. Therefore, build up a long list of spurious concerns and requirements early in a negotiation, making them seem as important to you as possible. These points must, however, be inherently unreasonable, or at least incapable of concession by the other party without real hurt. Otherwise, they will gain credit for being exible and conceding the points. Then, in the closing stages of the negotiation, you can concede the points that are unimportant to you in exchange for more than a fair share of the really important points. For instance, imagine that you are negotiating with a sole supplier for the prices on 100 parts of a key product you make. 80% of the cost of any product rests in 20% of the parts. You should only really be concerned about the prices of these 20 parts. But if you concede the asking price on the other 80 parts too early in the negotiation, you lose valuable bargaining chips. You should therefore construct reasons for the prices on some of the unimportant 80 parts being important to you, perhaps by exaggerating the number of units you're likely to consume. Don't peak too early. Second, it has often been observed that most negotiations go through a phony war and only get going in earnest when the deadline looms. It also seems true that on account of the incredible pressure that time can put on a negotiation, 80% of the concessions will occur in the last 20% of the time available. If demands are presented early on, neither side may be willing to yield, and the entire transaction can fall apart. But if additional demands or problems surface in the nail 20% of the time available for the negotiation, both sides will be more exible. 7. Impatient people don't make good negotiators. How to secure a pay raise. Ortan Skinner gives an intriguing example of how to exploit the 80-20 principle. 80% of concessions will be made in the last 20% of negotiating time. If your appointment to ask for a long overdue raise is scheduled for 9:00 a.m., and you know your supervisor has another appointment at 10:00, expect the critical moments to occur around 9:50. Pace yourself accordingly. Don't make your request too early to permit a gracious compromise on your supervisor's part. 8. Beyond the top 10. By now, you will have realized that the 80-20 principle cuts across whatever boxes we create. The insights derived from the living reality behind people, behind business, and behind the world in which business operates. The 80-20 principle is so pervasive because it is a reaction of deeper forces ruling our existence. It is time to draw these strands together. Chapter 8. The vital few give success to you. The 80-20 principle comprises radar and autopilot. The radar gives us insight. It helps us spot opportunities and dangers. The autopilot allows us to stroll around our business arena and talk to customers and anyone else who might matter, knowing that we are still in control of our destiny. The logic of the 80-20 principle requires us to grasp and internalize a few simple points. We can then easily think 80-20 and act 80-20 whatever we are doing. A few things are always much more important than most things. This is invariably true, yet default at risk to credit. Unless we have numbers or 80-20 thinking to guide us, most things always appear more important than the few things that are actually more important. Even if we accept the point in our minds, it is difficult to make the next hop to focused action. Keep the vital few in the forefront of your brain, and keep reviewing whether you are spending more time and effort on the vital few rather than the trivial many. Progress means moving resources from low-value to high-value uses. Like individual entrepreneurs, The free markets shift resources out of areas of lower productivity into areas of higher productivity and yield. But neither markets nor entrepreneurs, let alone today's overcomplex corporate or government bureaucracies, do this well enough. There is always a tail of waste, usually a very long tail, where 80% of resources are producing only 20% of value. This always creates arbitrage opportunities for genuine entrepreneurs. The scope for entrepreneurial arbitrage is always underestimated. A few people add most of the value. The best people, meaning the people best at what they're doing and doing the things that make the most money, generate enormous surpluses, usually far beyond what they're allowed to take out. Normally, there are very few such people. The majority add little more than they take out. A large minority, still often the majority, take out more than they contribute. This misallocation of resources is greatest in larger and more diversified corporations. Any large managed corporation is an organized conspiracy to misallocate rewards. The larger and more complex the arm, the greater the extent and success of the conspiracy. Those who work in corporations or have extensive dealings with them know that a few employees are priceless. They add value far beyond their cost. Many employees are passengers adding much less value than they cost. Some, perhaps 10–20% subtract value, even ignoring their compensation. There are many reasons for this happening. The difficulty of measuring true performance, the political skill or otherwise of executives, the difficulty to eradicate tendency to favor those whom we like, the ridiculous but prevalent idea that job role should count for as much or more than individual performance, and the sheer human tendency toward egalitarianism, often buttressed by the legitimate wish to foster teamworking, waste and idleness gravitate to where complexity and democracy meet. I recently advised the head of an investment bank on how to divide up his extremely large annual bonus pool. My client is an extremely rich, self-made businessman whose delight and source of success lie in spotting and exploiting market imperfection. He believes passionately in the market. He also knows that 2 people out of the hundreds in the bonus pool made more than 50% of the money in his division last year. In his line of business, it is easy to measure. But when I suggested giving more than half the total pool to these 2, he was aghast. Later on, we came to the case of one executive who we both knew was subtracting more value than he added, but who was both likable and an extremely astute politician within the bank. Why not cut his bonus to 0? I suggested. Again, my friend hadn't thought of that. Gee, Richard, I've already cut it to a quarter of what it was last year and I daren't go any further. Yet in this case, the executive should have been paying the bank to work there. Happily, the nettle was grasped. The bonus was set at 0. The executive has now moved to a job where he's adding some value. Accounting systems are the enemy of fair rewards because they are absolutely brilliant at obscuring where the money is really being made. This is why, human frailty apart, the imbalance between performance and reward is greater in large and complex arms than in small businesses. The entrepreneur with 4 employees knows who is making the organization money and how much without needing a divisional pit. The CEO of a large corporation needs to rely on misleading accounting data and the LTR provided by the head of human resources. Dread phrase. It is not surprising that in large arms the top performers get less than they should and the mass of mediocre managers end up with more than they deserve. Margins vary wildly. Margins between value and cost, between EORT and reward, are always highly variable. High margin activities constitute a small part of total activities, but a majority of total margins. If we didn't interfere with the natural allocation of resources, these imbalances would become even more marked. But we bury our heads in the sand. Accounting systems conveniently provide endless beaches specifically for this purpose, and refuse to acknowledge the reality that the majority of what we and our arms do is worth much less than the minority of high-margin activities. Resources are always misallocated. We give too many resources to low-margin activities and too few to high-margin activities. Yet despite our best endeavors, the high-margin activities continue to flourish and the subsidized activities fail to generate their own momentum. If resources are available because of the slack created by the high-margin activities, the low-margin activities will consume more and more resources while continuing to contribute little, zero, or negative surpluses for reinvestment. We are continually surprised at how well the best activities are doing and at how long it is taking for the problem areas to turn around. Usually, the latter never do. We nearly always take too long to realize this, and only the intervention of a new boss, a crisis, or a management consultant makes us do what we should have done long ago. Success is underrated and under-recognized. Success is undervalued, under-celebrated, and underexploited. Often it is dismissed as a lucky streak. But luck, like accidents, doesn't happen as often as we think. Luck is our word for success, which we cannot fathom. Behind luck, there is always a highly active mechanism, generating surpluses regardless of our failure to notice it. Because we cannot believe our luck, we fail to multiply and benate from value. Equilibrium is illusory. Nothing lasts forever, and nothing is ever in equilibrium. Innovation is the only constant. Innovation is always resisted and often retarded, but rarely extinguished. Successful innovation is hugely more productive than the status quo. It has to be to overcome it. Beyond a certain point, the momentum of active innovation becomes irresistible. Personal, corporate, and national success resides not in invention or even in creating the marketable innovation, but in spotting the point at which the innovation is about to become irresistible and then riding it for all it is worth. Change is necessary for survival. Constructive change requires insight into what is most active and a focus on that winning way. The biggest wins all start small. Finally, something big always comes from something which is small to start with. Small causes, small products, small worms, small markets, small systems. All of these are often the start of something big, yet they are rarely recognized as such. Our attention is usually on the mass of what already exists, not on the trend evident in small phenomena. We usually only notice something after it has already become big, when the growth is already decelerating. Fortunes are made by the very few who latch on to growth when it is still small and accelerating. Even those who are experiencing the growth rarely realize its significance or potential to make a fortune. Stop thinking 50-50. We need massive re-education to stop thinking 50-50 and start thinking 80-20. Below are some hints. Think skewness. Expect 20% to equal 80%. Expect 80% to equal 20%. Expect the unexpected. Expect 20% to lead to 80% and 80% to result in 20%. Expect everything. Your time, your organization, your market, and every person or business entity you come across to have quality 20%. Its essence, its power, its value, a small part with substantially all the goodness hidden away by the mass of mediocrity. Look for the powerful 20%. Look for the invisible 20% and the subterranean 20%. It's there, in it. Unexpected successes are one giveaway. If a business activity succeeds beyond expectations, that is a 20% activity, and it will have much further to run. Expect tomorrow's 20% to be direct to today's 20%. Where is the germ, the seed of tomorrow's 20%? Where are the 1% that will grow to 20% and be worth 80%? Where are the 3% that last year were 1%? Develop the facility for mentally blocking out the 80%. The easy answer, the obvious reality, the evident mass, the current incumbent, the conventional wisdom, the prevailing consensus. None of these is what it seems or worth its weight in the basest of base metals. These 80% are huge blots on the landscape, stopping you seeing the 20% beyond. Look around these ugly blots, look over them, look beneath them, look through them. However you do it, ignore them. Pretend they don't exist. Free up your vision for the elusive 20%. Psychologists tell us, however, that thought and attitudes can be changed by appropriate action as well as the other way around. The best way to start thinking 80-20 is to start acting 80-20, just as the best way to start acting 80-20 is to start thinking 80-20. You have to try them out in tandem. The bullets below contain hints on how to act 80-20. Whenever you spot a 20% activity, run to it, surround yourself with it, immerse yourself in it, patent it, make yourself its expert, worshiper, high priest, partner, creator, propagandist, and indispensable ally. Make the most of it. If the most appears to be more than you can imagine, multiply your imagination. Use whatever resources you have at your disposal, talent, money, friends, business allies, powers of persuasion, your credit, your organization, whatever you have or can purloin, to seize, magnify, and exploit any 20% you come across. Use alliances with other people extensively, but only ally yourself to 20% people and to the 20% of them that are powerful allies. Then seek to ally your alliance to other 20%ers in 20 percentages. Exploit 80-20 arbitrage. Whenever you can, move resources from 80% activities to 20% activities. The profit from this is enormous because it is highly leveraged arbitrage art. You use what is not very valuable to make something that is enormously valuable, winning at both ends of the exchange. There are two principal media of 80-20 arbitrage: people and money, or assets that are proxies for money or can be turned into money. Move 20% people, including yourself, away from 80% activities toward 20% activities. Move money from 80% activities to 20% activities. If possible and not too risky, use leverage, gearing, in the process. If you really are moving 80% to 20% activities, the risk is much lower than generally perceived. There are two forms of money leverage. One is borrowing. The other is using other people's money, oppen, as equity rather than debt. Optim used for 80% activities is addictive, dangerous, and risky. It ends in tears. Op used for 20% activities creates winners all round and, quite fairly, allows you to be the biggest winner. Innovate new 20% activities. Steal 20% ideas from elsewhere. Other people, other products, other industries, other intellectual spheres, other countries. Apply them in your own 20% backyard. Ruthlessly prune 80% activities. 80% time drives out 20% time. 80% allies hog space that should go to 20% allies. 80% assets deprive 20% activities of funds. 80% business relationships displace 20% ones. Being in 80% organizations or places stops you spending time in 20% ones. Living in an 80% place prevents you moving to a 20% one. Mental energy expended on 80% activities takes away from 20% projects. So, there we have it. Think 80-20 and act 80-20. Those who ignore the 80-20 principle are doomed to average returns. Those who use it must bear the burden of exceptional achievement. On to part 3. The 80-20 principle has proved its worth in business and in helping business to startling success in the West and in Asia. Even those who do not love business or know of the 80-20 principle have been touched by the progress made by the minority who do. Yet the 80-20 principle is a principle of life, not of business. It originated in academic economics. It works in business because it reeks the way the world works, not because there is something about business that particularly fits the 80-20 principle. In any situation, the 80-20 principle is either true or not true. Whenever it has been tested inside or outside the business arena, it works equally well. It is just that the principle has been tested far more often within the confines of business enterprise. It is high time to liberate the power of the 80-20 principle and use it beyond business. Business and the capitalist system are exciting and important parts of life, but they are basically procedures, the envelope of life, but not its contents. The most precious part of life lies in the inner and outer lives of individuals, in personal relationships, and in the interactions and values of society. Part 3 attempts to relate the 80-20 principle to our own lives, to achievement, and to happiness. Part 4 explores how the 80-20 principle is intrinsic to the advance of civilization, to progress in society. Parts 3 and 4 are more speculative and less proven than what we have covered thus far, but are potentially even more important. The reader is asked to collaborate in the expedition to the unknown that we are about to begin. Part 3. Work less, earn and enjoy more. Chapter 9. Being free. The 80-20 principle, like the truth, can make you free. You can work less. At the same time, you can earn and enjoy more. The only price is that you need to do some serious 80-10 thinking. This will yield a few key insights that, if you act on them, could change your life. And this can happen without the baggage of religion, ideology, or any other externally imposed view. The beauty of 80-20 thinking is that it is pragmatic and internally generated, centered around the individual. There is a slight catch. You must do the thinking. You must do the thinking. You must additionize and elaborate what is written here for your own purposes. But this shouldn't be too difficult. The insights from 80-20 thinking are few in number, but very powerful. Not all of them will apply to every reader, so if you and your experience differ, skip along until you meet the next insight that does resonate with your own position. Become an 80-20 thinker, starting with your own life. My ambition is not just to serve up insights from 80/20 thinking and have you tailor them to your own life. I am actually much more ambitious than that. I want you to lock onto the nature of 80/20 thinking so that you can develop your own insights, both particular and general, which have not crossed my mind. I want to enlist you in the army of 80/20 thinkers, multiplying the amount of 80/20 thinking let loose in the world. The common attributes of 80/20 thinking are that it is reactive, unconventional, hedonistic, strategic, and nonlinear, and that it combines extreme ambition in the sense of wanting to change things for the better with a relaxed and confident manner. It is also on the constant lookout for 80/20 type hypotheses and insights. Some explanation of these areas will provide a pointer to how to conduct 80/20 thinking, so you will know when you're on the right track. 80/20 thinking is reflective. The objective of 80/20 thinking is to generate action which will make sharp improvements in your life and that of others. Action of the type desired requires unusual insight. Insight requires reaction and introspection. Insight sometimes requires data gathering, and we will indulge gently in a little of this as it relates to your own life. Often, insight can be generated purely by reaction without the explicit need for information. The brain already has much more information than we can imagine. 80/20 thinking is different from the type of thinking which prevails today. The latter is usually rushed, opportunistic, linear, for example. X is good or bad. What caused it? N. Incrementalist. The predominant type of thinking in today's world is very closely allied to immediate action, and consequently is greatly impoverished. Action drives out thought. Our objective as 80/20 thinkers is to leave action behind. Do some quiet thinking, mine a few small pieces of precious insight, and then act, selectively, on a few objectives and a narrow front, decisively and impressively, to produce terrific results with as little energy and as few resources as possible. 80/20 thinking is unconventional. 80/20 thinking discovers where conventional wisdom is wrong, as it generally is. Progress springs from identifying the waste and suboptimality inherent in life, starting with our daily lives and then doing something about it. Conventional wisdom is no help here, except as a counterindicator. It is conventional wisdom that leads to the waste and suboptimality in the first place. The power of the 80/20 principle lies in doing things differently based on unconventional wisdom. This requires you to work out why most other people are doing things wrongly or to a fraction of their potential. If your insights are not unconventional, you're not thinking 80/20. 80/20 thinking is hedonistic. 80/20 thinking seeks pleasure. It believes that life is meant to be enjoyed. It believes that most achievement is a byproduct of interest, joy, and the desire for future happiness. This may not seem controversial, but most people do not do the simple things that would be conducive to their happiness, even when they know what they are. Most people fall into one or more of the following traps. They spend a lot of time with people they do not much like. They do jobs they are not enthusiastic about. They use up most of their free time, incidentally, an anti-hedonistic concept, on activities they do not greatly enjoy. The reverse is also true. They do not spend most time with the people they like most. They do not pursue the career they would most like. And they do not use most of their free time on the activities they enjoy most. They are not optimists, and even those who are optimists do not plan carefully to make their future lives better. All this is curious. One could say that it is the triumph of experience over hope, except that experience is a self-created construct that usually owes more to our perception of external reality than to objective external reality itself. It would be better to say that it is the triumph of guilt over joy, of genetics over intelligence, or predestination over choice, and in a very real sense, of death over life. Hedonism is often held to imply selfishness, a disregard for others, and a lack of ambition. All this is a smear. Hedonism is in fact a necessary condition for helping others and for achievement. It is very decultured and always wasteful to achieve something worthwhile without enjoying it. If more people were hedonistic, the world would be a better, and, in all senses, a richer place. 80/20 thinking believes in progress. There has been no consensus for the past 3,000 years on whether progress exists, whether the history of the universe and of mankind demonstrates a jagged upward path or something less hopeful. Against the idea of progress are Hesiod around 800 BCE, Plato 428–348 BCE. Aristotle 384, 322 CE. Seneca 4 BC, AD 54, Horace 65 8 B. C. St. Augustine AD 354–430, and most living philosophers and scientists. In favor of the idea of progress stand nearly all of the Enlightenment gears of the late 17th century and 18th century and 18th century, such as Fontenelle and Condorcet, and a majority of 19th century thinkers and scientists, including Darwin and Marx. Team captain for progress must be Edward Gibbon, 1737–94, the oddball historian who wrote in The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, "We cannot be certain to what height the human species may aspire in their advance toward perfection. We may therefore safely acquiesce in the pleasing conclusion that every age of the world has increased and still increases the real wealth, the happiness, the knowledge, and perhaps the virtue of the human race. Nowadays, of course, the evidence against progress is much stronger than in Gibbon's day. But so too is the evidence for progress. The debate can never be resolved empirically. Belief in progress has to be an act of faith. Progress is a duty. One, if we did not believe in the possibility of progress, we could never change the world for the better. Business understands this. On the whole, business, in alliance with science, has provided the greatest evidence for progress. Just as we have discovered that natural resources are not inexhaustible, business and science have come along and supplied new dimensions of unnatural inexhaustibility. Economic space, the microchip, new enabling technologies, too, but to be of greatest benate. Progress should not be conned to the worlds of science, technology, and business. We need to apply progress to the quality of our own lives, individually and collectively. 80-20 thinking is inherently optimistic because paradoxically, it reveals a state of affairs that is seriously below what it should be. Only 20% of resources really matter in terms of achievement. The rest, the large majority, are marking time, making token contributions to the overall e-work. Therefore, give more power to the 20%, get the 80% up to a reasonable level, and you can multiply the output. Progress takes you to a new and much higher level. But even at this level, there will still typically be an 80-20 distribution of inputs. So you can progress again to a much higher level. The progress of business and science vindicates the 80-20 principle. Construct a huge computer that can make calculations several times faster than any previous machine. Demand that the computer be made smaller, faster, and cheaper, several times smaller, faster, and cheaper. Repeat the process. Repeat it again. There is no end in sight to such progress. Now apply the same principle to other provinces of life. If we believe in progress, the 80-20 principle can help us to realize it. We may even end up proving Edward Gibbon right. Real wealth, happiness, knowledge, and perhaps virtue can be constantly increased. 80-20 thinking is strategic. To be strategic is to concentrate on what is important, on those few objectives that can give us a comparative advantage, on what is important to us rather than others, and to plan and execute the resulting plan with determination and steadfastness. 80-20 thinking is nonlinear. Traditional thinking is encased within a powerful but sometimes inaccurate and destructive mental model. It is linear. It believes that X leads to I, that I causes Z, and that B is the inevitable consequence of A. You made me unhappy because you were late. My poor schooling led to my dead-end job. I have been successful because I am very clever. Hitler caused the Second World War. My arm cannot grow because the industry is declining. Unemployment is the price we pay for low in nation. High taxes are necessary if we want to look after the poor, the sick, and the old, and so on. All of these are examples of linear thinking. Linear thinking is attractive because it is simple, cut, and dried. The trouble is that it is a poor description of the world and an even worse preparation for changing it. Scientists and historians have long ago abandoned linear thinking. Why should you cling to it? 80-20 thinking owes you a life raft. Nothing owes from one simple cause. Nothing is inevitable. Nothing is ever in equilibrium or unchangeable. No undesired state of affairs need endure. Nothing desirable need be unobtainable. Few people understand what is really causing anything, good or bad. Causes may be very influential without being particularly noticeable or even, yet, very extensive. The balance of circumstances can be shifted in a major way by a minor action. Only a few decisions really matter. Those that do matter a great deal. Choice can always be exercised. 80-20 thinking escapes from the linear, logic trap by appealing to experience, introspection, and imagination. If you are unhappy, do not worry about the proximate cause. Think about the times you have been happy and maneuver yourself into similar situations. If your career is going nowhere, do not tinker around at the edges seeking incremental improvements. A bigger okay, a more expensive car, a grander sounding title, fewer working hours, a more understanding boss. Think about the few, most important achievements that are yours in your whole life and seek more of the same, if necessary, switching jobs or even careers. Do not look for causes, especially not for causes of failure. Imagine and then create the circumstances that will make you both happy and productive. 80-20 thinking combines extreme ambition with a relaxed and confident manner. We have been conditioned to think that high ambition must go with thrusting hyperactivity, long hours, ruthlessness, the sacrifice both of self and others to the cause, and extreme business. In short, the rat race. We pay dearly for this association of ideas. The combination is neither desirable nor necessary. A much more attractive, and at least equally attainable, combination is that of extreme ambition with condensed relaxation and a civilized manner. This is the 80-20 ideal, but it rests on solid empirical foundations. Most great achievements are made through a combination of steady application and sudden insight. Think of Archimedes in his bath or Newton sitting under a tree being struck by an apple. The immensely important insights thus generated would not have happened if Archimedes had not been thinking about displacement or Newton about gravity. But neither would have occurred if Archimedes had been chained to his desk or Newton frenetically directing teams of scientists. Most of what any of us achieve in life, of any serious degree of value to ourselves and others, occurs in a very small proportion of our working lives. 80-20 thinking and observation make this perfectly clear. We have more than enough time. We demean ourselves, both by lack of ambition and by assuming that ambition is served by bustle and busyness. Achievement is driven by insight and selective action. The still, small voice of calm has a bigger place in our lives than we acknowledge. Insight comes when we are feeling relaxed and good about ourselves. Insight requires time. Insight requires time, despite conventional wisdom. Is there an abundance? 80-20 insights for individuals. The rest of Part 3 will explore 80-20 insights for your personal life, some of which can be sampled here as a taster. It only takes action on a few insights to improve greatly the quality of your life. 80% of achievement and happiness takes place in 20% of our time, and these peaks can be expanded greatly. Our lives are profoundly affected, for good and ill, by a few events and a few decisions. The few decisions are often taken by default rather than conscious choice. We let life happen to us rather than shaping our own lives. We can improve our lives dramatically by recognizing the turning points and making the decisions that will make us happy and productive. There are always a few key inputs to what happens, and they are often not the obvious ones. If the key causes can be identified and isolated, we can very often exert more influence on them than we think possible. Everyone can achieve something significant. The key is not but in the right thing to achieve. You are hugely more productive at some things than at others, but dilute the effectiveness of this by doing too many things where your comparative skill is nowhere near as great. There are always winners and losers, and always more of the latter. You can be a winner by choosing the right competition, the right team, and the right methods to win. You are more likely to win by rigging the odds in your favor, legitimately and fairly, than by striving to improve your performance. You are more likely to win again where you have won before. You are more likely to win when you are selective about the races you enter. But most of our failures are in races for which others enter us. Most of our successes come from races we ourselves want to enter. We fail to win most races because we enter too many of the wrong ones. They're races, not ours. Few people take objectives really seriously. They put average effort into too many things rather than superior thought and effort into a few important things. People who achieve the most are selective as well as determined. Most people spend most of their time on activities that are of low value to themselves and others. The 80-20 thinker escapes this trap and can achieve much more of the few higher value objectives without noticeably more effort. One of the most important decisions someone can make in life is their choice of allies. Almost nothing can be achieved without allies. Most people do not choose their allies carefully or even at all. The allies somehow arrived. This is a serious case of letting life happen to you. Most people have the wrong allies. Most also have too many and do not use them properly. 80-20 thinkers choose a few allies carefully and build the alliances carefully to achieve their specific objectives. An extreme case of carelessness with allies is picking the wrong significant other or life partner. Most people have too many friends and do not enjoy an appropriately selected and reinforced inner circle. Many people have the wrong life partners, and even more do not nurture the right life partner properly. Money used rightly can be a source of opportunity to shift to a better lifestyle. Few people know how to multiply money, but 80-20 thinkers should be able to do so. As long as money is subordinated to lifestyle and happiness, there's no harm in this ability. Few people spend enough time and thought cultivating their own happiness. They seek indirect goals, like money and promotion, that may be difficult to attain and will prove when they are attained to be extremely inefficient sources of happiness. Not only is happiness not money, it is not even like money not spent can be saved and invested and through the magic of compound interest multiplied. But happiness not spent today does not lead to happiness tomorrow. Happiness, like the mind, will atrophy if not exercised. 80-20 thinkers know what generates their happiness and pursue it consciously, cheerfully, and intelligently, using happiness today to build and multiply happiness tomorrow. Time is waiting in the wings. The best place to start 80-20 thinking about achievement and happiness is the subject of time. Our society's appreciation of the quality and role of time is very poor. Many people intuitively understand this, and several 100,000 busy executives have sought redemption in the form of time management. But these executives are just tinkering around the edges. Our whole attitude toward time needs to be transformed. We don't need time management. We need a time revolution. Chapter 10. Time Revolution. But at my back I always hear, time's winged chariot hurrying near, and yonder all before us lie, deserts of vast eternity. Andrew Marvellone. Almost everyone, whether ultra, busy, or ultra idle, needs a time revolution. It is not that we are short of time or even that we have too much of it. It is the way we treat time, even the way we think about it. That is the problem, and the opportunity. For those who have not experienced a time revolution, it is the fastest way to make a giant leap in both happiness and effectiveness. The 80-20 principle and time revolution. The 80-20 principle, when applied to our use of time, advances the following hypotheses. Most of any individual's significant achievements, most of the value someone adds in professional, intellectual, artistic, cultural, or athletic terms, is achieved in a minority of their time. There is a profound imbalance between what is created and the time taken to create it, whether the time is measured in days, weeks, months, years, or a lifetime. Similarly, most of an individual's happiness occurs during quite bounded periods of time. If happiness could be accurately measured, a large majority of it would register in a fairly small proportion of the total time, and this would apply during most periods, whether the period measured was a day, a week, a month, a year, or a lifetime. We could rephrase these two ideas with spurious precision but greater snappiness using 80-20 shorthand. 80% of achievement is attained in 20% of the time taken. Conversely, 80% of time spent leads to only 20% of time spent leads to only 20% of output value. 80% of happiness is experienced in 20% of life, and 80% of time contributes only 20% of happiness. Remember that these are hypotheses to be tested against your experience, not self-evident truths or the results of exhaustive research. Where the hypotheses are true, as they are in a majority of cases I have tested, they have four rather startling implications. Most of what we do is of low value. Some small fragments of our time are much more valuable than all the rest. If we can do anything about this, we should do something radical. There is no point tinkering around the edges or making our use of time a little more efficient. If we make good use of only 20% of our time, there is no shortage of it. Spend a few minutes or hours reacting on whether the 80-20 principle operates for you in each of these spheres. It doesn't matter what the exact percentages are, and in any case, it is almost impossible to measure them precisely. The key question is whether there is a major imbalance between the time spent on the one hand and achievement or happiness on the other. Does the most productive of your time lead to 4/5 of valuable results? Are 4/5 of your happiest times concentrated into 1/5 of your life? These are important questions and should not be answered glibly. It might be an idea to set this book aside and go for a walk. Don't come back until you have decided whether your use of time is unbalanced. The point is not to manage it. Your time better. If your use of time is unbalanced, a time revolution is required. You don't need to organize yourself better or alter your time allocation at the margins. You need to transform how you spend your time. You probably also need to change the way you think about time itself. What you need should not, however, be confused with time management. Time management originated in Denmark as a training device to help busy executives organize their time more actively. It has now become a $1 billion industry operating throughout the world. The key characteristic of the time management industry now is not so much the training, but more the sale of time managers. Executive personal organizers, both of the traditional paper-based type and now increasingly electronic. Time management also often comes with a strong evangelical pitch. The fastest growing corporation in the industry, Franklin, has deep Mormon roots, too. Time management is not a fad, since its users are usually highly appreciative of the systems used, and they generally say that their productivity has risen by 15–25% as a result. But time management aims to TEA quart into a pint jar. It is about speeding up. It is specifically aimed at business people pressured by too many demands on their time. The idea is that better planning of each tiny segment of the day will help executives act more efficiently. Time management also advocates the establishment of clear priorities to escape the tyranny of daily events that, although very urgent, may not be all that important. Time management implicitly assumes that we know what is and is not a good use of our time. If the 80-20 principle holds, this is not a safe assumption. In any case, if we knew what was important, we'd be doing it already. Time management often advises people to categorize their list of to-do activities into A, E, B, C, or D priorities. In practice, most people end up classifying 60–70% of their activities as A or B priorities. They conclude that what they are really short of is time. This is why they were interested in time management to start with, so they end up with better planning, longer working hours, greater earnestness, and usually greater frustration too. They become addicted to time management, but it doesn't fundamentally change what they do, or significantly lower their level of guilt that they are not doing enough. The name time management gives the game away. It implies that time can be managed more efficiently, that it is a valuable and scarce resource, and that we must dance to its tune. We must be parsimonious with time. Given half a chance, it will escape from us. Time lost, the time management evangelists say, can never be regained. We now live in an age of busyness. The long-predicted age of leisure is taking an age to arrive, except for the unemployed. We now have the absurd situation noted by Charles Handy III, that working hours for executives are growing. 60 hours a week are not unusual, at the same time as there is a worsening shortage of work to go round. Society is divided into those who have money, but no time to enjoy it, and those who have time but no money. The popularity of time management coexists with unprecedented anxiety about using time properly and having enough time to do one's job satisfactorily. 80-20 time heresy. The 80-20 principle overturns conventional wisdom about time. The implications of 80-20 time analysis are quite direct and, to those sewering from the conventional view of time, startlingly liberating. The 80-20 principle asserts the following: our current use of time is not rational. There is therefore no point in seeking marginal improvements in how we spend our time. We need to go back to the drawing board and overturn all our assumptions about time. There is no shortage of time. In fact, we are positively awash with it. We only make good use of 20% of our time. And for the most talented individuals, it is often tiny amounts of time that make all the difference. The 80-20 principle says that if we doubled our time on the top 20% of activities, we could work a 2-day week and achieve 60% more than now. This is light years away from the frenetic world of time management. The 80-20 principle treats time as a friend, not an enemy. Time gone is not time lost. Time will always come around again. This is why there are 7 days in a week, 12 months in a year, why the seasons come around again. Insight and value are likely to come from placing ourselves in a comfortable, relaxed, and collaborative position toward time. It is our use of time and not time itself. That is the enemy. The 80-20 principle says that we should act less. Action drives out thought. It is because we have so much time that we squander it. The most productive time on a project is usually the last 20%, simply because the work has to be completed before a deadline. Productivity on most projects could be doubled simply by having the amount of time for their completion. This is not evidence that time is in short supply. Time is the benign link between the past, present, and future. It is not shortage of time that should worry us, but the tendency for the majority of time to be spent in low-quality ways. Speeding up or being more efficient with our use of time will not help us. Indeed, such ways of thinking are more the problem than the solution. 80-20 thinking directs us to a more Eastern view of time. Time should not be seen as a sequence, running from left to right as in nearly all graphical representations that the culture of business has imposed on us. It is better to view time as a synchronizing and cyclical device, just as the inventors of the clock intended. Time keeps coming around, bringing with it the opportunity to learn, to deepen a few valued relationships, to produce a better product or outcome, and to add more value to life. We do not exist just in the present. We spring from the past and have a treasure trove of past associations. And our future, like our past, is already imminent in the present. A far better graphical representation of time in our lives than the left to right graph is a series of interlocked and ever larger and higher triangles, as shown in Figure 35. The act of thinking about time in this way is that it highlights the need to carry with us, through our lives, the most precious and valued 20% of what we have, our personalities, abilities, friendships, and even our physical assets, and ensure that they are nurtured, developed, extended, and deepened to increase our effectiveness, value, and happiness. This can only be done by having consistent and continuous relationships, founded on optimism that the future will be better than the present, because we can take and extend the best 20% from the past and the present to create that better future. Viewed in this way, the future is not a random movie that we are halfway through, aware of, and tarried by, time whizzing past. Rather, the future is a dimension of the present and the past, giving us the opportunity to create something better. 80-20 thinking insists that this is always possible. All we have to do is to give freer rein and better direction to our most positive 20%. Figure 35, the time triad, a primer for time revolutionaries. Here are 7 steps to detonating a time revolution. Make the decoult mental leap of dissociating effort and reward. The Protestant work ethic is so deeply ingrained in everyone, of all religions and none, that we need to make a conscious effort to extirpate it. The trouble is that we do enjoy hard work, or at least the feeling of virtue that comes from having done it. What we must do is to plant firmly in our minds that hard work, especially for somebody else, is not an efficient way to achieve what we want. Hard work leads to low returns. Insight in doing what we ourselves want lead to high returns. Decide on your own patron saints of productive laziness. Mine are Ronald Reagan and Warren Buffett. Reagan made an effortless progression from BLM actor to darling of the Republican right, governor of California, and extremely successful president. What did Reagan have going for him? Good looks, a wonderfully mellowous voice which he deployed instinctively on all the right occasions, the high point of which undoubtedly consisted in his words to Nancy when shot, "Honey, I forgot to duck." Some very astute campaign managers' old-fashioned grace and a Disney-esque view of America and the world. Reagan's ability to apply himself was limited at best. His grasp of conventional reality ever more tenuous. His ability to inspire the United States and destroy communism ever more awesome. Tamal Churchill's dictum, "Never was so much achieved by so few with so little effort." Warren Buffett became, for a time, the richest man in the United States not by working, but by investing. Starting with very little capital, he has compounded it over many years at rates far above stock market average appreciation. He has done this with a limited degree of analysis. He started before slide rules were invented, but basically with a few insights which he has applied consistently. Buffett started his riches roller coaster with one big idea. that U.S. local newspapers had a local monopoly that constituted the most perfect business franchise. This simple idea made him his erst fortune, and much of his subsequent money has been made in shares in the media, an industry he understands. If not lazy, Burnout is very economical with his energy. Whereas most fund managers buy lots of stocks and churn them frequently, Burnout buys few and holds them for ages. This means that there is very little work to do. He pours scorn on the conventional view of investment portfolio diversification, which he has dubbed the Noah's Ark method. One buys two of everything and ends up with a zoo. His own investment philosophy borders on lethargy. Whenever I am tempted to do too much, I remember Ronald Reagan and Warren Buffett. You should think of your own examples, of people you know personally, or those in the public eye who exemplify productive inertia. Think about them often. Give up guilt. Giving up guilt is clearly related to the dangers of excessively hard work. But it is also related to doing the things you enjoy. There is nothing wrong with that. There is no value in doing things you don't enjoy. Do the things that you like doing. Make them your job. Make your job them. Nearly everyone who has become rich has had the added bonus of becoming rich doing things they enjoy. This might be taken as yet another example of the universe's 80-20 perversity. 20% of people not only enjoy 80% of wealth, but also monopolize 80% of the enjoyment to be had from work. And they are the same 20% that curmudgeonly old Puritan John Kenneth Galbraith has drawn attention to a fundamental unfairness in the world of work. The middle classes not only get paid more for their work, but they have more interesting work and enjoy it more. They have secretaries, assistants, wrist class travel, luxurious hotels, and more interesting working lives too. In fact, you would need to have a large private fortune to award all the perquisites that senior industrialists now routinely award themselves. Galbraith has advanced the revolutionary view that those who have less interesting jobs should be paid more than those with jobs that are more fun. What a spoilsport. Such views are thought-provoking, but no good will come of them. As with so many 80-20 phenomena, if you look beneath the surface, you can detect a deeper logic behind the apparent inequity. In this case, the logic is very simple. Those who achieve the most have to enjoy what they do. It is only by fooling oneself that anything of extraordinary value can be created. Think, for example, of any great artist in any sphere. The quality and quantity of the output are stunning. Van Gogh never stopped. Picasso ran an art factory long before Andy Warhol because he loved what he did. Revel in Michelangelo's prodigious, sexually driven, sublime output. Even the fragments that I can remember. His David, the Dying Slave, the Laurentian Library, the New Sacristy, the Sistine Chapel ceiling, the Pietà in St. Peter's, are miraculous for one individual. Michelangelo did it all. Not because it was his job, or because he feared the irascible Pope Julius II, or even to make money, but because he loved his creations and young men. You may not have quite the same drives, but you will not create anything of enduring value unless you love creating it. This applies as much to purely personal as to business matters. I am not advocating perpetual laziness. Work is a natural activity that satisfies an intrinsic need, as the unemployed, retired, and those who make overnight fortunes rapidly discover. Everyone has their own natural balance, rhythm, and optimal work-play mix, and most people can sense innately when they're being too lazy or industrious. 80-20 thinking is most valuable in encouraging people to pursue high-value satisfaction activities in both work and play periods, rather than in stimulating an exchange of work for play. But I suspect that most people try too hard at the wrong things. The modern world would greatly benefit if a lower quantity of work led to a greater profusion of creativity and intelligence. If much greater work would benefit the most idle 20% of our people, much less work would benefit the hardest, working 20%, and such arbitrage would benefit society both ways. The quantity of work is much less important than its quality, and its quality depends on self-direction. Free yourself from obligations imposed by others. It is a fair bet that when 80% of time yields 20% of time yields 20% of results, that 80% is undertaken at the behest of others. It is increasingly apparent that the whole idea of working directly for someone else, of having a job with security but limited discretion, has just been a transient phase, albeit one lasting 2 centuries. In the history of work, even if you work for a large corporation, you should think of it. Yourself as an independent business, working for yourself despite being on monolith Inc.'s payroll. The 80-20 principle shows time and time again that the 20% who achieve the most either work for themselves or behave as if they do. The same idea applies outside work. It is very difficult to make good use of your time if you don't control it. It is actually quite difficult, even if you do, since your mind is prisoner to guilt, convention, and other externally imposed views of what you should do. But at least you stand a chance of cutting these down to size. It is impossible and even undesirable to take my advice too far. You will always have some obligations to others, and these can be extremely useful from your perspective. Even the entrepreneur is not really a lone wolf, answerable to no one. He or she has partners, employees, alliances, and a network of contacts, from whom nothing can be expected if nothing is given. The point is to choose your partners and obligations extremely selectively and with great care. Be unconventional and eccentric in your use of time. You are unlikely to spend the most valuable 20% of your time in being a good soldier, in doing what is expected of you, in attending the meetings that everyone assumes you will, in doing what most of your peers do, or in otherwise observing the social conventions of your role. In fact, you should question whether any of these things is necessary. You will not escape from the tyranny of 80-20. The likelihood that 80% of your time is spent on low-priority activities, by adopting conventional behavior or solutions. A good exercise is to work out the most unconventional or eccentric ways in which you could spend your time, how far you could deviate from the norm without being thrown out of your world. Not all eccentric ways of spending time will multiply your activeness, but some or at least one of them could. Draw up several scenarios and adopt the one that allows you the most time on high-value activities that you enjoy. Who among your acquaintances is both active and eccentric? Find out how they spend their time and how it deviates from the norm. You may want to copy some of the things they do and don't do. Identify the 20% that gives you 80%. About FF of your time is likely to give you 4/5 of your achievement or results and 4/5 of your happiness. Since this may not be the same F, although there is usually considerable overlap, the rarest thing to do is to be clear about whether your objective, for the purposes of each run-through, is achievement or happiness. I recommend that you look at them both separately. For happiness, identify your happiness islands, the small amounts of time or the few years that have contributed a quite disproportionate amount of your happiness. Take a clean sheet of paper, write happiness islands at the top, and list as many of them as you can remember. Then try to deduce what is common between all or some of the happiness islands. Repeat the procedures for your unhappiness islands. These will not generally comprise the other 80% of your time, since, for most people, there's a large no man's land of moderate happiness between the happiness and unhappiness islands. Yet it is important to identify the most significant causes of unhappiness and any common denominators between them. Repeat this whole procedure for achievement. Identify your achievement islands, the short periods when you have achieved a much higher ratio of value to time than during the rest of your week, month, year, or life. Head a clean sheet of paper with achievement islands, and list as many as you can if possible, taken over the whole of your life. Try to identify the achievement island's common characteristics. Before leaving your analysis, you might want to glance at the list of the top 10 highest value uses of time on this page. This is a general list compiled from many people's experience and may nudge your memory. List separately your achievement desert islands. These are the periods of greatest sterility and lowest productivity. The list of the top 10 low-value uses of time on this page may help you. Again, what do they tend to have in common? Now act accordingly. Multiply the 20% of your time that gives you 80%. When you have identified your happiness and achievement islands, you are likely to want to spend more time on these and similar activities. When I explain this idea, some people say there is an awe in my logic, because spending more time on the top 20% may lead to diminishing returns setting in. Twice as much time on the top 20% may not lead to another 80% of output, perhaps only to another 40, 50, 60, or 70%. I have two replies to this point. First, since it is impossible, at the moment, to measure happiness or activeness with anything approaching precision, the critics may well be right in some cases. But who cares? There will still be a marked increase in the supply of what is best. But my second answer is that I don't think the critics are generally right. My recommendation is not that you duplicate exactly what it is that you are doing today that is in the 20% yielding 80%. The point of examining the common characteristics of your happiness and achievement islands is to isolate something far more basic than what has happened. To isolate what you are uniquely programmed to do best. It may well be that there are things you should be doing to realize your full potential achievement or happiness, that you have only started doing imperfectly to some degree, or even that you have not started to do at all. For example, Dick Francis was a superb national hunt jockey but did not publish his arse racing mystery until he was nearly 40. Now his success, money earned, and possibly personal satisfaction from the latter activity far exceed those from the former. Richard Adams was an unfooled, middle-aged, middle-level civil servant before he wrote the bestseller Watership Down. It is not at all uncommon for analysis of happiness or achievement islands to yield insight into what individuals are best at and what is best for them, which then enables them to spend time on totally new activities that have a higher ratio of reward to time than anything they were doing before. There can therefore be increasing returns as well as the possibility of diminishing returns. In fact, one thing you should specifically consider is a change of career and your lifestyle. Your basic objective, when you have identified both the specific activities and the general type of activity that take 20% of your time but yield 80% of happiness or achievement, should be to increase the 20% of time spent on those and similar activities by as much as possible. A short-term objective, usually feasible, is to decide to take the 20% of time spent on the high-value activities up to 40% within a year. This one act will tend to raise your productivity by between 60 and 80%. You will now have 2 lots of 80% of output from 2 lots of 20% of time, so your total output would go from 100 to 160. Even if you forfeited all the previous 20 from low-value activities and reallocating some of the time to the high-value activities. The ideal position is to move the time spent on high-value activities up from 20 to 100%. This may only be possible by changing career and lifestyle. If so, make a plan with deadlines for how you're going to make these changes. Eliminate or reduce the low-value activities. For the 80% of activities that give you only 20% of results, the ideal is to eliminate them. You may need to do this before allocating more time to the high-value activities. Although people often that ring themselves up to spend more time on the high-value activities is a more efficient way of forcing them to set aside the low-value time sink. First reactions are often that there's little scope for escaping from low-value activities. They are said to be inevitable parts of family, social, or work obligations. If you find yourself thinking this, think again. There's normally great scope to do things differently within your existing circumstances. Remember the advice above. Be unconventional and eccentric in how you use your time. Do not follow the herd. Try your new policy and see what happens. Since there is little value in the activities you want to displace, people may not actually notice if you stop doing them. Even if they do notice, they may not care enough to force you to do them if they can see that this would take major effort on their part. But even if dropping the low-value activities does require a radical change in circumstances, a new job, a new career, new friends, even a new lifestyle or partner, form a plan to make the desired changes. The alternative is that your potential for achievement and happiness will never be attained. 4 illustrations of eccentric and effective time use. My first illustration is William Ewart Gladstone, the dominant liberal statesman of Victorian England who was elected Prime Minister 4 times. Gladstone was eccentric in many ways, not least his spectacularly unsuccessful attempts to rescue fallen women from prostitution and his not totally unrelated bouts of self-adulation. But his use of time is the eccentricity on which we shall focus here. 5. Gladstone was not constrained by his political duties, or rather was active at them because he spent his time pretty much as he pleased in an amazing variety of ways. He was an inveterate tourist, both in the British Isles and overseas, often slipping over to France, Italy, or Germany on private business while Prime Minister. He loved the theater, pursued several, almost certainly non-physical, affairs with women, read avidly 20,000 books in his lifetime, made incredibly long speeches in the House of Commons, which despite their length were apparently compulsive listening, and virtually invented the sport of modern electioneering, which he pursued with enormous gusto and enjoyment. Whenever he felt even slightly ill, he would go to bed for at least a whole day where he would read and think. His enormous political energy and activeness derived from his eccentric use of time. Of subsequent British prime ministers, only Lloyd George, Churchill, and Thatcher came anywhere near to rivaling Gladstone's eccentric use of time, and all three were unusually active. Three highly eccentric management consultants. The other examples of unconventional time management come from the staid world of management consulting. Consultants are notorious for long hours and frenetic activity. My three characters, all of whom I knew quite well, broke all the conventions. They were also all spectacularly successful. The erst, whom I will call Fred, made tens of millions of dollars from being a consultant. He never bothered to go to business school, but managed to set up a very large and successful firm of consultants where almost everyone else worked 70 or more hours a week. Fred visited the OCA occasionally and chaired partners' meetings once a month, which partners from all over the globe were compelled to attend, but preferred to spend his time playing tennis and thinking. He ruled the arm with an iron fist but never raised his voice. Fred controlled everything through an alliance with his V-main subordinates. The second, alias Randy, was one of these lieutenants. Apart from its founder, he was virtually the only exception to the workaholic culture of the Army. He had himself posted to a far distant country, where he ran a thriving and rapidly growing OK, also stayed by people working unbelievably hard, largely from his home. Nobody knew how Randy spent his time or how few hours he worked, but he was incredibly laid back. Randy would only attend the most important client meetings, delegating everything else to junior partners, and if necessary, inventing the most bizarre reasons why he could not be there. Although he did the OK, Randy paid zero attention to any administrative matters. His whole energy was spent working out how to increase revenues with the most important clients and then putting mechanisms in place to do this with the least personal effort. Randy never had more than 3 priorities, and often only one. Everything else went by the board. Randy was impossibly frustrating to work for, but wonderfully active. My third and now eccentric time user was a friend and partner. Let's call him Jim. My abiding memory of Jim is of when we shared a small OS together with a handful of other colleagues. It was cramped and full of wild activity. People talking on the phone, rushing around to get presentations done, shouting from one end of the OSHI to the other. But there was Jim, an oasis of calm inactivity, staring thoughtfully at his calendar, working out what to do. Occasionally, he would take a few colleagues aside to the one quiet room and explain what he wanted everyone to do. Not once, not twice, but 3 times in life-threateningly tedious detail. Jim would then make everyone repeat back to him what they were going to do. Jim was slow, languid, and half-deaf, but he was a Tarek leader. He spent all his time working out which tasks were high value and who should do them, and then ensuring that they got done. The top 10 low-value uses of time. You can only spend time on high-value activities, whether for achievement or enjoyment. If you have abandoned low-value activities, I invited you above to identify your low-value time sinks. To check that you have not missed some, a list below gives the 10 that are most common. Be ruthless in cutting out these activities. Under no circumstances give everyone a fair share of your time. Above all, don't do something just because people ask or because you receive a phone call or a fax. Follow Nancy Reagan's advice in another context, and just say no, or treat the matter with what Lord George Brown called a complete ignoral. The top 10 low-value uses of time. 1 things other people want you to do. 2 things that have always been done this way. 3 things you're not unusually good at doing. 4 things you don't enjoy doing. 5 things that are always interrupted. 6 things few other people are interested in. 7 things that have already taken twice as long as you originally expected. 8 things where your collaborators are unreliable or low quality. 9 things that have a predictable cycle. 10 answering the telephone. The top 10 highest value uses of time. A second list gives the other side of the coin. The top 10 highest value uses of time. 1 things that advance your overall purpose in life. 2 things you have always wanted to do. 3 things already in the 20/80 relationship of time to results. 4 innovative ways of doing things that promise to slash the time required and or multiply the quality of results. 5 things other people tell you can't be done. 6 things other people have done successfully in a different arena. 7 things that use your own creativity. 8 things that use your own creativity at things that relatively little effort on your part. 9 anything with high quality collaborators who have already transcended the 80-20 rule of time, who use time eccentrically and actively tend things for which it is now or never. When thinking about any potential use of time, ask two questions. Is it unconventional? Does it promise to multiply activeness? It is unlikely to be a good use of time unless the answer to both questions is yes. Is a time revolution feasible? Many of you may feel that much of my advice is rather revolutionary and pie in the sky for your circumstances. Comments and criticisms that have been made to me include the following. I can't choose how to spend my time. My bosses won't allow it. I would need to change jobs to follow your advice, and I can't afford the risk. This advice is all very well for the rich, but I just don't have that degree of freedom. I'd have to divorce my spouse. My ambition is to improve my activeness 25%. Not 250%. I just don't believe the latter can be done. If it were as easy as you say, everyone would do it. If you end yourself saying any of these things, time revolution may not be for you. Don't start a time revolution unless you are willing to be a revolutionary. I could encapsulate, or at least caricature, these responses as follows. I'm not a radical, let alone a revolutionary, so leave me alone. I'm basically happy with my existing horizons. Fair enough. Revolution is revolution. It is uncomfortable, wrenching, and dangerous. Before you start a revolution, realize that it will involve major risks and will lead you into uncharted territory. Those who want a time revolution need to link together their past, present, and future, as suggested above by Figure 35. Behind the issue of how we allocate time lurks the even more fundamental issue of what we want to get out of our lives. Chapter 11. You can always get what you want. Things that matter most must never be at the mercy of things that matter least. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. Work out what you want from life. In the 1980s phrase, aim to have it all. Everything you want should be yours. The type of work you want, the relationships you need, the social, mental, and aesthetic stimulation that will make you happy and fulfilled, the money you require for the lifestyle that is appropriate to you, and any requirement that you may or may not have for achievement or service to others. If you don't aim for it all, you'll never get it all. To aim for it requires that you know what you want. Most of us don't work out what we want, and most of us end up with lopsided lives as a result. We may get work right and relationships wrong, or the other way around. We may strive after money or achievement, but end after we achieve our goal that the victory is hollow. The 80-20 principle records this sorry state. 20% of what we do leads to 80% of the results, but 80% of what we do leads to only 20%. We are wasting 80% of our EORD on low-value outcomes. 20% of our time leads to 80% of what we value. 80% of our time disappears on things that have little value to us. 20% of our time leads to 80% of happiness, but 80% of our time yields very little happiness. But the 80-20 principle does not always apply and need not apply. It is there as a diagnostic to point out an unsatisfactory and wasteful state of affairs. We should aim to frustrate the 80-20 principle, or at least translate it to a higher plane where we can be much happier and more active. Remember the promise of the 80-20 principle. If we take note of what it tells us, we can work less, earn more, enjoy more, and achieve more. To do this, we must start with a rounded view of everything we want. That is what this chapter deals with. Chapters 12, 13, and 14 then deal in more detail with some of the components, with relationships, careers, and money respectively, before we revert in. Chapter 15, to the ultimate goal, happiness. Start with lifestyle. Do you enjoy your life? Not part of it, but most of it. At least 80% of it. At least 80% of it. And whether you do or not, is there a lifestyle that could suit you better? Ask yourself, am I living with the right person or people? Am I living in the right place? Am I working the right hours, and do they match my ideal work-play rhythm and suit my family and social needs? Do I feel in control? And can I exercise or meditate when I want? Am I nearly always relaxed and comfortable with my surroundings? Does my lifestyle make it easy for me to be creative and full my potential? Do I have enough money, and are my ARs organized so that I don't have to worry about them? Does the lifestyle facilitate whatever contribution I want to make to enriching the lives of people I want to help? Do I see my close friends enough? Is the extent of travel in my life just right? Not too much or too little? Is a lifestyle right for my partner and family too? Do I have everything that I need right here? Do I have it all? What about work? Work is a key part of life, one which should be neither overdone nor underdone. Almost everyone needs to work, whether it is paid or not. Almost no one should allow work to take over their lives, however much they claim to enjoy it. Hours of work should not be dictated by social convention. The 80-20 principle can provide a good measure here and a good way to say whether you should work more or less. It is the idea of arbitrage. If on average you are happier outside work than at work, you should work less, and change your job. If you are on average happier at work than outside work, you should work more and change your non-work life. You haven't got it right until you are equally happy at work and outside work, and until you are happy at least 80% of the time at work and 80% of the time outside work. Career alienation. Many people don't like their work much. They don't feel it's them, but they feel that they must do it because it provides their livelihood. You may also know people who, while it would be wrong to say that they dislike their jobs, still have an ambivalent view of them. Sometimes, or some parts they enjoy, on other occasions or other parts they nightly do not. Many, perhaps most, of the people you know would rather be doing something else if they could be paid the same for doing that as for their current job. Career is not a separate box. The career that you and/or your partner pursue should be viewed in terms of the total quality of the life implied by that career, where you live, the time you spend together and with friends, and the satisfaction that you get from actually working, as well as whether your after-tax incomes can support that lifestyle. You probably have more choices than you think. Your present career may be the right one and you can use it as a benchmark, but think creatively about whether you might not prefer a different career and lifestyle. Construct various different options for your current and future lifestyle. Start from the premise that there does not have to be any connect between your work life and the things you enjoy outside work. Work can be many things, especially as leisure industries now make up a large slice of the economy. You may be able to work in an area that is your hobby or even turn your hobby into a business. Remember that enthusiasm can lead to success. It is often easier to make an enthusiasm into a career than to become enthusiastic about a career dictated by others. Whatever you do, be clear about the optimum point you're trying to reach and view it within your life's total context. This is easier said than done. Old habits die hard, and the importance of lifestyle is easily relegated to the demands of conventional career thinking. For instance, when two colleagues and I set up our own management consulting business in 1983, we were aware of the negative eeks on our lives of the long hours and extensive traveling previously required by our bosses. So we decided that we would institute a total lifestyle approach in our new business and stress the quality of life as much as the earnings. But when work started oozing in, we ended up working the usual 80-hour week, and, what was worse, we required our professional stay to do the same. I couldn't understand, what he meant when an anguished consultant accused me and my partners of ruining people's lives. In the pursuit of money, the total lifestyle approach had quickly gone out of the window. Which type of career will make you happiest? Am I advocating here that you drop out of the rat race? Not necessarily. It may be that you will be happiest in the rat race. Perhaps, like me, you are basically a rat. You should certainly be clear about what you enjoy doing and try to include this in your career. But what you do is only one element in the equation. You also need to consider the work context within which you should operate and the importance to you of professional achievement. These may be at least as important in determining your professional happiness. You should be clear where you stand on two dimensions. Do you have a high drive for achievement and career success? Would you be happiest working for an organization as a self-employed and self-contained individual, a sole trader, or employing other people? Figure 36 shows this choice. Which box describes you best? Figure 36 desired career and lifestyle. Box 1 people are highly ambitious, but prefer to work in a context organized and provided by others. The archetypal organization man and woman of the 20th century falls in this box. The number of these roles is falling, as large organizations employ fewer people and also as large organizations lose market share to smaller ones. The former trend will continue, the latter may not. But if the supply of these posts is falling, so too is the demand for them. If you want this type of role, you should recognize the fact and pursue your ambition, however unfashionable it may become. Large organizations still provide structure and status, even if they can no longer provide security. Box 2 people are typically professionals who have a drive for recognition by their peers or who want to be the best in their field. They want to be independent and do not dwell into organizations, unless the latter, like most universities, are extremely permissive. These people should ensure that they become self-employed as quickly as possible. Once they are, they should resist the temptation to employ other people, even if this offers high financial rewards. Box 2 people are sole traders who want to avoid professional dependence on others as far as possible. Box 3 people have high drive and ambition, hate being employed, but do not want the lonely life of the sole trader. They may be unconventional, but they are builders. They want to build a web or a structure around themselves. They are tomorrow's entrepreneurs. Bill Gates, one of the 2 richest men in America, was a college dropout who is obsessed with personal computer software. But Bill Gates is not a sole trader. He needs to have other people, large numbers of them, working for him. Many people are like this. The ideology of empowerment has obscured this need and made the desire to build businesses slightly unfashionable. If you want to work with other people, but not for them, you are a Box 3 person. You had better recognize this fact and do something about it. Many frustrated professionals are Box 3 people who like what they do but are operating in Box 1 or 2. They do not recognize that the source of their frustration is not professional but organizational. Box 4 people do not have a high drive for career achievement, but do enjoy working with others. They should ensure that they spend many hours a week doing so, either in a conventional job or in a voluntary role. Box 5 people are not ambitious, but do have a strong desire for autonomy in their work. Rather than set up their own arm, the best role for Box 5 people is as freelancers, working on particular projects for other M's to suit their own convenience. Box 6 people are individuals whose need for career achievement is low, but who enjoy the process of organizing and developing others. Many teachers, social workers, and charity workers are Box 6 people and are well suited to their roles. For Box 6 people, the journey is everything. There is no need to arrive. Many people gravitate towards their right box, but where alienation at work exists, it is often because the person is in the wrong box. What about money? What indeed? Most people have got peculiar views about money. They think it's more important than it is, but they also think it's more difficult to get than it is. Since most people want to have more money than they currently have, let's deal with the second point restock. My view is that money is not difficult to obtain, and once you have even a little of it to spare, it is not difficult to multiply. How do you obtain money in the first place? The best answer, one that works surprisingly often, is to do something that you enjoy. The logic runs as follows. If you enjoy something, you are likely to be good at it. You are likely to be better at that than at things you don't enjoy. This is not always true, but the exceptions are rare. If you are good at something, you can create something that will satisfy others. If you satisfy others, they will generally pay you well for it. And since most people do not do things they enjoy and will not be as productive as you are, you will be able to earn above the going rate in your vocation. But the logic is not foolproof. There are some professions, such as acting, where supply vastly exceeds demand. What do you do in these circumstances? What you shouldn't do is to give up. Instead, in a profession where supply and demand are more equally matched, but which is close in its requirements to your preferred vocation, such adjacent professions usually exist, although they may not be immediately apparent. Think creatively. For example, the requirements of politicians are very close to those of actors. The most active politicians, like Ronald Reagan, John F. Kennedy, Winston Churchill, Harold Macmillan, or Margaret Thatcher, either were or could have been successful actors. Charlie Chaplin was a dead ringer for Adolf Hitler, and this was not accidental. Sadly, Hitler was one of the century's best and most charismatic actors. This may all seem pretty obvious, but few would-be actors seriously contemplate a career in politics, despite the weaker competition and superior rewards. What if what you enjoy most has a poor employment market and you can't in an adjacent profession that has good prospects? Then go to your next most preferred vocation and repeat the process until you land one that you like and that pays well. Once in your profession, if making money is really important to you and if you are any good at what you do, you should aim to become self-employed as soon as possible. and after that, to start to employ others. I arrive at this conclusion from the 80-20 principles argument about arbitrage. 80% of the value in any organization or profession comes from 20% of the professionals. The workers who are above average will tend to be paid more than those who are below average, but nowhere near enough to react the differential in performance. It follows that the best people are always underpaid and the worst people always overpaid. As an above-average employee, you cannot escape from this trap. Your boss may think you are good, but will never credit your true value relative to others. The only way out is to set up in business yourself, and if you are so inclined, to employ other above-average workers. Don't take either of these steps. However, if you aren't comfortable with being self-employed or a boss, money is easy to multiply. The other thing to remember is that once you have a little spare cash, it can easily be multiplied. Save and invest. This is what capitalism is all about. To multiply money, you don't need to be in business. You can simply invest in the stock market using the 80-20 principle as your guide. Chapter 14 will elaborate. Money is overrated. I would like you to have a lot more money, but don't go overboard on this. Money can help you gain the lifestyle you want, but beware. All those nasty fables about Midas and the like are rooted in truth. Money can buy you happiness, but only to the extent that you use money to do what is really right for you in the first place. Also, money can bite back. Remember that the more money you have, the less value an extra dollop of wealth creates. In economists speak, the marginal utility of money declines sharply. Once you have adjusted to a higher standard of living, it may give you little or no extra happiness. It can even turn negative if the extra cost of maintaining the new lifestyle causes anxiety or piles on extra pressure to earn money in non-satisfying ways. More wealth also requires more management. Looking after my money irritates me. Don't ever relieve me of it. It irritates me less than giving it away would. The tax authorities also make money inefficient. Earn more, pay disproportionately more tax. Earn more, work more. Work more, and you have to spend more on living close to work in an expensive metropolitan area, or alternatively on commuting, on labor-saving devices, on contracting out housework, and on ever more expensive leisure compensations. Spend more and you have to work more. You can end up with an expensive lifestyle that controls you rather than vice versa. You might get much better value and happiness out of a simpler and cheaper lifestyle. What about achievement? There are people who want to achieve, and then there are sane people. All motivational writers fall into the trap of telling you that you need direction and purpose in life. Then they tell you that you don't have it. Then they put you through the agony of deciding what it should be. Finally, they tell you what they think you ought to do. So if you don't want to achieve anything specific and are happy enough going through life having it all, minus achievement, count yourself lucky and skip to the end of this chapter. But if, like me, you feel guilty and insecure without achievement and want to increase it, the 80-20 principle can help with your action. Achievement should be easy. It shouldn't be 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration and 1% inspiration. Instead, see if it's true that 80% of your achievement to date, measured by what you yourself value, has come from 20% of your inputs. If true or nearly true, then think carefully about this top 20%. Could you simply repeat the achievements, upgrade them, reproduce similar ones on a grander scale, combine two previous achievements to compound the satisfaction? Now think about your past achievements that have had the most positive market response from others, those that have led to the greatest critical acclaim, the 20% of your work and play that has led to 80% of the praise others have given you. How much real satisfaction did this give you? What methods worked best for you in the past? Which collaborators? Which audiences? Again, think 80-20. Anything that just yielded an average degree of satisfaction for the time or eort should be discarded. Think of the exceptional highs achieved exceptionally easily. Do not constrain yourself to your work history. Think of your time as a student, a tourist, or with friends. Looking forward, what could you achieve that would make you proud, that no one else could do with the same ease? If there were 100 people around you trying to do something, what could you do in 20% of the time that would take 80 of them to niche? Where would you be in the top 20? Even more stringently, what could you do better than 80% but in only 20% of the time? These questions may initially seem like riddles, but believe me, there are answers. People's abilities in different spheres are incredibly diverse. If you could measure the enjoyment derived from anything, what would you enjoy more than 95% of your peers? What would you do better than 95 out of 100? Which achievements would fulfill both conditions? It is important to focus on what you end easy. This is where most motivational writers go wrong. They assume you should try things that are difficult for you. On the same grounds, one suspects that grandparents used to urge the consumption of cod liver oil before capsules were invented. The inspirationalists quote such worthies as T.J. Watson, who said that success lies on the far side of failure. My view is that normally failure lies on the far side of failure. Also, success lies on the near side of failure. You are already very successful at some things, and it matters not a whit if those things are very few in number. The 80-20 principle is clear. Pursue those few things where you are amazingly better than others and that you enjoy most. What else do you need to have it all? We've dealt with work, with lifestyle, with money, and with achievement. To have it all, you also need a few satisfying relationships. This requires a separate chapter. Chapter 12. With a little help from our friends. Relationships help us to deem who we are and what we can become. Most of us can trace our successes to pivotal relationships. Donald O. Clifton and Paula Nelsonone. Without relationships, we are either dead to the world or dead. Although banal, this is true. Our friendships are at the heart of our lives. It is also true that our professional relationships are at the heart of our success. This is a chapter about both personal and professional relationships. We start with personal relationships with friends, lovers, and loved ones. Then we consider professional relationships in their own right. What on earth has this got to do with the 80-20 principle? The answer is quite a lot. There is a trade-off between quality and quantity, and we consistently undercultivate what is most important. The 80-20 principle provides three provocative hypotheses. 80% of the value of our relationships comes from 20% of the relationships. While 80% of the value of our relationships comes from the 20% of close relationships that we form rest in our lives. We devote much less than 80% of our attention to the 20% of relationships that create 80% of the value. Compile your top 20 personal relationships chart. At this stage, write down the names of your top 20 friends and loved ones. Those with whom you have the most important relationships, ranked from most important to least important to least important to you. Important means the depth and closeness of the personal relationship, the extent to which the relationship helps you in life, and the extent to which the relationship enhances your sense of who you are and what you can become. Do this now, before reading on. As a matter of interest, where did your lover partner come on the list? Above or below your parents or children? Be honest, but you should probably destroy the list when you're through with this chapter. Next, allocate a total of 100 points between the relationships in terms of their importance to you. For example, if the first person on the list is exactly as important as the next 19 down the list combined, allocate 50 points to him or her. You may need to have more than one run at the numbers to make them add up to 100 by the time you're niched. I don't know what your list looks like, but a typical pattern in line with the 80-20 principle would have two characteristics. The top 4 relationships, 20% of the total, would score most of the points, maybe 80%, and there would tend to be a constant relationship between each number and the next one down. For example, number 2 may be 2/3 or half as important as number 1. Number 3 may similarly be 2/3 or half as important as number 2, and so on. It is interesting to note that if the number 1 relationship is twice as important as number 2 and so on, relationship number 6 is only about 3% as important as number 1. Complete this exercise by noting against each name the proportion of time that you actively spend with the person talking or doing something together. Exclude time spent with someone where they're not the main focus of attention. For example, when watching television or a movie. Take the total amount of time spent with the 20 people as 100 units and then allocate these. Typically, you will net you spend much less than 80% of the time with the few people who comprise 80% of relationship value to you. The action implications should be plain. Go for quality rather than quantity. Spend your time and emotional energy reinforcing and deepening the relationships that are most important. But there is another wrinkle, to do with the chronology of the relationships in our life. It turns out that our capacity for close relationships is far from innate. There is another trade, a between quality and quality of which we should be aware. The village theory. Anthropologists stress that the number of exhilarating and important personal relationships that people can establish is limited. Two, apparently. The common pattern of people in any society is to have two important childhood friends, two significant adult friends, and two doctors. Typically, there are two powerful sexual partners who eclipse the others. Most commonly, you fall in love only once, and there is one member of your family whom you love above all others. The number of significant personal relationships is remarkably similar for everyone, regardless of their location, sophistication, or culture. This has led to the anthropologist's village theory. In an African village, all these relationships happen within a few hundred meters and are often formed within a short period of time. For us, these relationships may be spread all over the planet and over a whole lifetime. They nonetheless constitute a village which we each have in our heads. And once these slots are lulled, they're lulled forever. The anthropologists say that if you have too much experience too early, you exhaust your capacity for further deep relationships. This may explain the superficiality often observed in those whose profession or circumstances force them to have a great number of relationships, such as salespeople, prostitutes, or those who move very frequently. J.G. Ballard quotes a case example of a rehabilitation project in California for young women who mixed with criminals. The women were young, 20 or 21, and the program aimed to introduce them to new social backgrounds, basically to middle-class volunteers who befriended them and invited them to their home. Many of these girls had been married at an incredibly early age. Many had had their first children at 13 or 14. Some had been married 3 times by the time they were 20. They had often had hundreds of lovers and sometimes had close relationships or children by men who were then shot or jailed. They'd been through everything: relationships, motherhood, breakups, bereavements, and experienced the whole gamut of human experience while still in their teens. The project was a total failure. The explanation was that the women were incapable of forming any deep new relationships. They were all used up. Their relationship slots had been led forever. This sad story is salutary. It also fits in with the 80-20 principle. A small number of relationships will account for a large proportion of emotional value. Fill your relationship slots with extreme care and not too early. Professional relationships and alliances. We now turn to your relationships and alliances related to your work. Here, the importance of a few close allies can hardly be overstated. Individuals may appear to do amazing things, and they do. But exceptional individual performance requires allies. You alone cannot make yourself successful. Only others can do that for you. What you can do is to select the best relationships and alliances for your purposes. You badly need allies. You must treat them well, as an extension of yourself as you treat yourself or should. Do not assume your friends and allies are all of roughly equal importance. Focus your attention on nurturing the key alliances of your life. If this seems obvious or banal, ask yourself how many of your friends follow these lines. Then ask yourself whether you do. All spiritual leaders had many allies. If they needed them, so do you. To take one example, Jesus Christ depended on John the Baptist to draw him to public attention, then on the 12 disciples, then on other apostles, notably St. Paul, arguably the greatest marketing genius in history. 3. Nothing is more important than your choice of alliances and how you build them. Without them, you are nothing. With them, you can transform your life, often the lives of those around you, and occasionally, in small or large ways, the course of history. We can best appreciate the importance of alliances by a brief historical excursion. History is driven by individuals who form active alliances. Vilfredo Pareto, the bourgeois Karl Marx, claimed that history was essentially a history of the succession of elites. 4. The objective of energetic individuals or families was therefore devoted to rise into the elite or to be part of one elite that displaced another. Or, if already in the elite, to stay there and keep the elite in place. If you turn a Paretian or Marxian class-based view of history on its head, you can conclude that alliances within elites or would be elites are the driving forces of progress. The individual is nothing except as part of a class, certainly, but equally, the individual allied with other individuals of the same class, or possibly with individuals from another class, is everything. The importance of individuals allied to others is apparent from some of history's turning points. Would there have been a Russian Revolution in 1917 without the pivotal role of Lenin? Probably not at all, and certainly not one that diverted the course of world history for the next 72 years. Would the Russian Revolution of 1989 that reversed the one of 1917 have succeeded without the presence of mind and bravery of Boris Yeltsin? If he had not climbed on a tank outside the Russian White House, the communist gerontocrats would probably have cemented their shaky cup. We can play the game of historical what-ifs repeatedly to demonstrate the importance of individuals. There would have been no Holocaust and no Second World War without Hitler. Without Roosevelt and Churchill, Hitler would probably have united Europe rather earlier and more thoroughly and in a considerably more vexatious way than his successors have done, and so on. But the key point often overlooked is that none of these individuals could have turned the course of history without relationships and alliances. In almost any sphere of achievement, you can identify a small number of key collaborators, without whom individuals could not have succeeded, but with whom individuals have had massive impact. In government, in mass ideological movements, in business, in medicine, in the sciences, in philanthropy, or in sport, the pattern is the same. History is not composed of blind, non-human forces. History is not run by classes or elites operating according to some pre-programmed economic or sociological formula. History is determined and changed by dedicated individuals who form active alliances with a small number of close collaborators. You need a few key allies. If you have had any success in life, you will, unless you are a blind egotist headed for a fall. Recognize the crucial importance of allies in your achievements, but you will also detect the hand of the 80-20 principle here. The key allies are few in number. It is generally a safe assertion that at least 80% of the value of your allies comes from fewer than 20% of their number. For anyone who has done anything, the list of allies, when you come to think of it, is incredibly long. But of the hundreds or more involved, the value is highly skewed. Usually half a dozen key allies are far more important than all the rest. You don't need many allies, but you need the right ones, with the right relationships between you and each of them and between themselves. You need them at the right time, in the right place, and with a common interest in advancing your interests. Above all, the allies must trust you, and you must be able to trust them. Make a list of your top 20 business relationships, of people that you consider to be important allies, and compare it with an estimation of the total number of contacts with whom you would be on rest. AIM terms. If you have a Rolodex, a Filofax, or a telephone list, this is the total number of active contacts on that list. 80% of the value to you of alliances is likely to be comprised in 20% of the relationships. If this is not the case, the alliances, or some of them, are likely to be of poor quality. Achievement alliances. If you are well into your career, make a list of the people who have helped you the most to date. Rank them from top to bottom and then assign 100 points between the top 10. In general, the people who have helped you the most in the past will also be the people who can do so in the future. Sometimes, however, a good friend who is some way down the list becomes a much more important potential ally. Perhaps because he or she has gained a new and highly influential post, has made a killing through an investment, or secured valuable recognition. Go through the exercise again, ranking your allies from 1 to 10 and allocating another 100 points to them, this time on the basis of their future ability to help you. People help you because there is a strong relationship between you. The best relationships are built on V attributes: mutual enjoyment of each other's company, respect, shared experience, reciprocity, and trust. In successful business relationships, these attributes become entwined and are impossible to untangle. But we can think of them separately. Mutual enjoyment. The rest of our V attributes is the most obvious. If you do not enjoy talking to someone and they're okay, a restaurant, at a social occasion, or on the phone, you will not build a strong relationship. They have to enjoy your company too. If this seems terribly obvious, reeks for a moment on the people with whom you mix socially but basically for professional purposes. How many of them do you really like with? A surprising number of people spend a lot of time with people they don't like. This is a complete and utter waste of time. It's not enjoyable. It's tiring. It's often expensive. It prevents you doing better things. And it will get you absolutely nowhere. Stop doing it. Spend more time with the contacts you enjoy. particularly if they can also be useful to you. Respect. There are people whose company I enjoy immensely, but whom I do not greatly respect professionally, and vice versa. I would never advance someone's career if I didn't respect their professional abilities. If someone is to help you professionally, they must be impressed by you. Yet very often we hide our light under a bushel. A good friend, Paul, who is in a position to advance my career considerably, once remarked in a board meeting where we were both outside directors that he was prepared to believe that I was competent professionally, although he had never seen the slightest evidence of it. I resolved to add a context where I could show some evidence. I did, and Paul moved sharply up my list of business allies. Shared experience. Just as in the primitive village, we have a limited number of slots for important professional experiences. Shared experience, especially if it involves struggle or sewering, is very bonding. One of my greatest relationships, both as business ally and friend, came from being a new recruit in my rest job alongside another recruit in the same situation. I am sure we would not have developed such rapport if we had not both hated our jobs in the oil refinery so much. The implication is that if you are in a difficult job, develop one ally whom you like and respect. Make it a deep and fruitful alliance. If you don't, you are missing a big opportunity. Even if you are not sewering in one person who has a great deal of shared experience and make him or her a key ally. Reciprocity. For alliances to work, each ally must do a great deal for the other party, repeatedly, consistently, over a long period of time. Reciprocity requires that the relationship is not one-sided. Equally, reciprocity should come naturally and not be too neatly calculated. The important thing is that you do whatever you possibly can, consistent with high ethical standards, to help the other person. This requires time and thought. You should not wait until they ask a favor. What surprises me in reviewing business relationships is how infrequently true reciprocity is built up. Even if all the other ingredients, friendship, respect, shared experience, and trust, are present, people very often neglect to be proactive in helping their allies. This, again, is a massive wasted opportunity to deepen the relationship and store up future help. The Beatles told us that in the end, the love you take is equal to the love you make. Similarly, in the end, the professional help you receive is equal to that you provide. Trust. Trust cements relationships. Lack of trust can unwind them very quickly. Trust requires total honesty at all times. If there is even a suspicion that you are not saying what you think, even for the most high-minded reasons or to remain diplomatic, trust can be undermined. If you do not trust someone totally, don't try to build up an alliance. It shouldn't work and it won't. But if you do have total trust, it makes business relationships so much faster and more efficient. A lot of time and cost can be eliminated. Your ally slots carefully. A good rule of thumb is that you should develop up to 6 or 7 absolutely gilt-edged business alliances, composed as follows. 1 or 2 relationships with mentors, people more senior than you, or 3 relationships with peers, 1 or 2 relationships with peers, 1 or 2 relationships where you are the mentor. Relationships with mentors. Choose your 1 or 2 mentors carefully. Do not let them choose you. They might deprive a much better mentor of the slot. The mentors you choose should have the following 2 characteristics. You must be able to build up the V ingredient. Relationship comprising mutual enjoyment, respect, shared experience, reciprocity, and trust. The mentor should be as senior as possible or even better, relatively junior but clearly destined for the top. The best mentors are extremely able and ambitious. It may seem strange to say that relationships with mentors should be reciprocal, since inevitably the mentor will have more to owe than the mentee. But mentors must be rewarded or else they will lose interest. The mentee must provide fresh ideas, mental stimulation, enthusiasm, hard work, knowledge of new technologies, or some other attribute of value to the mentor. Wise mentors very often use younger allies to keep them up to date with emerging trends and potential opportunities or threats that may not be apparent from the top. Relationships with peers. With peers, you are very often spoilt for choice. There are many potential allies, but remember that you have only 2 or 3 slots to L. Be very selective. Make a list of all potential allies who have the V ingredients or potential for them. Pick the 2 or 3 from the list who you believe will be the most successful. Then work hard at making them allies. Relationships where you are the mentor. Do not neglect these. You are likely to get the most out of your one or two mentees if they work for you, preferably for quite a long period of time. Multiple alliances. Alliances very often build up into webs or networks, where many of the same people have relationships with each other. These networks can become very powerful, or at least seem so from the outside. They are often great fun. But do not get carried away, smug in the knowledge that you are in with the in-crowd. You may just be a fringe player. Don't forget that all true and valuable relationships are bilateral. If you have a strong alliance with both X and I and they have one between each other, that is excellent. Lenin said that a chain is as strong as its weakest link. However strong the relationships between X and I, the ones that really matter for you are yours with X and yours with X and yours with Y. Conclusion. For both personal and professional relationships, fewer and deeper is better than more and less deep. One relationship is not as good as another. Seriously odd relationships, when you spend a lot of time together, but the result is unsatisfying, should be terminated as soon as possible. Bad relationships drive out good. There's a limited number of slots for relationships. Don't use up the slots too early or on low quality relationships. Choose with care, then build with commitment. A fork in the book. We have now reached an optional fork in this book's progress. The next two chapters, 13 and 14, are, respectively, for those who want to know how to advance their careers or multiply their money. Readers for whom these are not important concerns should advance to Chapter 15, where the 7 habits of happiness await. Chapter 13. Intelligent and lazy. There are only 4 types of ochre. First, there are the lazy, stupid ones. Leave them alone. They do no harm. Second, there are the hardworking, intelligent ones. They make excellent stay ochres, ensuring that every detail is properly considered. Third, there are the hardworking, stupid ones. These people are a menace and must be read at once. They create irrelevant work for everybody. Finally, there are the intelligent, lazy ones. They are suited for the highest O'Shea. General von Manstein on the German Osterkorb. This is a chapter for the truly ambitious. If you do not sewer from the insecurity that fuels the desire to be rich or famous, move on to Chapter 15. But if you want to win the rate race, here is some advice that may surprise you. General von Manstein captures the essence of this chapter, which is the 80-20 principles guidance on how to have a successful career. If the general had been a management consultant, he would have made a fortune out of the matrix shown in Figure 37. Figure 37, the von Manstein matrix. This advice is what to do about other people. But what about yourself? It might be thought that intelligence and propensity to work are X'd properties, in which case the von Manstein matrix, although interesting, is useless. But the position advanced in this chapter is slightly different. Even if you are hardworking, you can learn to become lazy. And even if you or other people think you're stupid, you are intelligent at something. The key to becoming a star is to simulate, manufacture, and deploy lazy intelligence. As we will see, lazy intelligence can be worked at. The key to earning more and working less is to pick the right thing to do and to do only those things that add the highest value. First, however, it is instructive to see how the 80-20 principle distributes rewards to those who work. Rewards are both unbalanced and unfair. We can either complain about this or align ourselves to take advantage of the von Manstein matrix. Imbalance is rampant in professional success and returns. The 80-20 principle is nowhere more evident today than in the very high and increasing returns enjoyed by very small numbers of elite professionals. We live in a world where the returns for top talent in all spheres of life have never been higher. A small percentage of professionals obtain a disproportionate amount of recognition and fame, and usually also a high percentage of the spoils available. Take any sphere of contemporary human endeavor, in any country or globally, whether the sphere be athletics, baseball, basketball, football, golf, rugby, tennis, or any other popular sport, or architecture, sculpture, painting, or any other visual art, or music of any category, the movies or the theater, novels, cookery books, or autobiography, or even hosting TV chat shows, reading the news, politics, or any other well-donned area, there will be a small number of preeminent professionals whose names spring to mind. Considering how many people there are in each country, it is a remarkably small number of names, and usually a small percentage, typically well under 5% of the professionals active in the relevant sphere. The fraction of any profession who are recognized names is very small, but they hog the limelight. They are always in demand and always in the news. They are the human equivalent of consumer goods brands, obtaining instant recognition as known quantities. The same concentration operates with regard to popularity and natural rewards. More than 80% of novels sold are from fewer than 20% of novel titles in print. The same is true of any other category of publishing, of pop seeds and concerts, of movies, even of books about business. The same applies to actors, TV celebrities, or any branch of sports. 80% of prize money in golf goes to fewer than 20% of professional golfers. The equivalent is true in tennis. And in horse racing, more than 80% of winnings go to fewer than 20% of owners, jockeys, and trainers. We live in an increasingly marketized world. The top names can command enormous fees, but those who are not quite as good or well-known make relatively little. There's a big difference between being at the top and well-known to all, and being almost at the top and well-known only to a few enthusiasts. The best-known baseball, basketball, or football stars can make millions. Those just below the top rank only a comfortable living. Why do the winners take all? The distribution of incomes for superstars is even more unbalanced than for the population as a whole and provides excellent illustrations of the 80-20 principle, or in most cases 90-10 or 95-5. Various writers have sought economic or sociological explanations of the super returns to superstars. 1. The most persuasive explanation is that two conditions facilitate superstar returns. One is that it is possible for the superstar to be accessible to many people at once. Modern communications enable this to happen. The incremental cost of distributing Janet Jackson, J.K. Rowling, Steven Spielberg, Oprah Winfrey, Paris Hilton, Roger Federer, Mariah Carey, or David Beckham to additional customers can be almost nothing, since the additional cost of broadcasting, making a CD, or printing a book is a very small part of the total cost structure. The additional cost of making these superstars available is certainly no more than for a second-rate substitute, except insofar as the superstars themselves take a higher fee. Although the fee may be many millions or tens of millions, the incremental cost per consumer is very low indeed, often a matter of cents or fractions of a cent. The second condition for superstar returns is that mediocrity must not be a substitute for talent. It must be important to obtain the best. If one house cleaner is half as quick as another, the market will clear by paying her half as much. But who wants someone who is half as good as Tiger Woods, Celine Dion, or Andre Bocelli? In this case, the non-superstar, even working for nothing, would have vastly inferior economics to the superstar. The non-superstar would attract a smaller audience, and for a tiny decrease in the total cost, bring in very much lower revenues. Winner takes all is a modern phenomenon. What is intriguing is that this disparity between top returns and the rest has not always existed. The best basketball or football champions of the 1940s and 1950s, for example, did not make much money. It used to be possible to end a prominent politician who died fairly poor. And the further back we go, the less true it was that the winner took all. For instance, William Shakespeare was absolutely preeminent in terms of talent among his contemporaries. So was Leonardo da Vinci. By rights, or rather by today's standards, they should have been able to exploit their brilliance, creativity, and fame to become the richest men of their time. Instead, they made do with the sort of income that is enjoyed today by millions of moderately talented professionals. The imbalance of natural rewards for talent is becoming more and more pronounced over time. Today, income is more closely linked to merit and marketability, so that the 80-20 connection, because it can be clearly demonstrated in money terms, becomes easily apparent. Our society is clearly more meritocratic than that of a century, or even a generation ago. This is particularly so in Europe generally and Great Britain in particular. If top footballers like Bobby Moore had made fortunes in the 1940s or 1950s, it would have provoked fury among the British establishment. It would have been unseemly. When the leader writers of the 1960s discovered that the Beatles were millionaires, it caused astonishment. Today, the fact that Madonna is worth at least $325 million, J.K. Rowling $1 billion, and Oprah Winfrey $1.05 billion causes no surprise or outrage. 2. Nowadays, we have less respect for rank and more for markets. The other new element is, as mentioned above, The technological revolution in broadcasting, telecommunications, and consumer products like the CD and CD-ROM. The key consideration now is to maximize revenue, which superstars can do. The extra cost of hiring them may be a huge amount of money for an individual, but the cost per consumer is trivial. Achievement has always obeyed the 80-20 principle. If we set money aside and deal in the more enduring and important matters, at least for everyone except the superstars themselves, we can see that the concentration of achievement and fame in very few people, whatever the profession, has always been true. Constraints that seem odd to our eyes, such as class or the absence of telecommunications, stop Shakespeare and Leonardo da Vinci becoming millionaires. But lack of wealth did not diminish their achievements or the fact that a huge proportion of impact came from a tiny proportion of creators. 80-20 returns also apply to non-media professionals. Although it is most noticeable and exaggerated with respect to media superstars, it is significant that 80-20 returns are not conned to the world of entertainment. In fact, celebrities comprise only 3% of multimillionaires. The majority of the 7 million or so Americans in the $10 million bracket are professionals of one sort or another. Executives, Wall Street types, top lawyers and doctors, and the like. Moving up to the 1.4 million Americans who own $10, 100 million, there are twice as many entrepreneurs as in the poorer millionaire category. When we reach the much smaller number, some thousands of Americans worth $100 million, $1 billion, entrepreneurs and money managers predominate. The same is true in the billionaire category, where Forbes magazine counted 946 in 2007, including no fewer than 178 new entries and 17 re-entries. Talent has probably always followed an 80-20 pattern. The IQ of technology may be, roughly, to move talent to a curve approximating 90-10 or 95-5. Rewards used to follow, perhaps, a 70-30 curve. But for the most famous, they must surely now be close to 95-5 or an even more unbalanced curve. The distribution of wealth along 80-20 or even 99 lines seems to have become an inexorable and even frightening trend. Between 1990 and 2004, the top 1% of American earners saw their earnings fattened by 57%. For the top 1/10%, it soared by 85%. Billionaires have fared even better. Their combined wealth was a staggering $439 billion in 1995, but now it has multiplied 8 times to $3.05 trillion. In the last year, up to 2007, it went up by no less than 26%. 2/3 of the 2007 billionaires were significantly richer than last year, and only 17% were poorer. What does all this mean for the ambition? What are the rules for success in this 80-20 world? You may want to give up and refuse to compete in a world where the odds against mega success are so long. But I believe this is the wrong conclusion, even if you do not aim to become a world-beating millionaire. But especially if you do, there are 10 golden rules for successful careers in an increasingly 80-20 world below. Although these principles are more valuable the more ambitious you are, they apply to any level of career and ambition. As we elaborate, put on your 80-20 thinker cap to additionize the text to your own career. Recall the von Manstein matrix, in the place where your name is already inscribed, where you can be intelligent, lazy, and highly rewarded. 10 golden rules for career success. 1. Specialize in a very small niche. Develop a core skill. 2. Choose a niche that you enjoy, where you can excel and stand a chance of becoming an acknowledged leader. 3. Realize that knowledge is power. 4. Identify your market and your core customers and serve them. Best 5. Identify where 20% of your gives 80% of returns. 6. Learn from the best. 7. Become self-employed early in your career. 8. Employ as many net value creators as possible. 9. Use outside contractors for everything but your core skill. 10. Exploit capital leverage. Specialize in a very small niche. Specialization is one of the great universal laws of life. This is how life itself evolved, with each species seeking out new ecological niches and developing unique characteristics. A small business that does not specialize will die. An individual who does not specialize will be doomed to life as a wage slave. In the natural world, the number of species is unknown, but it is almost certainly an astonishingly large number. The number of niches in the business world is very much larger than generally appreciated. Hence, many small businesses apparently in competition in a broad market can actually all be leaders in their own niches and avoid head competition. 4. For the individual too, it is better to know a few things well, or preferably one thing exceptionally well, than it is to know many things superficially. Specialization is intrinsic to the 80-20 principle. The reason that it operates, that 20% of inputs can result in 80% of outputs, is that the productive F is much more specialized and suited to the task at hand than are the unproductive 4 F. Whenever we observe the 80-20 principle working, this is evidence both of a waste of resources on the part of the unproductive 4 Fs and of the need for further specialization. If the unproductive 80% specialized in what they're good at, they could become the productive 20% in another sphere. This in turn would produce another 80-20 relationship, but at a higher level. What used to be the unproductive 80% or some of it will now be the productive 20% in another distribution. This process, what the German 19th century philosopher G.W.F. Hegel called a dialectic, 5 can go on, constituting the engine of progress. Indeed, there is evidence that this is precisely what has happened over time, both in the natural world and in society. Higher living standards have been driven by greater and greater specialization. The computer evolved from a new specialization within electronics. The personal computer from a further specialization. Modern user-friendly software from further specializations. The C-drome from yet another stage of the same process. Biotechnology, which will revolutionize food production, has evolved in a similar way, with each new advance requiring and feeding on ever more progressive specialization. Your career ought to evolve in a similar way. Knowledge is the key. One of the most marked tendencies in the world of work over the past generation has been the increasing power and status of technicians, formerly often blue-collar workers, but now empowered by specialist knowledge in league with ever more specialized information technology. 6. These experts are now often more powerful and well-paid than the technologically more primitive managers who purported to add value by organizing the technicians. 7. At the most basic level, specialization requires qualifications. More than 80% of qualifications in most societies are held by 20% of the workforce. Increasingly, the most important class distinction in advanced societies is not ownership of land or even of wealth, but ownership of information. 80% of information is the property of 20% of people. The American economist and statesman Robert Reich has divided the U.S. workforce into 4 groups. The top group he calls symbolic analysts, people who deal with numbers, ideas, problems, and words. They include financial analysts, consultants, architects, lawyers, doctors, and journalists. Indeed, all workers whose intelligence and knowledge are the source of power and influence. Interestingly, he calls this group the fortunate F, in our terms the top 20%, who he says hold 80% of information and 80% of wealth. Anyone who has any recent experience of intellectual disciplines knows that knowledge is undergoing a profound and progressive fragmentation. In some ways, this is worrying, since there is almost nobody in the intelligentsia or society as a whole who can integrate direct advances in knowledge and tell us what it all means. But in other ways, the fragmentation is further evidence of the need for and value of specialization. And for the individual, observing the increasing trend of rewards going to the top dogs, this is an extremely hopeful process. You may have no hope of becoming Albert Einstein or even Bill Gates, but there are literally hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of niches where you can choose to specialize. You could even, like Gates, invent your own niche. Find your niche. It may take you a long time, but it is the only way you will gain access to exceptional returns. Choose a niche that you enjoy and in which you can excel. Specialization requires very careful thought. The narrower an area, the more important it is to choose it with extreme care. Specialize in an area in which you are already interested and which you enjoy. You will not become an acknowledged leader in anything that cannot command your enthusiasm and passion. This is not as demanding a requirement as you may think. Everyone is excited by something. If not, they are dead or dying. And almost every hobby, every enthusiasm, every vocation can these days be turned into a business activity. You can also look at it from the other end. Almost anyone who has made it to the top has done so with great enthusiasm for what they're doing. Enthusiasm drives personal achievement and also infects others with enthusiasm, creating a multiplier. You cannot feign or manufacture enthusiasm. If you are not enthusiastic about your current career and are ambitious, you should stop doing it. But before you take this step, work out a better career. Write down all the things about which you're enthusiastic. Then work out which of these could be made into a career niche. Then choose the one about which you are most enthusiastic. Realize that knowledge is power. The key to making a career out of an enthusiasm is knowledge. Know more about an area than anybody else does. Then work out a way to marketize it, to create a market and a set of loyal customers. It is not enough to know a lot about a little. You have to know more than anybody else, at least about something. Do not stop improving your expertise until you are sure you know more and are better in your niche than anybody else. Then reinforce your lead by constant practice and inveterate curiosity. Do not expect to become a leader unless you really are more knowledgeable than anyone else. Marketization is a creative process. You will need to work out for yourself how to do this. Perhaps you can follow the example of others who have marketized their knowledge in an adjacent area. But if this option is not available, follow the guidelines below. Identify your market and your core customers and serve them best. Your market is those people who might pay for your knowledge. The core customers are those who would value your services most. The market is the arena within which you will operate. This requires you to know how the knowledge you have can be sold. Are you going to work for an established arm or an individual as an employee, to work for a number of corporations or individuals as a freelancer, or to set up business marketing services derived from the labor of yourself and others to individuals or to firms? Are you going to supply raw knowledge, to process it for specific situations, or to use the knowledge to create a product? Are you going to invent the product, to add value to someone else's semi-niched product, or to be a retailer of niched product? Your core customer or customers are the specific individuals or corporations that may place the highest value on your activity and that may provide a stream of well-paid work. Whether you are employed, self-employed, a small or large employer, or even the head of state, you have core customers on whom your continued success depends. This is true, whatever the level of your past achievement. It is surprising, incidentally, how often leaders forfeit their position by neglecting or even abusing their core customer group. Tennis star John McEnroe forgot that his customers were the spectators and even the professional tennis organizers. Mrs. Thatcher, as she then was, forgot that her most important customers were her own conservative members of parliament. Richard Nixon forgot that his core customer group was Middle America, with its requirement for integrity. Serving customers is key, but they must be the right customers for you. Those whom with relatively little EORT you can make extremely happy. Identify where 20% of EORT gives 80% of returns. There is no fun in work unless you can achieve a lot with a little. If you have to work 60 or 70 hours a week in order to cope, if you feel that you're always behind, if you are struggling to keep up with work's requirements, then you are in the wrong job or doing it completely the wrong way. You are certainly not benefiting from the 80-20 principle or from the von Manstein matrix. Keep reminding yourself of some of the golden 80-20 insights. In any sphere of activity, 80% of people are only achieving 20% of results, and 20% of people are achieving 80% of results. What are the majority doing wrong and the minority doing right? Come to that. Who are the minority? Could you do what they do? Could you take what they do and do it in an even more extreme form? Could you invent an even more clever and efficient way to do it? Is there a good tea between yourself and your customers? Are you in the right corporation, the right department, the right job? Where could you impress your customers with relatively little EORT? Do you enjoy what you do, and are you enthusiastic about it? If not, begin planning today to switch to a job where you can be. If you like your job and your customers, but are not coasting to glory, you're probably spending your time in the wrong way. What is the 20% of your time when you achieve 80% of your results? Do more of it. What is the 80% of your time when you achieve little? Do less of it. Do less of it. The answer can be as simple as that, although implementing the change will require you to break all your normal habits and conventions. In every market, for every customer, in every firm, in all professions, there is a way to do things more efficiently and actively, not just a bit better, but a step function better. Look beneath the surface for 80-20 truths in your profession or industry. In my own profession, that of management consulting, the answers are clear. Big clients, good. Big assignments, good. Large case teams with many cheap junior members, good. Close client relationships between individuals, good. Relationships with the top person, the CEO, very good. Long client relationships, very good. Long and close client relationships with the top people in large corporations with large budgets and the use of many junior consultants. Laughing all the way to the bank. What are the 80-20 truths in your line of business? Where do corporations make supernormal, even obscene protes? Which of your colleagues is riding high while always seeming relaxed, with time to indulge themselves in their favorite hobbies? What are they doing that's so cute? Think. The answer is they're somewhere. All you have to do isn't it? But don't ask the industry. Establishment what the answer is. Don't do a survey of your colleagues and don't try to add the answer in print. All you will is the conventional wisdom, repeated a zillion ways. The answer will lie with the industry heretics, the professional mavericks, and the eccentric individuals. Learn from the best. The winners in any eld have, almost by definition, found ways to make 20% of effort yield 80% of result. This does not mean that the leaders are lazy or lacking in dedication. Leaders usually work very hard, but their output for no more time than is put in by the merely competent in their eld is several times more valuable than the output of the merely competent. The leaders produce results which, in both quality and quantity, knock spots of the competition. Put another way, leaders do things differently. Leaders are usually outsiders. They think and feel differently. Those who are best in any sphere do not think and act in similar ways to the average performers. The leaders may not be conscious of what they do differently. Very rarely do they think about it and articulate it. But if leaders do not generally explain the secrets of their success, these can often be deduced by observation. Previous generations understood this well. The disciple sitting at the feet of the master, the apprentice learning a trade from a craftsman, the student learning by assisting a professor with research, the artist serving time with an accomplished artist, all learnt by observing the best in their eld at work, by assisting and by imitating. Be willing to pay a high price to work for the best. Find any excuse to spend time with them. Work out what their characteristic ways of operating are. You will admit they see things differently, spend time differently, and interact with other people differently, Unless you can do what they do or something even more different from the average modus vivendi in the profession, you will never rise to the top. Sometimes, it is not just a matter of working for the best individuals. Key, no, how can be located within the collective culture of the best arms. The key is in the differences. Arguably, you should work for one of the average arms, then for one of the very best and observe the differences. For instance, I worked for Shell and wrote lots of memos. I then went to work for one of the Mars companies and learned to talk to people face to face until I got the desired answers. The latter was a 20-80 practice, 20% of ER leading to 80% of results. Leaders have many such 20-80 practices. Observe, learn, and practice. Become self-employed early in your career. Leverage your own time so that you focus on the things where you add V times more value than elsewhere. The second step is to ensure that you capture as much of this value for yourself. The ideal position, one that you should aim to reach early in your career, is to capture all of the value of your work for yourself. Karl Marx's theory of surplus value states that the workers produce all value and excess value is appropriated by the capitalists who employ the workers. Put crudely, prots are the excess value stolen from the workers. The theory is nonsense, but can usefully be stood on its head. The ordinary employee who produces average results may actually be exploiting the corporation more than he or she is exploited. Corporations typically have far too many managers, and the net value added by a majority of them is actually negative. Yet the employee who uses the 80-20 principle properly will probably be many times more effective than the average. The 80-20 employee is most unlikely to be paid several times what his or her peers are. The 80-20 employee will therefore probably obtain a better deal by becoming self-employed. When you are self-employed, you get paid by results. For those who use the 80-20 principle, this is good news. The one circumstance in which it may not be appropriate to become self-employed yet is when you are still in the rapid learning state. If a corporation or professional arm is teaching you a great deal, the value of this learning may exceed the differential between the value you add and what you are paid. This is typically the case during the first 2 or 3 years of a professional career. It can also be the case when more experienced professionals join a new arm that has higher standards than the ones in which they have previously worked. In this case, the period of super learning usually lasts for a few months only, or a year at the most. When these periods are over, become self-employed. Do not worry over much about security. Your professional expertise and use of 80-20 precepts constitute your security. In any case, RIMs can no longer deliver security. Employ as many net value creators as possible. If the first stage of leverage is the best use of your time, and the second stage is to ensure that you capture for yourself the value you create. The third stage is to leverage the power of other people. There's only one you, but there are a very large number of people who you could potentially employ. A minority of these people, but the minority from which the 80-20 practitioner will choose to hire, add a great deal more value than they cost. It follows that the greatest source of leverage is other people. To some extent, you can and should leverage other people who you do not employ, your allies. But you can obtain the most direct and complete leverage from the people you employ. A simple numerical illustration may help to focus the mind on the enormous value of employment leverage. Let us assume that by using the 80-20 principle, you become V times more active than the average professional in your line of business. Let us also assume that you are self-employed and so capture all of this value. The best that you will do, therefore, is to get results 500% of the average. Your surplus over the average is therefore 400 units. But let us now assume that you can identify 10 other professionals, each of whom is or can be trained to become 3 times better than the average. They are not as good as you are, but they still add much more value than they cost. Let us also assume that in order to attract and retain these people, you pay them 50% more than the going rate. Each one of them will produce 300 units of value and cost 150 units. You therefore make a or capitalistic surplus of 150 units for each employee. By hiring the 10, you therefore have another 1,500 surplus units to add to the 400 extra units that you yourself are creating. Your total surplus is now 1,900 units, nearly V times as much as before you started hiring. Naturally, you do not have to stop at 10 employees. The only constraints are your ability to NC employees who add surplus value and your ability and theirs to end a customer. The latter constraint should not normally operate in the absence of the former, since professionals who add excess value should normally enter a ready market for their services. Clearly, it is crucial to hire only net value creators, those whose value comfortably exceeds their cost. But it would be wrong to say you should only hire the best. The most excess value is created by employing as many excess value creators as possible, even if some of them are only twice as good as the average, whereas others may be V times or even more, as EDIV. Within your own workforce, there is still likely to be an 80-20 or 70-30 distribution of activeness. The greatest absolute surplus value may coexist with a fairly skewed distribution of talent. The only requirement is that your least super active employee still adds more value than he or she costs. Use outside contractors for everything but your core skill. The 80-20 principle is a principle of selectivity. You achieve maximum activeness by concentrating on the of activities at which you are the best. This principle applies not just to individuals but to firms as well. The most successful professional RAMs and corporations are those that outsource everything but what they are best at. If their skill is marketing, they do not manufacture. If their real advantage is in research and development, they use third parties not just for making the goods, but for marketing and selling them. If they are best at volume manufacture of standardized products, they do not make specials or upmarket varieties. If they are best at high-margin specials, they do not try their hand in the mass market, and so on. The fourth stage of leverage is to use outside contractors as much as possible. Keep your own arm as simple as possible and purely focused on those areas where it is several times better than the competition. Exploit capital leverage. So far, we have advocated labor leverage, but you can also benefit from capital leverage. Capital leverage is using money to capture additional surplus value. At its most basic, it means buying machines to replace labor whenever the machines are more cost-effective. Today, the most interesting examples of capital leverage involve the use of money to roll out good ideas that have already proven themselves in particular local circumstances. In EYECT, the capital is used to multiply frozen know-how captured in a particular formula. Examples include all forms of software distribution, the rollout of fast food, and increasingly not so fast food, restaurant formulas such as McDonald's, and the globalization of soft drink supply. Summary. Rewards increasingly demonstrate the 80-20 principle. The winners take all. Those who are truly ambitious must aim for the top in their eld. Choose your eld narrowly. Choose your eld narrowly. Specialize. Choose the niche that is made for you. You will not excel unless you also enjoy what you are doing. Success requires knowledge, but success also requires insight into what delivers the greatest customer satisfaction with the least use of resources. Identify where 20% of resources can be made to deliver 80% of returns. Early in your career, learn all there is to be learned. You can only do this by working for the best firms and the best firms and individuals within them, best being denned with reference to your own narrow niche. Obtain the 4 forms of labor leverage. First, leverage your own time. Second, capture 100% of its value by becoming self-employed. Third, employ as many net value creators as possible. Fourth, contract out everything that you and your colleagues are not several times better at doing. If you do all this, you will have built your career into your own arm. At this stage, use capital leverage to multiply its wealth. Multiplying money. If you are interested in a successful career, you are probably also interested in multiplying your money. As we shall see in chapters 14 and 15 respectively, this is both easier and less worthwhile than is commonly thought. Chapter 14. Money, money, money. To everyone who has will more be given, and he will have abundance. But from him who has not, even what he has will be taken away. Matthew 25:29. This is another optional chapter designed for those who have some money and wish to know how to multiply it. If the future is at all like the past, it is quite easy to multiply money. All you need to do is put it in the right place and then leave it there. 1. Money obeys the 80-20 principle. It is no accident that Vilfredo Pareto discovered what we now know as the 80-20 principle when he was researching the distribution of incomes and wealth. He found that there was a predictable and highly unbalanced distribution of money. Money, it seems, dislikes being equally distributed. Unless redistributed by progressive taxation, incomes tend to be unequally distributed, with a minority gaining most of aggregate income. Even with progressive taxation, wealth follows an even more unequal pattern than incomes. It is even harder to make wealth equal than to make incomes equal. This is because the majority of wealth is created from investment rather than from income, and because investment returns tend to be even more unbalanced than income returns. The investment creates high amounts of wealth because of the phenomenon of compounding. For example, the value of shares may increase by 12.5% per annum on average. This means that $100 invested in 1950 would be worth around $22,740 today. In general, real investment returns, after taking out the eeks of ination, are highly positive except when ination is rampant. The compounding returns of investment are highly differential. Some investments are much better than others. This helps to explain why wealth becomes so unequally distributed. It makes a huge amount of difference whether you compound wealth at annual rates of, say, 5, 10, 20, or 40%. $1,000 compounded over 10 years at these rates would produce, respectively, $1,629, $2,593, $6,191, or $28,925. For 8 times the annual return, compounding at 40% produces a return nearly 18 times higher than compounding at 5%, and the results become even more skewed the longer we go on. Oddly enough, certain categories of investment and certain investment strategies are predictably much better than others at creating wealth. 80-20 insights into making money. You are more likely to become wealthy or to obtain the greatest increase in wealth from investment income rather than from employment income. This means that there is a premium on accumulating enough money early on to fund investment. Accumulating your stake for entry to the investment world usually requires hard work and low spending. For a period, net income must be higher than spending. The only exceptions to this rule are acquisition of money from legacies or other gifts, marrying into a wealthy family, windfalls from lotteries or other forms of gambling, and crime. The rest cannot easily be predicted. The third is so unlikely that it should be totally discounted. The fourth is not recommended. So only the second can be consciously planned, and even then the outcome is uncertain. But because of the compounding ikes of investment, you can become rich either by starting to invest early in life or by living a long time, or both. Starting early is the most controllable strategy. As early as possible, develop a consistent, long-term investment strategy based on principles that have worked well in the past. How, then, do we obtain 80% of investment returns with 20% of the money? The answer is to follow Coach's 10 commandments of investment. Make your investment philosophy redirect your personality. A key to successful personal investing is to match your personality and skills to one of a number of proven techniques. Most private investors fail because they use techniques that, while perfectly valid, are not suited to them as individuals. The investor should choose from a menu of perhaps 10 successful strategies to suit his or her own temperament and knowledge. Coach's 10 commandments of investment. 1. Make your investment philosophy react your personality. 2. Be proactive and unbalanced. 3. Invest mainly in the stock market. 4. Invest for the long term. 5. Invest most when the market is low. 6. If you can't beat the market is low. 6. If you can't beat the market. Expertise. 8. Consider the merits of emerging markets. 9. Cool your loss makers. 10. Run your gains. For example, if you like playing with numbers and are analytical, you should become a devotee of one of the analytical methods of investment. Of these, the ones that I like best are value investing. But see the next point, detecting earnings acceleration and specialist investments such as warrants. If you veer more toward optimism than pessimism, avoid an excessively analytical approach such as those above. The optimist often makes a poor investor, so be sure that your investments really are beating the index. If not, sell them and hand the money over to an index tracking fund, sometimes optimists, who in this case deserve the epithet visionaries. Make great investors because they select 2 or 3 shares that they know have enormous potential. But if you are an optimist, try to restrain your enthusiasm and write down as carefully as possible why the shares you like are so attractive. Try to be rational before you buy, and be sure to sell any loss-making shares, even if you are emotionally committed to them. But if you are neither analytical nor visionary, but a practical sort of person, you should either specialize in an area about which you know a great deal or follow successful investors who have a clear track record of beating the index. Be proactive and unbalanced. Being proactive means that you take charge of your investment decisions yourself. The danger of advisors and money managers is not so much that they cream a lot of the pot, but even more that they are unlikely to recommend or implement the sort of unbalanced portfolio that is the route to superior returns. Risk, it is said, is minimized by having a broad spread of investments in a wide range of direct media, such as bonds, stocks, cash, real estate, gold, and collectibles. But risk minimization is overrated. If you want to become rich enough to change your future lifestyle, you need to attain above average returns. The chances of doing this are much higher if you adopt an unbalanced portfolio. This means that you should have few investments, those that you are convinced will give high returns. And it also means that you should invest in one medium. Invest mainly in the stock market. Unless you happen to be an expert in a very esoteric investment medium such as 19th century Chinese silkscreens or toy soldiers, the best investment medium is the stock market. Over the long haul, investing in stocks, also called shares or equities, has produced returns stunningly higher than putting the money in a bank or investing in interest-bearing instruments like government or corporate bonds. For example, I calculated in Great Britain that if you had invested sown 100 in a building society in 1950, you could have taken out site 113 by 1992. But the same sown 100 invested in the stock market would have returned 14,198, more than 17 times as much. Two similar calculations can be made for the United States and nearly every other major stock market. Ann Schreiber, a private American investor with no particular expertise in the stock market, put $5,000 into blue-chip stocks just after the Second World War. She then sat on them. By 1995, the $5,000 had turned into $22 million, 440,000% of the original. The stock market, happily, is a relatively easy investment medium for the non-expert. Invest for the long term. Do not move in and out of individual stocks or your share portfolio as a whole very often. Unless they are clear losers, keep your stocks for many years. Buying and selling stocks is expensive as well as time-consuming. If you possibly can, take a 10-year view or even better, a 20, 30, or 50-year view. If you put money into stocks for the short term, you are really gambling rather than investing. If you are tempted to take the money out and spend it, you are deferring expenditure rather than investing. At some stage, of course, you may want to enjoy your wealth rather than wait for your heirs to do so. The best use of wealth is usually to create a new lifestyle where you can choose how to spend your time to pursue a career or work activity that you would most enjoy. Then the investment period is over. But until you have enough money to make this shift, continue to accumulate. Invest most when the stock market is low. Although its value goes up over time, the stock market is cyclical, partly as a function of the economic cycle, but mainly because moods fluctuate. It is amazing, but irrational. Concerns driven by fashion, animal spirits, hope, and fear can drive prices up or down. Pareto himself observed this phenomenon. There is a rhythm of sentiment which we can observe in ethics, in religion, and in politics as waves resembling the business cycle. Whereas during the upward trend, every argument produced in order to demonstrate that an enterprise will produce money is received with favor. Whereas such an argument will be absolutely rejected during the downward trend. A man who during the downward trend refuses to underwrite certain stock believes himself to be guided exclusively by reason and does not know that. Unconsciously, he yields to the 1,000 small impressions which he receives from the daily economic news. When, later during the upward trend, he will underwrite those same stocks or similar shares owing no better chance of success, he will again think that he is following only the dictates of reason and will remain unaware of the fact that his transition from distrust to trust depends on sentiments generated by the atmosphere around him. It is well known at the stock exchange that the public at large buys only in a rising market and sells in a declining market. The financiers who, because of their greater practice in this business, use their reason to a greater extent, although they sometimes allow themselves to be swayed by sentiment, do the opposite, and this is the main source of their gains. During a boom period, any mediocre argument to the effect that this boom must continue has great persuasive power. And if you tried to tell man that, after all, prices cannot continue to go up indefinitely, be sure he would not listen to you. 3. A whole school, that of value investing, has grown up around this philosophy. Buy when the stock market as a whole or an individual share is low and sell when it is high. One of the most successful investors of all time, Benjamin Graham, wrote the rulebook for value investing, and his rules have been vindicated time and time again. 4. There are many rules to guide you in value investing, simplifying greatly, but capturing perhaps 80% of their value and well under 20% of the space. Here are 3 rules to help you. Do not buy when everyone else is and when everyone else is and when everyone is convinced that the stock market can only go up. Instead, buy when everyone else is pessimistic. Use the price-earnings ratio, PE, as the best single benchmark for deciding whether shares are expensive or cheap. The PI of a share is its price divided by its after-tax earnings. For example, if a share is 250 cents and its earnings per share are 25 cents, the share is on a PE of 10. If the share price goes up in a period of optimism to 500 cents, but the earnings per share are still 25 cents, the PI is now 20. In general, a PE of over 17 for the stock market as a whole is a danger signal. Do not invest heavily when the market is this high. A PU of under 12 is a buy signal. One of under 10, a deny buy signal. Your stockbroker or a good natural newspaper should tell you what the current market average papers is. If asked which pathwise you mean, say learnedly the historic power, bozo. If you can't beat the market, track it. It is quite possible to develop an investment approach that is superior to the stock market average by following certain precepts and developing an approach tailored to your own personality and skills. These possibilities are explored below, but it is more likely that selecting your own investments will lead you to performance inferior to that of the stock market indices. In the latter case, or if you don't even wish to experiment with your own approach in the hope of beating the market, you should track the index. Index tracking, also called market tracking, means buying the shares that are in the stock market index. You then only sell shares when they drop out of the index. This happens to underperforming shares, and you only buy new shares when they're rest included in the index. You can track the index yourself at the cost of some eOrt and following the natural press. Alternatively, you can put your money into a tracker fund run by fund managers who, for a small annual fee, will do it for you. You can choose direct funds depending on which market you choose to track. Generally, it is safest to choose your home market and to go for a fund tracking the index comprised of the largest and best quality shares, called blue chips. Index tracking is fairly low risk, and yet, over the long term, should deliver high returns. If you decide to follow this approach, you need read no further than these Rest 6 commandments. It can be more fun and more rewarding, although at higher risk, to make your own selections. The next 4 commandments apply in that case. Remember, however, that this commandment requires you to go back to index tracking unless your own investment strategy generally beats the index. If it doesn't, cut your losses and track the index. Build your investments on your expertise. The whole essence of the 80-20 philosophy is to know a few things well, to specialize. This law applies particularly to investment. If you were deciding yourself which shares to buy, specialize in an area in which you are a relative expert. The great thing about specialization is that the possibilities are almost. You could, for example, specialize in shares of the industry in which you work, or of your hobby, your local area, or anything else in which you're interested. If you like shopping, for example, you might decide to specialize in the shares of retailers. Then if you notice a new chain springing up, where each new store seems to be full of keen shoppers, you might want to invest in those shares. Even if you do not start out as an expert, it may pay to specialize in a few shares, for example, those in a particular industry, so that you can learn as much as possible about that area. Consider the merits of emerging markets. Emerging markets are stock markets outside the developed countries, in countries where the economy is growing fast and where the stock market is still developing. Emerging markets include most of Asia, but not Japan, Africa, the Indian subcontinent, South America, the ex-communist countries of Central and Eastern Europe, and the fringes of Europe such as Portugal, Greece, and Turkey. The basic theory is very simple. Stock market performance is highly correlated with the growth of an economy as a whole. Therefore, invest in countries that have the fastest current and expected GNP growth, the emerging market. There are other reasons emerging markets can be very good investments. They have the lion's share of future privatizations, and these are generally good homes for money. The strange and sudden death of communism around 1990 forced many emerging countries to adopt more free market economic policies, which are likely to work their way through after the inevitable initial social disruption into higher returns for investors. And emerging country shares are often very good value because they tend to have quite low P ratios. As the market develops and matures and individual companies become larger, the PIEs are likely to go up, boosting the share prices considerably. But investing in emerging markets is decidedly riskier than investing at home. The companies are younger and less stable. The whole country's stock market could fall as a result of political changes or reductions in commodity prices. The currency could depreciate, and with it, the value of your shares, and you may need it much more difficult to take your money out than you did to put it in. Also, the cost of investing in terms of spreads and commissions is much higher than in developed markets. The chances of getting ripped off by a market maker are much higher. 3 policies must be followed by an investor in emerging markets. 1 is to invest only a small part of your total portfolio, up to 20%, in emerging markets. The second is to invest most of your emerging market funds only when the market is relatively low and the average price for the countries you're investing in is under 12. The third is to invest for the long term and only pull money out when the PEs are relatively high. But with these caveats, emerging markets are, over the long haul, likely to outperform, and it can be wise as well as fun to have some investment in them. Cull your loss makers. If any share falls by 15% of the price you paid, sell it. Follow this rule rigorously and consistently. If you want to buy it back later at a lower price, wait until the price has stopped falling for at least a number of days, and preferably weeks, before you reinvest. Apply the same 15% rule to the new investment. Stop the loss after 15%. The only acceptable exception to this commandment is if you are a very long-term investor who does not want to be bothered with the swings in markets and does not have the time to monitor investments. Those who stayed in stocks during and after the 1929, 1932, 1974, 5, and 1987 crashes will have done well over the long term. Those who sold after the rest 15% declines, where this was possible, and returned after the market had risen 15% from its lows would have done even better. The key point about the 15% rule has to do with individual stocks, not with the market. If an individual stock falls by 15%, which is much more common than the market falling by the same amount, it should be sold. Whereas few, if any, fortunes have been lost by sticking to the stock market or a broad portfolio of stocks. Over the long term, a large number of fortunes have been lost by mistaken loyalty to one or a few declining stocks. For individual stocks, the best indication of the future trend is the current one. Run your gains. Cut your losses, but do not cut your gain. The best long-term indicator of a great investment is a short-term gain. Repeated over and over again. Resist the temptation to take profits too early. This is where many private investors make their worst mistakes. They take nice profits, but forfeit much fatter ones. Nobody ever went broke by taking a profit, but many people never got rich by following the same procedure. There are two further 80-20 rules of investment that we have not yet explored. Comparing a large number of investment portfolios held over a long period of time, it is usually true that 20% of the portfolios contain 80% of the gains. For an individual holding a portfolio over a long period of time, 80% of the gains will usually come from 20% of the investments. In a portfolio composed exclusively of equities, 80% of the gains will come from 20% of the shares held. The reason these rules hold true is that a few investments are usually stunningly good performers, while the majority are not. These few superstar shares can give phenomenal returns. It is absolutely crucial, therefore, to let the superstars stay within the portfolio throughout the process, to let the profits ride. In the dying words of a character from one of Anita Bruckner's novels, never sell Glaxo. It would have been easy to lock in a 100% gain on IBM, McDonald's, Xerox, or Mark Spencer in the 1950s or 1960s, on Shell, G, Lonero, Dr., or the Swedish pharmaceuticals Ramastra in the 1970s, on American Express, Body Shop, or Cadbury, Schweppes early in the 1980s, or on Microsoft later that decade. Investors who took these gains would have missed out on several times that appreciation later. Good businesses tend to produce a virtuous cycle of consistent outperformance. Only when this momentum is reversed, which may take several decades, should you consider selling. Again, one good rule of thumb is not to sell unless the price falls by 15% from its recent high price. To do this, set a lock gain price at which you will sell, 15% below the high. A 15% reduction may indicate a change in the trend. Otherwise, continue to hold until circumstances force you to sell. Conclusion. Money begets money. But some methods of breeding have much more prolific results. Samuel Johnson said that a man was never so innocently employed as when making money. His observation pitches the accumulation of wealth, whether through investment or a successful professional career or both, at the right morale level. Neither pursuit is to be denigrated, but equally, neither is a guaranteed passport to serving society or personal happiness. And both money-making and professional success carry the dangers that they become ends in themselves. A success hangover is quite possible. Wealth creates the need to administer it, to deal with lawyers, tax advisors, bankers, and other profoundly stimulating contacts. The logic of professional success outlined in the preceding chapter leads almost inexorably to ever greater professional demands. To succeed, you must aim for the top. To get there, you must turn yourself into a business. To obtain maximum leverage, you must employ a large number of people. To maximize the value of your business, you must use other people's money and exploit capital leverage. To become even larger and more profitable, your circle of contacts expands and the time for friends and relationships contract. On the giddy roundabout of success, it is easy to lose focus, perspective, and personal values. It is a perfectly rational response to say, at any stage, stop success. I want to get wet. This is why it is sensible to stand back from careers and money-making and consider the most important subject of all, happiness. Chapter 15. The 7 Habits of Happiness. Temperament is not destiny. Daniel Goleman. Aristotle said that the goal of all human activity should be happiness. Down the ages, we haven't listened much to Aristotle. Perhaps he should have told us how to be happier. He could usefully have started by analyzing the causes of happiness and unhappiness. Can the 80-20 principle really apply to happiness? I believe it can. It appears to be true for most people that the majority of perceived happiness occurs in a minority of the time. One 80-20 hypothesis would be that 80% of happiness occurs in 20% of our time. When I have tried this hypothesis on friends and asked them to divide their weeks into days and parts of days, or their months into weeks, or their years into months, or their lives into years, about 2/3 of the respondents show a marked pattern of imbalance, approximating to the 80-20 pattern. The hypothesis does not work for everyone. About 1/3 of my friends don't exhibit the 80-20 pattern. Their happiness is much more equally distributed over time. What is fascinating is that this latter group seem to be markedly happier overall than the larger group whose happiness peaks in small amounts of their lives. This fits in with common sense. Those who are happy with most of their lives are more likely to be happier overall. Those whose happiness is highly concentrated in short bursts are likely to be less happy with life overall. It also fits in with the idea advanced throughout this book that 80-20 relationships imply waste and great scope for improvement. But, more significantly, it suggests that the 80-20 principle might help us to be happier. Two ways to be happier. Two ways to be happier is identify the times when you are happiest and expand them as much as possible. Identify the times when you are least happy and reduce them as much as possible. Spend more time on the type of activities that are very active at making you happy and less time on other activities. Start by cutting the valleys of unhappiness, the things that tend to make you actively unhappy. The best way to start being more happy is to stop being unhappy. You have more control over this than you imagine simply by avoiding situations where experience suggests you are likely to become unhappy. For activities that are very inactive at making you happy, or active at making you happy, or active at making you unhappy, think systematically of ways that you could enjoy them more. If this works, neat. If it doesn't, think how to avoid these situations. But aren't people powerless to deal with unhappiness? You might object, particularly if you have some experience of people who are chronically unhappy and are often consigned to the seemingly objective but terribly slippery and unhelpful category of the mentally ill, which has perhaps brought the world more misery than most categorizations. That this analysis is far too simplistic and assumes a degree of control over our own happiness that, for deep-rooted psychological reasons, many or most or all people do not have. Isn't our capacity to be happy largely predestined by heredity and childhood experience? Do we really have any control over our happiness? There is no doubt that there are people who are temperamentally more inclined to happiness than others. For some, the glass is always half full. For others, half empty. Psychologists and psychiatrists believe that capacity for happiness is determined by the interaction between genetics, childhood experiences, brain chemistry, and important life events. Clearly, adults can do nothing about their genes, childhood experiences, or past misfortunes in life. It is all too easy for those inclined to evade responsibility to blame their defeatism on forces outside their control, particularly if they are easily overawed by medical Jeremiah. Happily, common sense observation and the latest scientific evidence all indicate that while everyone is dealt a different hand of cards with respect to happiness, just as for every other blessing, there is a great deal that can be done to play our hand better and to improve it during the game of life. Adults are differently endowed with athletic ability as a result of genetics and the extent of training and exercise during childhood, youth, and subsequently. Yet everyone can markedly improve their teenness by sensible, regular exercise. Similarly, we may through hereditary influences and background be thought more or less intelligent, but everyone can train their mind and develop it. We may be more or less inclined through our genes and environment to become overweight, but healthy eating and exercise can make most fat people considerably thinner. Why, in principle, should our ability to become happier be any different? Whatever our starting point in terms of temperament, most of us have seen examples where the lives of acquaintances or friends have been materially changed and happiness permanently enhanced or reduced as a result of actions freely taken by those individuals. A new partner, a new career, a new place to live, a new lifestyle, or even a conscious decision to adopt a different attitude to life. Any of these can make all the difference to an individual's happiness, and all of them are under the individual's control. Predestination is an unconvincing hypothesis if it can be shown that only those who believe in predestination are subject to its sway. Evidence that some people can freely change their destiny ought to be persuasive and encourage us to emulate those exercising free will. The freedom to be happy is at last supported by science. At last, the eld of psychology and psychiatry, which more than economics, has deserved the epithet of the dismal science, prodded by the endings of other scientific disciplines, is producing a more cheerful picture consistent with our common sense and observations of life. Geneticists used to be excessively deterministic, reducing complex human behavior to the whim of inherited genes. As a more enlightened geneticist, Professor Steve Jones of University College London points out, there have been announcements of the discovery of single genes for manic depression, schizophrenia, and alcoholism. All have been withdrawn. 2 now. We are told by an eminent neuropsychiatrist the new eld of psychoneuroimmunology is telling us. The new eld of psychoneuroimmunology is telling us that a human being acts as an integrated whole. The evidence suggests that there is a delicate balance between what we think and feel on a daily basis and our physical and mental health. 3 in other words, within limits. You can choose to make yourself happy or unhappy, and even to make yourself healthy or unhappy, and even to make yourself healthy or unhealthy. Sensitive dependence on initial conditions. This does not mean that we should discard earlier research about the importance of childhood experiences or later misfortunes. We saw in Part 1 that chaos theory highlights sensitive dependence on initial conditions. This means that early in the life of any phenomenon, chance events and apparently small causes can cause a large deviation in the eventual outcome. Something analogous appears to happen in childhood, producing beliefs about ourselves, that we are loved or unloved, intelligent or unintelligent, highly valued or of low worth, able to take risks or constrained to obey authority, that are then often played out through life. The initial belief, which may be arrived at with no objective foundation whatever, acquires a life of its own and becomes self-fulfilling. Later events, poor examination results, a lover who leaves, failure to get the job we want, a career that moves sideways, being read, a setback in health, may blow us a course and reinforce negative views about ourselves, putting the clock back to unhappiness. So, is this a chilling world where unhappiness is the path laid out for us? I do not think so. The humanist Pico of Mirandola, 1463-93, pointed out that human beings are not entirely like other animals, for all other creatures have a innate nature that they cannot change. Humans have been given an innate nature and thus the ability to mold themselves. The rest of creation is passive. Humans alone have an active nature. They were created. We could create. When unhappiness strikes, we can recognize what is happening to us and refuse to accept it. We are free to change the way in which we think and act. To invert Jean-Jacques Rousseau, man is everywhere in chains, yet everywhere can be free. We can change the way that we think about external events, even where we cannot change them. And we can do something more. We can intelligently change our exposure to events that make us either happy or unhappy, making ourselves happy by strengthening emotional intelligence. Daniel Goleman and other writers have contrasted academic intelligence or IQ with emotional intelligence. Abilities such as being able to motivate oneself and delay gratification, to regulate one's moods and to keep distress from swamping the ability to think, to empathize and to hope. 5. Emotional intelligence is more crucial for happiness than intellectual intelligence. Yet our society places little emphasis on the development of emotional intelligence. As Goleman aptly remarks, even though a high IQ is no guarantee of prosperity, prestige, or happiness in life, our schools and our culture fixate on academic abilities, ignoring emotional intelligence, a set of traits. Some might call it character, that also matters immensely for our personal destiny. 6. The good news is that emotional intelligence can be cultivated and learned, certainly as a child, but also at any stage in life. In Goleman's wonderful phrase, temperament is not destiny. We can change our destiny by changing our temperament. Psychologist Martin Seligman points out that moods like anxiety, sadness, and anger don't just descend on you without your having any control over them. You can change the way you feel by what you think. 7. There are proven techniques for exiting feelings of incipient sadness and depression before they become damaging to your health and happiness. Moreover, by cultivating habits of optimism, you can help to prevent disease as well as have a happier life. Again, Goleman shows that happiness is related to neurological processes in the brain. Among the main biological changes in happiness is an increased activity in a brain center that inhibits negative feelings and fosters an increase in available energy, and a quieting of those that generate worrisome thought. There is a quiescence, which makes the body recover more quickly from the biological arousal of upsetting emotions. 8. Identify personal levers that can magnify positive thoughts and cut negative ones. In what circumstances are you at your most positive and most negative? Where are you? Who are you with? What are you doing? What is the weather like? Everyone has a wide range of emotional intelligence, depending on the circumstances. You can start to build up your emotional intelligence by giving yourself a break, by skewing the odds in your favor, by doing the things where you feel most in control and most benevolent. You can also avoid or minimize the circumstances where you are at your most emotionally stupid, making ourselves happier by changing the way we think about events. We have all experienced the trap of self-reinforced depression when we think in a gloomy and negative way and simply make things worse, so that we can imagine no way out of the box. When we come out of the depression, we see that the way out was always there. We can train ourselves to break the self-reinforcing pattern of depression by simple steps, such as seeking out company, changing our physical setting, or forcing ourselves to exercise. There are many examples of people exposed to the worst misfortunes, like those in concentration camps or with fatal diseases, who react in a positive way that changes their perspective and strengthens their ability to survive. According to Dr. Peter Fenwick, a consultant neuropsychiatrist, the ability to see silver linings in clouds is not simply Pollyannism. It is a healthy self-protective mechanism with a good biological basis. 9. Optimism, it seems, is a medically approved ingredient for both success and happiness, and the greatest motivator on earth. Hope has been done specifically by C.R. Sider, a psychologist at the University of Kansas, as believing you have both the will and the way to accomplish your goals, whatever they may be. 10. Making ourselves happier by changing the way we think about ourselves. Do you think of yourself as successful or unsuccessful, If you opt for unsuccessful, you may be sure that there are many people who have achieved less than you have and would be described by most people as less successful than you are. Their perception of self-success contributes both to their success and their happiness. Your feeling of being unsuccessful limits your success and your happiness. The same applies to whether you think you are happy or unhappy. Richard Nixon ended the Vietnam War by declaring that America's objectives had been achieved. He was economical with the truth, but who cared? The rebuilding of America's self-esteem could begin. Similarly, you can make yourself happy or unhappy just by the way that you decide to feel. Make the choice that you want to be happy. You owe it to yourself and you owe it to other people too. Unless you are happy, you will make your partner and anyone else with prolonged exposure to you less happy. Therefore, you have a positive duty to be happy. Psychologists tell us that all perceptions about happiness relate to our sense of self-worth. A positive self-image is essential to happiness. A sense of self-worth can and should be cultivated. You know you can do it. Give up guilt. Forget about your weaknesses. Focus and build on your strengths. Remember all the good things you have done, all the small and big achievements to your credit, all the positive feedback you have ever received. There's a lot to be said for yourself. Say it, or at least think it. You will be amazed at the difference it makes to your relationships, your achievements, and your happiness. You may feel that you are deceiving yourself, but in fact, by having a negative perception of yourself, you are guilty of self-deception. All the time we tell ourselves stories about ourselves. We have to. There is no objective truth. You might as well choose positive rather than negative stories. By doing so, you will increase the sum of human happiness, starting with yourself and radiating out to others. Use all the willpower at your disposal to make yourself happy. Construct the right stories about yourself and believe them, making ourselves happier by changing events. A further route to superior happiness is to change the events you encounter in order to increase your happiness. None of us can ever have complete control over events. but we can have much more control than we think. If the best way to start being happy is to stop being unhappy, the worst thing we should do is to avoid situations and people that tend to make us depressed or miserable. Making ourselves happier by changing the people we see most. There is medical evidence that high levels of stress can be coped with, provided that we have a few excellent personal relationships. But relationships of any kind that take up a large part of our time and are part of the daily fabric of our lives, whether at home, at work, or in our social lives, will powerfully influence both our happiness and our health. To quote John Cacioppo, an Ohio State University psychologist, "It's the most important relationships in your life, the people you see day in and day out, that seem to be crucial for your health. And the more significant the relationship is in your life, the more it matters for your health." 11. Think about the people you see every day. Do they make you happier or less happy? Could you change the amount of time you spend with them accordingly? Avoid the snake pits. There are many situations with which each of us typically copes badly. I have never seen the point in training people not to be scared of snakes. The more sensible action is to avoid the jungle or the pet shop. What upsets us, of course, varies from person to person. I cannot stop myself getting angry when confronted with pointless bureaucracy. I can feel stress building up when exposed to lawyers for more than a few minutes. I am anxious in traffic jams. I often become mildly depressed when days go by without seeing the sun. I hate being jammed into the same space with too many of my fellow humans. I cannot abide listening to people making excuses and detailing problems beyond their control. If I were to become a rush hour commuter, working with lawyers and living in Sweden, I am sure I would become depressed and quite possibly do myself in. But I have learned to avoid, as far as practicable, such situations. I do not commute, avoid mass transit systems in the rush hour, spend at least a week a month in the sun, pay someone else to deal with bureaucracy, drive around jams even if it takes longer, avoid having anyone of a negative disposition report to me, and then that my telephone's mysteriously disconnect the minutes after I'm called by lawyers. As a result of all these actions, I am significantly happier. No doubt you have your own pressure points. Write them down now. Consciously engineer your life to avoid them. Write down how. Now. Check each month how far you are succeeding. Congratulate yourself on each small avoidance victory. In Chapter 10, you identified your unhappiness islands. Analysis or reaction on when you have been least happy very often leads to obvious conclusions. You hate your job. You get depressed by your spouse. Or perhaps more precisely, you hate one third of your job. You cannot abide being with your spouse's friends or in-laws. You sewer mental torture from your boss. You detest housework. Great. You've now had a blinding glimpse of the obvious. Now, do something about it. Daily happiness habits. After you have removed, or at least set in motion plans to remove, the causes of unhappiness, concentrate most energy on the positive seeking of happiness. For this, there is no time like the present. Happiness is profoundly existential. Happiness only exists now. Past happiness may be remembered or future happiness planned, but the pleasure this gives can only be experienced in the now. What we all need is a set of daily happiness habits, similar to, and in fact partially related to, our daily TNS or healthy eating regime. My 7 daily happiness habits are summarized in Figure Chapter 38. Figure 38 7 Daily Happiness Habits. One essential ingredient of a happy day is physical exercise. I always feel good after, even if not during, exercise. Apparently, this is because exertion releases endorphins, natural antidepressants that are similar to certain exhilarating drugs, but with none of the dangers or expense. Daily exercise is an essential habit. If you don't make it a habit, you will do it far less often than you should. If it is a work day, I always exercise before going to work to ensure that my exercise time is not blown away by unexpected work pressures. If you travel a lot, ensure that you plan when you will exercise at the same time that you order the tickets, if necessary changing the schedule to accommodate the exercise. If you are a high-powered executive, do not let your secretary put any meetings in the calendar before 10 a.m. so that you will have plenty of time to exercise and prepare yourself for the day ahead. Another key component of a happy day is mental stimulation. You may obtain this at work, but if not, ensure that there is some intellectual or mental exercise each day. There are a huge number of ways to obtain this, depending on your interests: crossword puzzles, certain newspapers and magazines, reading part of a book, talking for at least 20 minutes to an intelligent friend about an abstract topic, writing a short article or journal entry. In fact, doing a short article or journal entry, doing anything that requires active thought on your part, watching television, even of the highbrow kind, does not qualify. A third essential daily regime is spiritual or artistic stimulation. This need not be as forbidding as it sounds. All that is required is at least half an hour's food for the imagination or spirit. Going to a concert, art gallery, theater, or movie all qualify, as do reading a poem, watching the sun rise or set, looking at the stars, or attendance at any event where you are stimulated and excited. This can even include a ball game, race meeting, political rally, church, or park. Meditation also works well. Daily happiness habit number 4 is doing something for another person or people. This does not have to be a major work of benevolence. It can be a random act of kindness, such as paying for someone else's parking meter or going out of your way to direct someone. Even a brief altruistic act can have a great EX on your spirits. The 5th habit is to share a pleasurable break with a friend. This must be an uninterrupted that lasting at least half an hour, but the form of the occasion is up to you. A cup of coffee, a drink, a meal, or a leisurely walk are all appropriate. Habit number 6 is to give yourself a treat. To prompt you each day, write down now a list of all the pleasures in which you could indulge yourself. Don't worry, you don't have to show the list to anyone. Ensure that you chalk up at least one of these each day. The null habit at the end of each day is to congratulate yourself on having followed your daily happiness habits. Since the point is to make yourself happy rather than unhappy, you can count a score of V or more, including this number 7, as a success. If you haven't notched up V habits, but have still achieved something significant or enjoyed yourself, congratulate yourself anyway on a day's worthwhile living. Medium-term stratagems for happiness. In addition to your 7 happiness habits, Figure 39 distills 7 shortcuts to a happy life. Figure 39 7 shortcuts to a happy life. Shortcut number 1 is to maximize control over your life. Lack of control is the root cause of much unease and uncertainty. I would rather drive a long way around a complex city route with which I am familiar than try to navigate a potentially shorter course that I do not know. Bus drivers are more frustrated than bus conductors and more liable to heart attacks, not just because of the lack of exercise on the job, but because they have much more limited control over when the bus moves. Working in the classic large bureaucracy leads to alienation because one's working life cannot be controlled. Self-employed people who can determine their working hours and work scheduling are happier than employed people who can. Maximizing the proportion of your life under your own control requires planning and often risk-taking. The happiness dividends, however, should not be underestimated. Setting reasonable and attainable goals is the second shortcut to happiness. Psychological research has shown that we are likely to achieve most when we have reasonably challenging but not too difficult goals. Objectives that are too easy will lead us to be complacent, accepting mediocre performance. But objectives that are too tough, the sort of objectives set by those of us laden with guilt or burdened with high and punitive expectations, are demoralizing and lead us to self-fulfilling self-perceptions of failure. Remember that you are trying to become happier. If in doubt, when setting yourself goals, err on the soft side. It is better for your happiness to set soft goals and succeed than it is to set tough goals and fail, even if the latter would have led you to objectively superior performance. If there is a trade between achievement and happiness, choose happiness. The third shortcut is to be exigeable when chance events interfere with plans and expectations. John Lennon once remarked that life is what happens while we're making other plans. Our objective must be to make our plans stick so that we happen to life rather than the other way around. But we must be prepared for life to insert its quota of objections and diversions. Life's interjections should be cheerfully and playfully accepted as a counterpoint to our plans. If possible, life's unplanned contribution should be incorporated into our own plan so that it can proceed to an even higher level. If imagination fails us here, life's objections should be worked around or quashed. If neither of these tactics works, we should accept what we cannot control with grace and maturity and get on with molding what we can control. On no account should we let life's objections rue us or make us angry, self-doubting, or bitter. Fourth, develop a close relationship with a happy partner. We are programmed to develop a close living relationship with one person. This selection of the partner is one of the few decisions in life, one of the 20%, that will help determine whether we are happy or not. Sexual attraction is one of the universe's great mysteries and demonstrates an extreme form of the 80-20 principle. The real chemistry can occur in eating seconds so that you feel 99% of the attraction and 1% of the time, and you know at once that this is the person for you. 12. But the 80-20 principle should put you on your guard. Danger and wasted happiness could lie ahead. Bear in mind that there are many people with whom you could, in theory, bond. This rush of blood to the head or the heart will happen again. If you have not yet selected a partner, remember that your happiness will be greatly influenced by the happiness of your partner. For the sake of your happiness, as well as for love, you will want to make your partner happy. But this is a great deal easier if your partner has, to start with, a happy temperament and a happy temperament. If he or she consciously adopts a pro-happiness daily regime, such as my happiness habit. Team up with an unhappy partner, and the odds are that you yourself will end up unhappy. People with low self-esteem and self-confidence are a nightmare to live with, however much mutual love abounds. If you are a very happy person, you might just make an unhappy person happy, but it is a hell of a trick to pull off. 2. Mildly unhappy people who are deeply in love might just, with strong determination to be happy and a good happiness regimen, manage to attain mutual happiness. But I would not bet on it. 2 unhappy people, even in love, will drive each other nuts. If you want to be happy, choose to love a happy partner. You may, of course, already have a partner who is not happy, and if so, you will probably be seriously subtracting from your own happiness. If so, it should be a major project for both of you to make your partner happy. The F shortcut is to cultivate close friendships with a few happy friends. The 80-20 principle predicts that most of the satisfaction you draw from all of your friends will be concentrated in your relationship with a small number of close friends. The principle also indicates that you are likely to misallocate your time, spending too much with the not so good friends and too little with the very good friends. Although you may allocate more time per friend to the good friends, there are more of the not so good variety in most people's friendship portfolio, so that in aggregate the not so good friends take more time than the good ones. The answer is to decide who the good friends are and give them 80% of the time allocated to friends. You should probably increase this absolute amount of time as well. You should try to build these good friendships as much as possible, because they will be a great source of mutual happiness. Shortcut 6 is similar to V. Develop strong professional alliances with a small number of people whose company you enjoy. Not all your work or professional colleagues should become your friends. If so, you would spread your friendship too thinly. But a few should become close friends and allies, people whom you will go out of your way to support and who will do the same for you. This will not only enhance your career, it will also immeasurably enrich the pleasure you take at work. It will help to prevent your feeling alienated at work, and it will provide a unifying link between your work and play. This unity, too, is essential for full happiness. The now shortcut to lasting happiness is to evolve the lifestyle you and your partner want. This requires a harmonious balance between your work life, home life, and social life. It means that you live where you want to work, have the quality of life that you want, have time to attend to family and social affairs, and are equally happy at work and outside it. Conclusion: happiness is a duty. We should choose to be happy. We should work at happiness. And in doing so, we should help those closest to us, and even those who just stumble across us, to share our happiness. Part 4. Fresh Insights. The Principle Revisited, Chapter 16, The 2 Dimensions of the Principle. Over the past 10 years, I've been delighted to receive many hundreds of emails from readers of the earliest edition of this book. Equally important, and in many ways even more stimulating, have been many reviews posted on the Amazon sites. There are currently 70 reviews on the Amazon.com site alone. These emails and reviews have led to fresh insights into the way the principle works, particularly its relationship to its 2 dimensions of efficiency and life enhancement. Some of these reviews are highly critical of the book and the principle, and for me, these are the most challenging and useful. The 2 main critical questions that have been raised are: does the 80-20 principle really apply to our personal lives at all? And isn't the 80% really essential too? I shall come back to these later in the chapter. The stories that inspired me most were not where readers had used the 80-20 principle to enjoy work more or make more money or both. The most moving accounts were ones where the principle had focused readers on what was truly important in their lives. My favorite story comes from a 50-year-old Canadian happily married with 3 wonderful kids. Daryl, as I will call him, needs to remain anonymous, but I have not changed anything apart from his name. He's had a successful career as an educator and is currently the CEO of a large school district. 3 years ago, he was diagnosed as having a nonverbal learning disability, NALD. He told me, "It was a hard pill to swallow, but I know my diagnosis is accurate. When I spend minutes searching for my car in the parking lot or going through my desk looking for that piece of paper that is right in front of me or maybe even in my hand, I realize just how true the diagnosis is. Here I am, trying to ways to support children with special needs, which is a big part of my work, and wouldn't you know it, I have special needs myself. I publish a lot, advocating that teachers become leaders. It was because when I was a principal, there were so many things that the teachers could do much better than me. I delegated to them the 80% of tasks that I wasn't good at. It ended up in them nominating me for a leadership award, which I received in 1999. Little did they know that my empowering them and cheerleading them, while authentic, were also done out of necessity. I realize how the 80-20 principle has really been my reason for success. I also want to use your 80-20 philosophy in helping others with learning difficulties focus on the top 20% of what they do well. In the not-too-distant future, I hope to remove the veil that prevents me from showing others the person that I truly am. Daryl has written a moving article called Finding Power in Weakness, which applies the 80-20 principle in a novel way. Essentially, he says that when our weaknesses are apparent to us, we can rely on our strong suits more potently, partly because we have to, and partly because we have to, and partly because we realize the gap between our weaknesses and other people's strengths. We appreciate how dependent we are on other people, and in return strive to help them with the signature strengths that we happen to have. Denying our weaknesses, or even reducing them, can cut us from our strengths, and from those of the people around us. Reader's insights. I'd like to pass along a few of the best or most amusing reader insights into the principle. First, a comment from C.N.F. O'Neill. In the U.S. in the 1920s, there was an accomplished writer named Edmund Wilson. He championed Marcel Proust to the Americans. His 20% was his writing and research. Here is how he dispensed with the 80% of low-priority stuff. He used to answer requests with a postcard that read, "Edmund, Wilson regrets that it is impossible for him to read manuscripts, write articles or books to order, do any kind of editorial work, judge literary contests, give interviews, conduct educational courses, deliver lectures, gives talks, or make speeches, take part in writers' congresses, answer questionnaires, contribute or take part on symposiums or panels of any kind, contribute manuscripts for sale, donate copies of his books to libraries, autograph books for strangers, allow his name to be used on letterheads, supply personal information about himself, supply photographs of himself, supply opinions on literary or other subject." Michael Cloud focused on his professional life. I did an 80-20 analysis of my income, generating activities as a speechwriter and fundraiser, and found that in the previous year, I'd earned 89% of my income in 15% of my work time, from 15% of my work time, from 15% of my work. I gave away or discarded the 85% of the work that generated only 11% of my income, slashed my work time by 70%, doubled my time doing my high-leverage projects, and more than doubled my income. Then I wrote a high-octane email urging friends and clients to buy and read the 80-20 principle with my promise that if they didn't get extraordinary value from your book, I would refund double their $25 hardcover purchase price. I sent my message to 107 people. 38 of them bought and read the book. All said they had profited from it. A vice president of marketing bought a case of your books for his team. Michael Ower's 4 new insights. 1. I benefit from urging people to read, reeked on, and apply the 80-20 principle. Imagine the benefits from having 20% of my community, businesses, country, and 20% of the individuals on earth thinking and living 80-20. Wouldn't you like to live in a world of Da Vinci's and Mozart's and Einstein's, where everyone ordered their highest and best? 2. Some people succeed by reinventing the wheel. Most fail by reinventing the attire. Perhaps you should pen a brief book on the toxic 20, the 20% that are most costly and damaging. 3 good poker players fold a lot. As Larry W. Phillips writes in Zen and the Art of Poker, play only the best 15 to 20% of your hands and throw in the rest. 4 Good to Great by Jim Collins has 1 chapter. Chapter 4. The Hedgehog Concept. That's a shimmering application of the 80-20 principle. Terry Lee writes from Hong Kong to pick up the connection with chaos theory. Yes, the universe is unbalanced. Otherwise, perhaps, there would have been no Big Bang. I see Eliyahu M. Goldrat's theory of constraints, which focuses on improving or exploiting bottlenecks, as a special version of the 80-20 principle. The idea is to concentrate on the few causes, and usually only one cause, of the bottleneck. That releases enormous power. It strikes me that this theory of constraints, like the principle, applies both to our work and personal lives. At work, what is the one constraint that, if it were removed, would make us 10 or 20 times as productive? For you, is it your boss, your fear of failure, your lack of qualifications, your inability to choose what you work on, your lack of the right collaborator, or something else altogether? What is the constraint? What stops you from enormous improvement? If you identify the constraint, you can then work on a campaign to remove it. In your private life, what is the one thing that stops you making the best of your life and bringing happiness to the people you care about? There may be one overriding constraint. What is it? Does the 80-20 principle really apply to our personal lives? Quite remarkably, nobody has disputed that the 80-20 principle works in business. Some readers indeed gave examples of very direct businesses that have been to. Dr. Mark Shook is pastor of a church in Texas who has increased his congregation 300 times by using the principle. He writes, "Your books on 80-20 thinking have transformed my life. I am the pastor of Community of Faith in Cypress, Texas. Following 80-20 principles, we have grown from people meeting in my living room to over 1,500 in average attendance in 2.5 years. We call ourselves the 80-20 Church. I bet you didn't know that you were a church growth guru." Since then, however, I've discovered that there's another, much larger 80-20 church. Veronica Abney, the church administrator for the largest megachurch in Chicago, wrote to me that our church currently has 25,000 members, with the arena facility next to the United Center, where the Chicago Bulls play and home to. Michael Jordan, I would like to grow our ministry from 25,000 to 50,000 using the 80-20 methodology. And some readers did value the application of Pareto's concept to the whole of life, starting with business but going well beyond it, which was my biggest innovation in reinterpreting the principle. Kevin Gardy, director of relocation for ARM of Realtors in San Francisco, told me, "I've applied the 80-20 rule to pretty much every aspect of my life with amazing results. I can confirm I'm getting up later in the morning and leaving work earlier in the afternoon and still making a very healthy 6-figure income. I had applied facets of 80-20 since I was a kid in New Zealand, so when I read your book, it was a great validation of the direction I was starting to head in. I felt more content in my laziness, if that makes sense." Yes, perfect sense, Kevin. A reviewer from Indonesia says that 80-20 can be applied to work and life in the same way because the basic concept is focus. Choice is important. We only have to do the most important things in life. This is the most easy explanation of how we can achieve more by doing less. A Japanese reviewer says, "I read this book almost 2 years ago, applied its theories to the 4 companies I was working for, managed to cut my working hours by 25% and still maintain my original salary, opened my own business in the meantime. With all the extra time I've created, I get to think of new ways to make my life more fun and easier on the bank balance. A simple approach to calculating where you are wasting time, money, and EORT, and where to move the EORT to create more time and money. I'm about to apply the formula to my Japanese language studies, exercise regime, and anything else I can think of. Teach this 80-20 to your children," adds a reader, "and you will increase the likelihood they will move out when they're grown, because they will be able to AORT to it." Nevertheless, some reviewers question whether the principle should be applied to our private lives. Whilst I'm sure that the author meant well, writes one Amazon reviewer, in attempting to apply the 80-20 principle to non-business areas, more specifically to personal relationships, it has no place within this book. and should have been left well alone. The reviewer was kind enough to say that there was a pearl hidden within the oyster of the book. The business applications of the principle. That was well worth diving for, but ignore the personal stew. A second reviewer says the book provides an astute evaluation of the economic and social realities of business. Coach goes further, though, and tries to extrapolate the 80-20 theory to success, happiness, and life in general. While some of what he suggests makes sense, his examples seem to get progressively weaker as he moves from the world of business. Isn't the 80% essential too? The second and major criticism concerns whether it is realistic or even desirable to get rid of the 80% of activity that yields few results. Here's the case against, courtesy of Chao Ching Cornholio, probably my most eloquent critic whose comments are still on the Amazon.com site. It is worth quoting his review in full. An excellent idea, but 20% of the 5 stars is taken out, because the 80-20 principle is also packed with other BS, like lecturing you on how to use your life in other areas where the author has no authority. He pointed out some of the voices of opposition and beat them one after one. However, there is one very important one that he left out. I'm a Hong Kong Chinese. In our 5,000 years culture, yin and yang has come into play from the very beginning. The author seems to ignore this. For example, he tells you to analyze your life and see which 20% of your life gives 80% of your life gives 80% of your happiness, and concentrate on that 20% only. I did just that years ago, but I only got worse. Life is a balance between work and play. You enjoyed that 20% of yang activity because you were released from that 80% of yang activity. 80% of the tastefulness of a hamburger is from 20% of it, the meat inside. But if you drop the bread on the top and bottom, its taste will become too strong. It'll lose its savor. Similarly, perhaps your honeymoon or a graduation trip to Europe was the most wonderful experience. Yet, if you redo that over and over, by principle of marginal return, it'll be boring. 2080 can be applied perfectly to work, but to play, not so. I also wonder if the author will think 80% of sex pleasures derives from 20% of the time between ingui, climax, so probably we should drop the yin. Foreplay altogether. A similar concern was raised to me by Lord Carr, formerly a top UK cabinet minister. He cited the case of the then British ambassador to the US, who told him, "You might think that much of my time is spent on trivial matters, such as having endless dinners and spending time socially with American leaders. But that time is not wasted. When it comes to the crunch, I know whose judgment can be relied on and who is really a key. That is invaluable in a crisis, so the wasted time isn't wasted at all." Several people have taken me to task along similar lines because they are rightly concerned that the pursuit of efficiency, cutting out the low-value majority of activity, is self-defeating in the long run. If we become obsessed with efficiency and only doing the important things, we might cut out activities that are necessary for renewing ourselves, our businesses, and even our society. What about parks? Demands one of my friends. Parks are a relic of feudalism and might be part of the 80% that you would cut out. They have no right to exist if we cost out everything. Parks have no return on capital. They would be invaluable as houses or retail developments. But if you cut out the parks, you'd end up with a really unattractive city. He might have cited Johannesburg, which has pleasant suburbs, but almost no parks or open spaces, in which, not coincidentally, is one of the most dangerous cities on the planet. A related concern is that, by cutting out the Anician elements in our work and lives, we may become mindless and soulless, favoring the short-term economic solution and harming our long-term heritage. As Andrew Price writes in his forthcoming book, The Power of the Unessential, by far the greatest jazz harvest come from coastal areas. These make up only a tiny fraction of the ocean's total area. The 80-20 principle tells that coasts are where Xing action should be, and Xing along coasts is precisely what has happened. But exploitation has removed too much stock. Not only that, these rich coastal waters coincide with major breeding grounds. So hammering code and esh stocks around coasts has affected reproduction, leaving insouciant she available for capture and reproduction in future. For followers of the 80-20 principle, the message is clear. Our efforts to target the disproportionately valuable 20% should be not just for use. There should be some non-use too. Otherwise, it can easily disappear, just as Sherry's demonstrate. There is another important message. The best performing stock, Shearies or Nanchal. This year, or most valuable species in an ecosystem over the last decade, is no guarantee for future success. The truth is that the world and its resources do not remain constant for long. Criticism of my application of the 80-20 principle can be summarized under three main concerns. A. The corner. Cutting concern. If 80-20 is viewed as an efficiency device, we may end up being very insufficient but not very effective. Cutting corners is all very well, but unless we go into something fully and deeply, we won't achieve anything worthwhile or enjoy. We may get 80% of a book's message by reading 20% of it, but if the book is important enough to us, we should want to read all of it, and even remain disappointed that we've niched the book. Getting 80% of results through 20% of effort can appear to represent a simplistic, materialistic, and not authentic way of approaching both work and life. The sustainability concern. If the 80-20 principle leads to a huge focus on what works today, isn't there a danger that it won't work tomorrow? This concern is equally applicable in business and in our broader lives. The balance concern. As Chao Ching says, the concern is that we can't focus just on the best parts of life, because without the rest of life, the best would no longer be the best. Balance doesn't matter in business, because the way the economy advances is through the battle of highly specialized, and therefore unbalanced, arms, but balance may be essential for human happiness. Two different dimensions of the principle. What I have realized from your feedback is that there are really two quite distinct, in some ways even opposite, dimensions or uses of the 80-20 principle. On the one hand, there is the efficiency dimension. This is where we want to achieve things in the fastest possible way with the least possible effort. Typically, this domain involves things that are not hugely significant to us except as a means to an end. For example, if we look on our work as mainly a means to earn money, because we want to do other things with other people outside of work, and it is these latter things that really matter to us, then work falls squarely into the box marked efficiency. We want to use the 80-20 principle to get our work done as productively and quickly as possible, and get on with our real life. So the 20% approach is the way we should use the principle. We focus on the most productive 20%, perhaps doubling our time on those matters, and as far as possible, cut out everything that is not in the high efficiency 20% box, in terms of the illustration I gave in Chapter 10. On time revolution, we should perhaps spend 2 days on the high efficiency 20% and then devote the rest of the week to what we really care about. Simplistically, we can expect to increase the value of our work to 160% of what it was before. We get 2 lots of 80%, each derived from 1 day of work, the 20%. Where possible, we also reduce our working week to 2 days. The efficiency dimension can also be applied to matters outside work that are not really important to us, those that are chores. Into this 20% box fall, for example, all the people we have to meet socially but don't really want to, all the obligations we don't want but can't get rid of, doing our taxes, cleaning the garage, doing the gardening if we don't enjoy it and can't slow it on to someone who does, and so forth. The objective is to end the 20% that is most important, and that gives us 80% of the results, and get it out of the way as rapidly and painlessly as we can. On the other hand, there is the life, enhancing dimension of the 80-20 principle. What belongs in this box is anything that is truly important to our lives, whether it is work, our personal relationships, what we wish to achieve, the hobby that gives us immense pleasure, or anything else that fools us and will give us consolation on our deathbed. When we look back on our life to date and look forward to our life to come and enjoy our life as it is in the current moment, anything that gives us a warm glow and makes us feel glad to be alive, all of that falls into the life, enhancing box. What the great American industrial psychologist Abraham Maslow labeled hygiene factors, food, shelter, material needs, are important when they are not met, but relatively unimportant once they have been satisfied. The hygiene factors, in my terms, fall into the efficiency box and require a 20% solution, the most productive solution with the least expenditure of life energy. The 80-20 principle is an essential part of realizing and enhancing what we could call the poetry of life, for 2 reasons. First, the principle can help us confront what is really important in our lives. Who are the few people? What are the few things which really make our life worthwhile? Unless we are really poor or sad, these are not the instrumental aspects of life, the means to an end, like money, acclaim, important jobs, or status of any kind. These come and they go. They are outward forms. They do not touch our hearts or souls. They do not deny who we are. Provided we have food and shelter, what really matters is loving and being loved, self-expression, personal achievement and relaxation, the ability to think and create, the chance to connect with nature and other people. Above all, enhancing the lives of the friends and family we truly care about. Second, the principle clears away space for these fantastic facets of life. By doing the non-essential things more briskly and economically, with as little absorption of our life energy as we can contrive, we capture time, territory, and tranquility for the essential parts of life. Instead of having what matters crammed into the margins and corners of our life, we can put what's essential where it belongs, center stage, at the heart of our being. When it comes to the essential parts of life, the 20% or less that DNS our uniqueness and individual destiny, we should devote our energy and our very soul to such matters, without stinting on time, money, or any other means to that end. Efficiency requires the 20% approach. But what is life-enhancing deserves a 200, 2,000, or 2,000,000% approach. There is no limit to the amount of effort or time that is appropriate for what enhances, or even denies, our lives. So to answer the three concerns, okay, corner cutting. It's only within the efficiency segment of our lives that we should aim to cut corners and do things lazily and fast. For anything life-enhancing, we take the longest, deepest, or highest possible route. C. Sustainability. A sensible use of the principle requires a long-term view and an awareness of potential unintended consequences if we assume that the current position with regard to effort and reward will not change. For example, 10% of customers may currently give us, say, 80% of prots. But maybe if a new competitor focuses on our super protable customers, our prots won't last. Moreover, hidden away within the 90% of marginal or unprotable customers may be a fast growth company that could, if carefully cultivated, end up being a new winning account. In the Xing example, too great a focus on the super abundant waters without building in some restraints to allow the esh to reproduce leads to disaster. In the broader areas of life, too, our focus on what enhances our life needs to be long-term and intelligent. Skills and relationships require investment. We should be selective about which abilities and friends really matter, and then take time and extraordinarily patient effort to build the foundations of a lifetime commitment. No corner cutting here, and equally no instant gratification. It's a mistake to work for the sake of work or to amass riches by doing something we hate. But it's very wise to make a huge commitment to developing skills and relationships that make our lives direct, enjoyable, and worthwhile. Balance. Should we be balanced or unbalanced? Both. We should be unbalanced on the efficiency stew, on everything that is not critical to our place in the world. And in a way, we should be unbalanced on the life-enhancing matters too, carefully targeting the few activities and relationships that have the greatest value and potential value for us. But within the life-enhancing domain, we need a balance of work and leisure, of self-directed and shared projects, of time for ourselves and time for others, of enjoyment of current enthusiasms and investment to build the future. We can our yin and yang within the life-enhancing sector. Were it otherwise, we would never in people who enjoy their work and their play, who are happy because wherever they are, they love what they do and they do what they love. Figure 40 allocation of our time and energy relative to today. Figure 41 new allocation of time and energy as percentage of new total. Figure 40 shows the two dimensions of the principle and the right approach for each. Once we have made the right decision for parts of our life that fall into each box, we can draw the matrix in a way that reeks the relative proportions. In Figure 41, the e-sciency elements have been squashed up so that they only consume 20% of our time and energy. The 20% of life-enhancing areas of life are freed up to take 80% of our life. Work can fall into either the efficient or the life-enhancing category. Almost certainly, you have some work that falls into each. The trick is to do progressively less of the former and more of the latter, until you reach the happy state where work really is more fun than fun. Life outside work, too, almost certainly falls into both categories. The answer is the same. Spend less and less time and vitality on the essency box and more on the life-enhancing box. It's worth asking yourself, if you could spend your time and vigor on what counts most for you, what would be the division of work and play, and how would the two relate? Most people who've answered this question for me say they'd spend roughly equal time on work and non-work. Although work is self-dinned and not necessarily paid work, those who have embraced the principle that the line between work and non-work becomes increasingly blurred. In this sense, the yin and yang of life are re-established. Although there are two apparently opposite dimensions to the 80-20 principle, efficiency and life enhancement, the dimensions are entirely complementary and interwoven. The efficiency dimension allows us room for the life enhancing dimension. The common thread is knowing what gives us the results we want and knowing what matters. Always, both for efficiency and life enhancement, the answer is a small part of the total. Always, we progress through subtraction and focus. Equally, however, 80-20 is a sterile philosophy if it just leads to efficiency. There is no point in becoming more efficient or wealthier unless there is some other goal in our mind, the goal of the soul. Those who would put 80-20 armly back into its traditional work box are missing the point. Let me give an example from my own life. Every day when I'm living in London or in southern Spain, I take an hour or two to cycle. This is neatly a life-enhancing activity for me. It is wonderful exercise. I travel through great scenery, Richmond Park with its deer or mountain views in Spain, and I let my thoughts hang out as I ride and often come up with fresh ideas as a result. But it is not effortless. I reckon that 10% of the route in Richmond Park and 15% in Spain is seriously uphill. No doubt taking my heart rate up to the highest levels on the route and constituting more than 80% of the exercise. I'm not a fanatical cyclist and I don't really like hills. I'm glad when I can sail down the other side. But I wouldn't choose a route instead. The hills, though in some ways unpleasant, add to the grandeur of the setting and provide me with yin activity to leaven the yang activity to leaven the yang of riding at or downhill. I can tell you from personal experience and the testimony of hundreds of readers that it is possible to reverse the proportions of life, from mainly meaningless or stressful activity, yin, to mainly life-enhancing yang. Of course, we don't want to repeat the same honeymoon or the same holiday over and over. We need fresh ways to relax, nor do most of us want to relax most of the time. We want to exercise, to deploy and develop our skills, to think, to test ourselves, to help other people, to explore relationships of all kinds. We don't want to be obsessed with INC, but we do want to dispose of the non-life enhancing activities as easily and swiftly as possible. Take responsibility for progress. Put away your skepticism and your pessimism. These vices, like their opposites, are self-fulfilling. Recover your faith in progress. Realize that the future is already here, in those few shining examples in agribusiness, in industry, in services, in education, in artificial intelligence, in medical science, in physics, and indeed all the sciences, and even in social and political experiments where previously unimaginable targets have been surpassed and new targets continue to fall like skittles. Remember the 80-20 principle. Progress always comes from a small minority of people and organized resources who demonstrate that previously accepted ceilings of performance can become oars for everyone. Progress requires elites, but elites who live for glory and service to society, who are willing to place their gifts at the disposal of us all. Progress depends on information about exceptional achievement and the dilution of successful experiments, on breaking down the structures erected by the mass of vested interests, on demanding that the standards enjoyed by a privileged minority should be available to all. Above all, progress, as George Bernard Shaw told us, requires us to be unreasonable in our demands. We must search out the 20% of everything that produces the 80% and use the facts we uncover to demand a multiplication of whatever it is that we value. If our reach must always exceed our grasp, progress requires that we grasp whatever a minority has reached and ensure that it becomes the minimum standard for all. The greatest thing about the 80-20 principle is that you do not need to wait for everyone else. You can start to practice it in your professional and personal life. You can take your own small fragments of greatest achievement, happiness, and service to others and make them a much larger part of your life. You can multiply your highs and cut out most of your lows. You can identify the mass of irrelevant and low-value activity and begin to shed this worthless skin. You can isolate the parts of your character, work style, lifestyle, and relationships that, measured against the time or energy involved, give you value many times greater than the daily grind. And having isolated them, you can, with no little courage and determination, multiply them. You can become a better, more useful, and happier human being. And you can help others to do the same. The end. Thanks for watching and have a great day.